Chapter 1341. Did you gain anything from this trip to the southern continent? Saloria pushed a cup of black tea and a plate of biscuits in front of Mou and asked. Mou pondered for a moment. Very much. Oh! How so? The Earth Mother of all spirits became my follower, and I learned many secrets about the southern continent, the foundation of gods, and the Church of Light. However, Mou took a sip of tea and sighed. There are so many lies in this world, truth and falsehood intertwined. The lies we tell, the rumors spread by others, can be used against us by our enemies in an instant. The gods of this world are no ordinary beings. To become a god, that's to be expected. Saloria couldn't help but laugh. They are all the most outstanding in their respective fields in this world. Elite at the highest level? You think they're all useless good-for-nothings? Mou coughed lightly. It's all Leah's fault. She's so unreliable, she lowered my expectations of this world. Leah, sitting on a cookie plate, struggling to pick up a cookie, exclaimed, ? The little world elf glared angrily, while Herodias, always eager for drama, covered her ears, exclaiming dramatically, Leah, don't listen. It's bad news. They were currently gathered in the main house of the Felizlock family, relatives gathered together, sharing afternoon tea and recent news, a scene of harmonious joy. Are we ready for the next divine war? Brother-in-law Ricard asked. Mou nodded, almost there. We're waiting for news from an ally. Our plan is to deliver a fatal blow to heterochromia in this divine war. However, heterochromia has many clones, so to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, I will stay outside during this divine war to prevent heterochromia from using a secondary divine form to escape the battle if things go wrong. Upon hearing this, Saloria turned to the silver-haired knight, who was teasing her niece and nephew with Mou brand-candied hawthorns, and asked worriedly, Aelian, are you alright on your own? I'm fine, sister. Aelian, who had been accepted into the Felizlock family, and even changed her surname, was her older sister. He called out smoothly, raising his eyes, his long eyelashes fluttering gently, his eyes brimming with confidence. I'm not fighting alone. I already sent my investigators to check for any unusual events that might be related to the heterochromatic eyes, his brother-in-law continued. People whose personalities change drastically overnight, gods or superhumans, who have disappeared without a trace, suspicious ancient ruins or sealed artifacts. Although theoretically the heterochromatic eyes can possess any ordinary person, an ordinary person's body cannot withstand the power of a god. A divine possession would result in death, rendering it largely useless. Even if used as a stepping stone, it would leave a trail of corpses, needlessly attracting attention. If the heterochromatic eyes wanted to possess a superhuman, it would encounter resistance from the body's original owner. The stronger the body it chooses, the stronger the resistance will be. There's no way to have both. Saloria interjected, therefore, we speculate that the heterochromatic eyes are unlikely to randomly choose innocent bodies for divine possession. Those smaller bodies it prepared before. That should be his preferred choice for divine intervention. According to my speculation, the bodies chosen by the heterochromatic eyes will all have similar attributes. Herodias spread out a piece of paper, picked up a pen, and wrote as he spoke, first, these bodies must all be extraordinary beings, with bodies tough enough to withstand divine power. Second, these bodies are all deeply hidden, possessing certain power, faith, connections, or holding concepts or authority, which makes it easier for the heterochromatic eyes to make a comeback. Furthermore, the original owners of these bodies all offered their bodies to the heteroscopic one for various reasons. These reasons can be broadly categorized into two situations. The first situation is that the heteroscopic one used their divine status to make a deal. Either the original owners of these bodies were themselves followers of the Church of Light, blinded by the heteroscopic one's sweet talk and the benefits offered. Or perhaps their ancestors or family members were followers of the heteroscopic one, willingly betraying their loved ones for the benefits bestowed by the god. In short, these bodies themselves and their families must have intricate connections with the Church of Light. This kind of situation is easy to investigate. The original bodies might be difficult to find, but their families mostly share obvious characteristics: fanatical believers, sudden rise or fall, and a prodigy whose whereabouts are temporarily unknown within their family, Ricard said. Besides the god of craftsmanship already confirmed, we have found many similar fanatical families. But these fanatical families are almost all within the Church of Light, making it difficult for our manpower to infiltrate. We can only rely on adventurers to monitor and spy on them, trying to find out what's going on. Then what about the second scenario? Mou asked. The second scenario is more troublesome, said Herodias. This batch of bodies must be used in the shadows. The heteroscopic eyes have hidden them extremely well. On the surface, These people probably have no connection whatsoever with either the heteroscopic eyes or the Church of Light. Therefore, we focus our attention on the serendipity. Serendipity? Yes, even if we can't find a direct connection between the two, once the divine descent is complete, the heteroscopic eyes must have noticed these people, targeted their bodies, and found an opportunity to infiltrate. In the case files of the Bureau of Abnormal Affairs over the years, we have discovered some individuals who have experienced extraordinary encounters. For example, there are adventurers who were attacked and nearly died while exploring ancient ruins, or those who should have died but miraculously survived, subsequently experiencing a surge in strength and a change in personality. Or there are those who contracted a serious illness, had a high fever for 3 days and 3 nights, and then suddenly recovered, transforming from ordinary people into extraordinary beings. And there are countless others who, through their own struggle, grew from abandoned infants to extraordinary beings. Finally, there are simply too many of these people. We haven't been able to investigate them all yet. MOU pondered for a moment. The common characteristic of these people is, they all experienced a vulnerable moment, near death, a serious illness, or were just born, making them extremely susceptible to being possessed by a being with heterochromatic eyes, and then soaring to great heights, or even disappearing without a trace. Exactly. Hyderodius praised, then sighed heavily. It's just that there are too many extraordinary people in the Magic Federation, and many mages have experienced near-death experiences. And these mages are mostly reclusive scholars obsessed with research, often hiding in their magic towers for decades without a trace, making them extremely difficult to investigate. MOU nodded. The descriptions he just heard did indeed fit the description of the research-obsessed mages of the Magic Federation. However, confirming whether they have heterochromia is quite simple, Ricard said. Heterochromia is currently busy with the Divine War and can't spare much mental energy to control other bodies. Anyone who has completely disappeared, or is a living dead in a deep sleep, is likely a suspect. Chapter 1342. The battle between online game development teams and bot farms is practically an age-old theme. Although MOU, when initially assigned the task of packaging this alternate world as an online game, never anticipated that he would also have to combat illegal bots in this real magical world, it seems fate always finds a way back to its starting point. This time, the bots aren't players, but the enemy's big boss. However, the methods for searching, capturing, and banning bots are limited, checking suspicious login IPs, monitoring suspicious transactions, and relying on player reports to plunge bots into a sea of public outcry. The Anomaly Investigation Bureau, controlled by his brother-in-law and possessing first-hand intelligence on various anomalies, is naturally the best entry point. Next, all that's needed is to release the players and follow the clues. Those clever players will always be able to exert 100% of their initiative, uncovering all sorts of deeply hidden intelligence and connections. It's worth noting that among the players are quite a few idle and strangely skilled individuals. While opening boxes is illegal in real life, searching for clues and catching the God of Lights all to count in the game is something players love to do. It allows players to utilize their true skills, expends their excess energy to enhance their gaming experience, and even uncovers the secrets of those with heterochromia to eliminate future threats. A certain lord can still easily make a fortune. Furthermore, I heard some news about the Inquisition, Ricard continued. After the Dream Disaster incident, former Supreme Court Chief Justice Bryce Bresley requested to recuse himself, and his political rival, Cardinal Boric Empson, seized the opportunity to take power, successfully wresting power from Bryce's lieutenant, Oramus Bloom. Their internal strife is essentially over, which means that Boric Empson's focus will shift from factional infighting to eradicating heresy, and a bloodbath will soon sweep through the Church of Light. The passes that adventurers obtain through various means will likely be subject to renewed scrutiny. You may need to prepare in advance. MOU nodded solemnly. Okay, I understand. Meanwhile, in a hotel in Hask, 200 kilometers from Desmond, Bryce Bresley carefully locked the doors and windows, set up a magic circle, chanted an incantation, and then lifted the white cloth covering the mirror. The mirror lit up, and hurried footsteps could be faintly heard from the other side. Then, a figure flickered in the mirror, and Leto's somewhat disheveled figure appeared. Brother, something terrible has happened. Your adjutant, Oramus Bloom, lost in the political struggle, and was arrested and imprisoned by that old Boric. Boric has taken over the Inquisition. Your trusted men have all been transferred and sent to dangerous places to carry out dangerous missions. Don't worry for now, Bryce said in a deep voice. This development is still within my expectations. There aren't many elites among the Inquisitionists, and they do dangerous work. Boric will only send my people to the front lines. he won't actually harm them. After all, if all my people died, he'd have to send his own men as cannon fodder. But aren't you afraid something will happen to your people? Bryce leaned back in his chair calmly. To become an inquisitor, one must have the determination and ability to deal with all dangers. Even without Boric, the heretics still need to be dealt with. Incompetent people will be naturally eliminated. I don't need to worry about that. Leto composed himself slightly. So, brother, do you have a next plan? I always have, Bryce said. Give me some more time, and I can lure these Glageeyes henchmen to Desmond Town, settle the problem once and for all, and then, when Boric has played all his cards, I can wipe out his forces when I make my comeback. Compared to Bryce's optimism, Leto looked worried, his fur standing on end and his ears drooping like airplane ears. But brother, they're sending me to the South Continent. What happened? This news surprised Bryce, and he frowned. The holy city is short of food. Leto leaned closer to the mirror, lowering his voice. Brother, you know, most of our holy kingdom's food comes from the Southern Continent, with a small portion from the elves. But now the elves are no longer selling food to the church, so our food supply depends entirely on the Southern Continent. There have been several incidents of grain tax being robbed in the Southern Continent, and the culprits haven't been found yet. Later, the holy city's granary was also looted by some kind of evil god's minions, possibly octopuses, and the matter was left unresolved. Yes, I remember those incidents. Bryce nodded. After that, the holy city's food supply has been consistently insufficient, food prices have skyrocketed, and the poor have all moved away. As for the nobles and wealthy merchants, they rely entirely on their own stored grain to survive. Grain reserves from surrounding towns have been transferred to the holy city, but it still isn't enough to fill the gap. The papacy plans to send me to the Southern Continent to requisition another batch of grain. Bryce frowned slightly. His plan to rise again still required Leto's cooperation, but then again, plans could be adjusted, and the Holy Kingdom was clearly about to be plunged into a period of bloodshed. Leto leaving the storm and going to the safe Southern Continent to avoid the limelight might not necessarily be a bad thing. However, the factional infighting within the church is currently raging. Their elaborate scheme to send Leto all the way to the Southern Continent likely wasn't out of goodwill, intended to keep him away from the turmoil. A scapegoat, or an assassination? Bryce murmured, his eyes immediately sharpening. The anxious cattered boy, upon hearing this, looked even more flustered. He asked helplessly, brother, what should I do? The real danger comes from behind. The Earth Mother is a weak fence-sitter. She wouldn't dare attack the church. Bryce's mind raced, countless calculations flashing through his mind. I heard that mercenaries are rampant in the Southern Continent. They're true outlaws, only caring about money, not people, yet extremely trustworthy. They never betray their employer before the job is finished. Take all the gold, silver, and cash from home. Once you get to the Southern Continent, find the merchant guild to vouch for you and hire those mercenaries to protect you. Although the Earth Mother is a seasoned veteran, she and her merchant guild highly value their reputation. With her guarantee, those mercenaries won't easily betray you for the sake of their business. Hire more skilled individuals, offer them high salaries, buy their lives, and you can safely weather the storms in the Southern Continent. Chapter 1343. Where there are people, there will be conflict. Where there are interests, there will be unequal distribution. Any large, bloated organization will inevitably have various factions entangled, opposing, scheming, and hostile towards each other. The Church of Light, which does little good and dabbles in everything, is no exception. After all, they swindled so much money from their followers under the guise of atonement. Everyone wants to line their own pockets. Eliminating dissidents and supporting their own people is instinctive for the Church of Light's higher-ups. With factions at the top, those below naturally have to choose sides. One wrong step often leads to utter ruin. In this quagmire, no one can remain untainted and stand out as a beacon of purity. Choosing the wrong side simply means sharing the burden with your comrades, but trying to become a clear stream in this quagmire will only result in being attacked by everyone. Like Aelian back in the Church of Light, even though he once held the titles of Holy Son and Divine Son, he could only struggle to survive in the shadows. Later, he was treated as a useless tool and discarded, sent to deal with the most dangerous illusions. This was an old tradition of the Church of Light. Killing without bloodshed, no one wanted to get their hands dirty or get involved in scandal. They would assign tasks that were practically impossible, squeezing every last drop of value out of people. If they completed the task, it was naturally because of their superior strength and skill, but the church's problems were also solved, and they would get half the credit. But if they failed the task and died halfway through, It was simply because they were less skilled. But this outcome just happened to suit their purposes. The cardinals of the Church of Light each had their own ways, some greedy, some lustful, some fame-seeking, all ambitious yet cowardly. At the first sign of trouble, they would immediately disappear. Therefore, they mostly wouldn't act directly, but rather indirectly assign tasks and create obstacles for others. Bryce and Leto had both used this tactic before, but it was quite effective against enemies. Now that they were openly the ones being assigned tasks, the feeling was completely different. Bryce wasn't afraid of being treated this way by his confidants in the Inquisition. He was well aware of his subordinates' strength and the location of the heretics. Currently, the lands of the Church of Light could be considered the front lines, with very few areas inhabited by heretics. Most were undeveloped mountainous and rural areas, with only rumors of sightings of what appeared to be demons or heretics circulating. The biggest challenge in investigating heresy in such places is that the noble lords are unable to endure hardship and suffering. From food and lodging to latrines, everything is criticized. But in terms of danger, it's nothing compared to tracking down mushrooms in the Holy City. Bryce himself, during his time in office, frequently led his men on mushroom searches. They were adept at this kind of task. If someone were to die, it would indeed be due to inferior skills. Such unreliable subordinates, their deaths are simply a matter of life and death. But Leto is different. Leto is now a cardinal, holding a position within the Bresley family. Even if he botches a few missions, the church can't do anything to him. So sending him all the way to the southern continent has ulterior motives. Bryce was 80% certain that Boric and his gang were plotting to assassinate Leto, most likely. These old geezers were trying to take advantage of their family's downfall to kill his brother, attempting to cripple him. Leto, besides the gold and silver, take your poisons. Self-preservation is your priority, Bryce instructed. Money can be earned back, and power can be restored, but losing your life means total defeat. If we truly reach a dead end, we use the secrets and leverage our family possesses to make a deal with the Earth Mother. Leto's cat-like eyes widened in surprise. Brother, that's betrayal. Shoo! Bryce gestured for silence. You don't actually need to offer a reward. Just use it as bait to gain help and protection. As long as my plan succeeds, washing away the dreams, the doubts brought by the dream calamity, can be restored by rebuilding the family's reputation, and then you can be brought back under their wing. Oh, Leo replied worriedly, but can he really protect me? Merchants have extensive connections. Even if he can't protect you, he will surely find forces that can, Bryce comforted him. After the dream calamity, I believe many forces, including the demons, will be interested in the secrets we possess. These are your greatest support, your talisman. Once you arrive in the southern continent, try to minimize contact with the church. At this time, your own people are far more dangerous than any third-party force. If you need to poison, poison. If you need to kill, kill. Don't hesitate. Understood, brother. Leto thought for a moment, then added, it's the dead of winter now. Even in the southern continent, there might not be enough food to supply the entire church. If we can't get rice, we buy livestock. Bryce thought for a moment and offered a solution. The church has holy water, purifying livestock meat won't be difficult. Southern continent has abundant vegetation, so there's no shortage of fodder for the livestock. We can simply transport live animals and cheap fodder back, saving the trouble of preserving the meat, and slaughter them as needed. He pointedly said to Leto, if someone tampers with the grain you bring back, poisoning rice is hard to detect, but poisoning live animals is immediately obvious. If any livestock die abnormally, you have to be extra careful. A traitor or enemy is definitely lurking nearby. Leto imagined the scenario and couldn't help but shudder. He had no doubt that those old men in the church would deliberately poison the grain meant for saving lives to get rid of him. When do we leave? Bryce asked. The order came urgently. We must leave by tomorrow afternoon at the latest, Leto replied. Brother, be careful too. The two brothers bid each other farewell for a long time before cutting off the mirror communication. Bryce gritted his teeth. That damn Boric. Once I turn the tables using these servants of the Graki, I bring Leto back from the southern continent unharmed. Until then, whether I hire mercenaries at great expense or cooperate with the Earth Mother, I will ensure his safety. In the new city of AMT, Wendell, who had been called upon again, sighed softly, picked up his phone, and began to draft the latest report to be submitted to the Lord. When will this ever end? Chapter 1344. 3 days later, the Barola port fortress in Lola Lola, southern continent, welcomed another guest whom no one dared to offend. Bishop Kurat Varela waited on the dock with a bitter expression, watching the ship with its extremely deep draft slowly enter the harbor. He took a deep breath, and a smile instantly spread across his face. He held this pose for a good 10 minutes before the person on board finally appeared. The baby-faced, short Cardinal Leto Bress, covering his mouth and nose with a handkerchief, walked down the gangway with a look of disgust. Ugh! The seawater here stinks. Bishop Curat Varella's smile froze. He instinctively felt this was a difficult person to serve. Cardinal Leto. He paused, adjusted his expression, and greeted him with a grin. Welcome. Welcome. What brings you to our remote and impoverished place? Leto glanced at him, but didn't answer, only saying, Take me to the nearest mercenary guild under the Southern Continent Merchant Guild. Cardinal Curat asked blankly. Mercenary guild? What do you need them for? Leto glared at him and kicked him. Do I have to report everything to you? Just lead the way. Yes. Yes. Please follow me. In the Southern Continent, there have always been two guilds with different names, but similar operations, both taking money to solve problems for others. One is the Mercenary Guild originating in Lozelle City, and the other is the Adventurers Guild, with the Southern Continent Merchant Guild acting as an intermediary. Aside from their different backers, their methods and styles are very similar, and people often confuse the two. After agreements were reached between the AMT County and the Southern Continent Merchant Guild and the Lozelle City Mercenary Guild, allowing AMT County adventurers to join these organizations as long as they met the requirements, the differences between them decreased dramatically. Essentially, it became two separate teams with one group of players, since the number of local mercenaries and adventurers simply couldn't compare to the hundreds of thousands of players currently on the rise. Both Nabu, the guild leader of the Southern Continent Merchant Guild, the backer of the Southern Continent Adventurers Guild, and Tashtarid Mario, the guild leader of the Lozelle City Mercenary Guild, had wondered where the endless stream of adventurers from AMT County came from. Undoubtedly, these adventurers were skilled fighters, capable and resilient, with top-notch work performance ratings. They could complete even the most difficult tasks efficiently, making them the ideal employees in the eyes of the guild leaders. Over the past few years, adventurers have brought substantial profits to both guilds. With such profits at stake, and both guild leaders being the type to negotiate anything as long as money is made, they didn't care even if the adventurers of AMT County were their lord's magical familiars, as long as they could generate income. The Bresley brothers, who had long resided in the Middle Continent, only knew about the Mercenary Guild, not the Adventurers Guild. After all, mercenaries existed everywhere, even within the territory of the Church of Light. Numerous branches of the Mercenary Guild were legitimately established. However, the adventurer system in the Middle Continent had once disappeared, and now only AMT County held a dominant position. Leto, unfamiliar with the affairs of the Southern Continent, specifically requested the Mercenary Guild under the Southern Continent Merchant Guild, causing Bishop Curat Varela a moment of hesitation. This seasoned veteran of the workplace initially wanted to get to the bottom of things, but seeing his boss's unapproachable and aloof demeanor, and considering the similarities between the two guilds, the veteran Varela figured it wasn't worth causing the Cardinal any trouble over such a trivial matter. It wasn't like he had to expose his boss as an clueless bum. Besides, even if Leto was an incompetent bum, he was still a bum from the Brisley family, backed by a powerful force. Even if he knew nothing and everything he said was wrong, wouldn't his subordinates still have to make things look good for him? Curat Varela had latched onto the Brisley family years ago, attracted by their wealth and their status as confidants of the God of Light. Although he had resided in the Southern Continent for many years, and had never visited the Central Continent to meet anyone from the Brisley family, he had never lacked for various benefits and gifts over the years. Of course, his investment had indeed paid off. With Bryce Brisley taking charge of the Inquisition, Curat Varela had also taken advantage of the situation to reap many benefits and squeeze out a considerable amount of profit. However, the situation on the field was constantly changing, and the rise and fall of each family was closely linked to the God War. Now, after the Dream Calamity, the Bresley family had clearly been dragged out as scapegoats. Seeing their fortunes crumbling, Curat Varela was extremely anxious and eager to sever ties with the Bresley family immediately. Unexpectedly, before he could do anything, Leto Bresley arrived in the Southern Continent. This cardinal clearly hadn't come to the Southern Continent specifically to seek refuge. Rather, it seemed he had been driven there. He specifically chose the small port where Curat was located, presumably because Curat was one of his own. Curat was practically in tears, regretting his past blindness in choosing a sinking pirate ship. But now that he was here, Curat had no choice but to appease his temperamental young master. After pondering Leto's intentions for a while, he still took him to the Adventurers Guild of the Southern Continent Merchant Guild. With the arrival of winter break and the approach of the spring festival in the Origin world, many adventurers began a chaotic and disorganized lifestyle with irregular online times. In the world of Oziria, a day is 25 hours long, and adventurers can be seen almost every minute. Students on holiday and office workers, who want to catch up on sleep 24/7 carefully calculate their online schedules, striving to use every minute of their game time before being kicked offline by the anti-addiction system. The limited time quests in the southern continent had just ended, and many adventurers were still in the southern continent when they logged back in. With the mindset of since I'm already here, they headed to the Adventurers Guild to accept quests. After all, they already paid the teleportation fee, so they figured they might as well clear out all the nearby quests, saving on teleportation fees and time, and maybe even stumbling upon some new main or side quests. Therefore, the newcomer Leto witnessed for the first time the bustling scene at the Adventurers Guild. The adventurers wore all sorts of strange decorations he'd never seen before, dressed in bright colors and flamboyant outfits. Some even dressed as monsters or animal dolls. There were also quite a few people in the traditional priestly attire of the Earth Mother Church in the hall. Their presence revealed a subtle connection between the guild and the Earth Mother Church, which reassured Leto considerably. The adventurers chattered in slang that Leto couldn't understand, and a few gestures seemed to seal a deal. This style was somewhat similar to the dark district of Pitzroll, yet it felt much more serious and reliable. Chapter 1345. The guild hall was brightly lit, with clean windows and gleaming tables. It was packed with people, bustling with activity. Despite the high temperature, there was none of the nauseating smells of sweat, urine, or rancid oil, nor was there any sewage or vomit on the floor. This truly impressed Leto. People seemed to have their own tasks to attend to. They came and went with clear goals, accepting quests, turning them in an orderly and continuous stream. This is the Mercenaries Guild. Leto stared blankly, then asked, "But how do I issue a quest?" "Lord Leto, please come this way." Kurat, being the local strongman, quickly summoned the branch's leader. The group went into a small back room. "Tell him what kind of quest you want to issue." "Cardinal Leto, I am Papyra, the leader of the Lola branch of the Southern Continent Adventurers Guild." The newcomer was a middle-aged man with graying brown hair, small eyes, a mustache, and a fawning smile. He looked like a shrewd businessman, and Leto looked suspicious. He glanced at him a few times. "Are you from the Southern Continent Merchant Guild?" "Yes," Papyra replied, a hint of wariness flickering in his small eyes. "What brings Cardinal Leto to us?" Leto paid no attention to his gaze, continuing, "I need to hire bodyguards to protect me. I need the strongest, most loyal men, mercenaries, adventurers, henchmen from the Earth Mother Church. Anyone with enough strength will do." Papyrus' small eyes lit up. "We have plenty of powerful adventurers here, but that won't be cheap. How many do you want to hire, and for how long?" "Don't worry about the money," Leto gestured a number. "This number, 10 or 20 adventurers per person. Let's start. I pay half up front, and the other half when I safely return to Central Continent." Okay, Papyra beamed. "This number should recruit quite a few powerful adventurers. I just wonder who the enemy will be." "I don't know, it could be anyone. Even the Church of Light?" "Especially the Church of Light." They exchanged glances, confirming each other's stance. Papyra smiled slyly, while Leto's confidence grew. He waved his hand. "Go issue the quests quickly, and bring the bodyguards here as soon as possible." "All right." "What? Kitten Leto's here to issue quests?" Crow Knob Black, who had come with the team to Southern Continent for a timed quest, excitedly pushed through the crowd, peeking out. "Hey, another bodyguard mission? What's going on? We're protecting people from the Church of Light now? And a cardinal at that? You guys don't understand. He's a little kitten. I've been thinking about that little kitten ever since the Dark City's Flower Street storyline came out. The little kitten bishop and his brother are both so delicious. What did the little kitten do wrong? The little kitten just wanted to be, well, you know. I take this mission. Damn, they said my level isn't high enough. Is the requirement for this mission that high? Wow, the mission reward is so high. The mission time is a bit long, but whatever, I go for it." Crow Knob Black also enthusiastically accepted the mission. After the timed mission ended, her teammates went back to their high-difficulty dungeons, leaving her stranded in Southern Continent with nothing to do. And her level was just above the requirement. What a coincidence. Lured by the high bounty and the mission itself, over 20 players quickly assembled, along with several NPC mercenaries from the Earth Mother's Guild, and were brought before Leto by Papyra Pila. Quite a few people. Leto, holding a cup of iced milk tea provided by the Adventurers Guild, glanced at the bodyguards before him. His brother was right. A hefty reward always attracts brave men. These desperados only cared about money, business, and their own reputation, regardless of the employer's identity or faction. He cleared his throat and said, "The mission is simple. You be responsible for protecting me in shifts. You can decide the shifts yourselves, but I must always have enough men around me until I safely return to Central Continent from Southern Continent. After the mission is accomplished, you receive the other half of the reward." "Who are we supposed to guard against?" one of the NPCs asked. "Everyone, thing, or person who might pose a threat to me," Leto said. "Even if there's a stumbling block in my path, you must remove it first. Don't let your guard down against threats from the Church of Light, just because I'm a member." He thought for a moment, then decided that for his own safety, he needed to make things clear to these adventurers from the countryside. "This isn't because I have any conflict with the Church. No, I am absolutely devout to God. It's just that the Church of Light is divided into factions, with many powerful factions. Now, due to some reasons, our Bresley family's ancestors have been misunderstood and questioned, and it's inevitable that some political enemies will take advantage of this situation to try and kill me." He quickly skipped over this topic and continued, "The Church sent me to the Southern Continent to obtain food to alleviate the urgent food shortage in the Holy City and the Holy Kingdom. This mission is also a matter of life and death for me, and since you've taken my money, you must help me avoid this disaster. During my time in the Southern Continent, you all have to handle my affairs, big and small. Whatever I ask you to do, you must do." The NPCs from the Earth Mother Church muttered a few words, their faces showing disdain. The adventurers exchanged glances but said nothing. Having played the game for so long, the players had developed a certain inexplicable bias towards the development team, naturally not believing that the quests would conflict with each other. Even if there were conflicts, they would only be for the sake of the game's plot, and they would just keep pushing forward. Their silence was taken as obedience by Leto, and the cat bishop was very satisfied. He waved his paw. "Let's go back to the camp, settle down, and then go gather livestock." He suddenly stopped and looked at the adventurers. "Does anyone know what kind of livestock the Southern Continent is famous for?" Having just finished the time quest, Crow Not Black, who had been pretending to be a cute black-nosed sheep for a long time, suddenly had a bright idea and shouted, "I know, the Southern Continent is famous for sheep. Cute black-nosed sheep, meat is tender and juicy, and not gamey at all. It's the finest delicacy." "Really?" Leto looked at the other adventurers suspiciously. "Is what she said true?" Players have an inexplicable tacit understanding when it comes to egging each other on, repeating phrases, and creating mischief. The moment the name, Cute Black-Nosed Sheep, was uttered, most of the adventurers present smiled knowingly. No one dared to contradict them. They all responded in perfect unison, "That's right. Cute Black-Nosed Sheep are the most delicious livestock. They grow fast and are very productive, incredibly plump." Several NPCs from the Earth Mother's Hall looked puzzled, but they were all trusted confidants sent by Nabu. Seeing these divine messengers admiring the Earth Mother's pets for their freshness and plumpness, they wisely kept quiet and didn't participate in the discussion. All the inconsistencies are the Earth Mother's arrangement. It doesn't matter if they don't understand. As long as the Earth Mother's plan succeeds, that's all that matters. Chapter 1346. Adventurers have their own methods of communication. Several hours later, Leto, who had just settled into the mansion, received a report from his new guards. The sheep had all been bought. Leto, who had just sat down to rest, thought, "These adventurers are incredibly efficient. You really do get what you pay for." Having long been accustomed to the Church of Light's habitually slow and drawn-out work pace, Leto now felt a sense of unreality. He stood up, walked to the window, drew back the curtains, and peered into the courtyard below. Sure enough, he saw a dense mass of white-furred, black-faced lambs bleating and shepherds. Leto, wow, is this a call to turn back right now? However, going back is out of the question for now. His brother hasn't made a comeback yet, and returning to the Central Continent so early wouldn't guarantee his safety. Staying in the insect and snake-infested Pittsrawl is worse than enjoying the close protection of adventurers in the Southern Continent. Besides, most importantly, the employment contract is signed, and half the money has already been prepaid. Going back early would be a huge loss. I still need to stick to the original plan and procrastinate a bit longer in the Southern Continent, waiting for news from my brother, Leo pondered. It can also lure out those enemies who want to harm me. Killing several birds with one stone works, he thought as he went downstairs to the courtyard. Hundreds upon hundreds of black-faced, white-haired sheep crowded his garden. Several sheep were crawling on the grass, in the flower beds, and even in the trees. Leto, wait, can sheep climb trees? He looked down at the sheep in front of him. The sheep's face was completely black, its features obscured, and at first glance, it was somewhat terrifying. But then the sheep bleated at him, its pink tongue contrasting against its black face. It was kind of cute. Leto licked his lips, feeling a bit hungry. He waved to a guard of the adventurers, pointing to the sheep staring at him. Roast it for me. I want to see if this sheep is any good. All right. I know a cook who makes the best roasted sheep. Black Crow rolled up his sleeves and led the sheep-turned-sheep Black Cat Sleepless into the kitchen. Leto looked at the yard full of bleeding sheep, his nose filled with the smell of lamb, and couldn't help but sneeze loudly. He pulled out a handkerchief to cover his mouth and nose, then waved to the shepherd in the courtyard. Go find the Earth Mother Church and rent a pasture. Raise the sheep first. Yes. The shepherd, Bilo from the Golden Land, agreed, driving the large flock of adventurers, who had transformed into adorable black-nosed sheep away. Leto covered his mouth and nose with the handkerchief and returned to the inner room, only then daring to let go and take a deep breath of fresh air. He told his trusted confidant, I test the sheep first to see if they taste good. If not, I return them. If they do, I transport this batch back to the Holy City and gauge the old guy's reaction. We need to find the right balance. Transporting too many at once won't work. If we finish too quickly, those old guys will give us even more trouble. Transporting too few won't work either. Transporting in small groups is not only expensive, but we also be laughed at for our incompetence. We also have to be careful that someone doesn't sabotage us. If they kill the sheep, they blame us. In a place like the Church of Light, surviving is incredibly difficult. Every detail is meticulously considered. Everyone was focused on infighting and guarding against their own infighting and sabotage, naturally resulting in extremely low efficiency and virtually no progress. His trusted confidant was the very same one who had experienced the catnip incident in the Dark City's Flower Street. He nodded expertly, accepting the order. Don't worry, sir, I handle this small matter. While Leto and his confidant were discussing things upstairs, the druid, Raven Not Black, had already restored the sheep, Black Cat Not Sleeping, who had been led into the kitchen, to human form. Black Cat Not Sleeping, dressed in a demon chef's outfit, took out the slaughtered lamb from his system inventory, skillfully applied marinade, and set up the stove. Leto was a clean cat who never lifted a finger in the kitchen and hated all oil and grease. He would rather die than go into the kitchen to watch people slaughter and roast lamb. This gave the adventurers the opportunity to switch the lambs out of their live prey. As for the lamb, the adventurers' inventory was full of delicious lamb from the new Golden Country, including both ewes and lambs, all fresh, uncontaminated, and of the highest quality. This plan really will work. Black Cat Doesn't Sleep muttered to himself while roasting lamb, while Crow Doesn't Black stood watch at the door. Although this idea came from a sudden flash of inspiration, the fact that the system issued the mission means we're on the right track, Crow Doesn't Black said. Don't say I didn't think of you. I called you over as soon as there was a mission. Black Cat Doesn't Sleep immediately fawned. Yes. Yes. Thank you for your guidance, sir. It's quite a coincidence. I was doing a mission in the Kingdom of Light, and the players there all received system notifications saying that the infighting between the Bresley family and Cardinal Boric Imson had temporarily settled, with the Bresley family defeated. Cardinal Boric plans to make a big show of things by launching a massive purge of the entire Kingdom of Light. All player passes will be subject to strict verification. The Lord instructed us to prepare in advance to change our identities. He exchanged a glance with Black Raven, and they both exclaimed in unison, that matches up. The events on both sides must be interconnected. Black Raven's mind flashed with inspiration. Cardinal Boric Imson took power and banished Leto of the Bresley family to the southern continent. Leto, fearing assassination by Cardinal Boric's men, preferred to spend a fortune hiring adventurers rather than trusting his own people from the Church of Light. Leto's purchase of livestock likely corresponds to the events of the players robbing the rich and helping the poor in the southern continent and the Holy City. The church's grain reserves were stolen, and now it's in dire need of funds, so it dumped this troublesome matter on Leto, sending him to the southern continent to plunder grain. Ever since the Don't Talk to Me team started robbing the Church of Light's tax collectors, and the Serve the People team set the precedent of robbing the rich to help the poor by plundering the Church of Light's granaries, a new world has opened up for players. Although both teams have been busy with dungeons and main storylines this year and haven't been robbing much, many new players have taken up the mantle, frequently raiding the Church of Light's granaries, stealing from one warehouse after another. Whenever the Church of Light is short of food, they open their warehouses only to find them empty. Under the players' relentless ant-like raiding, even the Church of Light's vast resources can't withstand such plundering. Chapter 1347. This year, the players didn't even bother with the tax officials. Not all players had the strength and confidence of the "Don't Talk to Me" team. Rather than confronting the tax officials, the new players preferred to transform into little octopuses and empty the warehouses storing tax grain. They always waited until the Church of Light had finished its inventory before making their move, ensuring all records were complete, leaving no scapegoat. This grain was then quickly stuffed into the unsearchable system backpacks of the adventurers and distributed free of charge to the poor of the Church of Light under various titles like God of Pastries, God of Snacks, B50 Fried Chicken God, etc. The Church of Light received neither grain nor faith. The high-ranking officials of the Church of Light were extremely distressed. They had collected a large amount of grain tax from the southern continent and the Church of Light, but once it was put into the warehouses, they were empty within days. Who could withstand this onslaught? The Church of Light had already intensified its exploitation efforts, levying exorbitant taxes and levies repeatedly. Besides the poll tax, there was a sales tax, and goods purchased were subject to an additional usage tax. All these methods had been exhausted, yet the problem of empty granaries remained unresolved. Instead, it fueled discontent among believers, turned the market into a stagnant, chaotic mess, and even drove itinerant merchants to avoid the lands of the Church of Light. It's true that leeks can grow, but if they aren't fertilized and watered, and are simply cut down to their bare roots, even the most resilient vegetable will not survive. Thus, Leto took on the impossible task of procuring food from the southern continent. The previous round of taxes had just been collected, and the new seeds had only recently been sown. Even though the southern continent was perpetually summer, it was currently the lean season, a time of scarcity for crops. While the people of the southern continent certainly had stored grain, no one would be foolish enough to sell it to the Church of Light. The merchants of the Earth Mother Church are all shrewd. While Nabu did obtain a batch of returned grain from the Lord of AMT County, this grain couldn't be openly released into the market. It would only circulate secretly within the Earth Mother Church's own internal channels. The people of the southern continent bought grain for their own consumption, and the price remained unchanged. But when the Church of Light bought grain, the price skyrocketed. In the eyes of the Church of Light, the fields of the southern continent had been plowed and exploited countless times. Even if Leto were to exhaust his wealth, he couldn't obtain enough rice to feed the entire holy city. It was an impossible mission. Although Emperor Hui of Jin's famous line, "Why don't they eat meat porridge?" is considered a prime example of ignorance of the people suffering, strangely, in this other world, it became an unusual solution. The soaring price of rice in the southern continent, for the Church of Light, didn't significantly affect the prices of livestock and meat products. In this unique world, it's not that plants don't grow, but rather that completely unpolluted plants struggle to thrive in a pristine environment. Southern continent, with its longest hours of sunshine, is teeming with various rough, unpalatable, or contaminated wild grasses and fruits. These things, unpalatable to humans, are highly prized by livestock and magical beasts. Of course, after consuming these wild grasses and fruits, it's unavoidable that livestock will have small amounts of contamination in their bodies. However, for those who can purify the contamination, the line between magical beasts and animals is inherently blurred. This is similar to pufferfish, which can be eaten after detoxification. The Church of Light, possessing holy water, has always been able to purify the contamination from the meat of magical beasts and animals. However, the production of holy water is costly, and this special privilege is naturally reserved for the Church's high-ranking members. Commoners have extremely limited opportunities to access holy water throughout the year, and even if they do manage to obtain it, it's usually nearing its expiration date or repeatedly used and essentially ineffective. In this church state, where class distinctions are stark and equality between people is non-existent, life is cruel. Bryce Brisley's plan was indeed feasible, but what they didn't know was that the Earth Mother had already pledged allegiance to a lord in AMT County. AMT County's adventurers filled the adventurer guilds and mercenary guilds of the southern continent, meaning that no matter where they hired whom, the missions would ultimately be assigned to adventurers from AMT County. Leto Brisley then purchased the Earth Mother's divine pets, transformed from the adventurers, at a high price. Given the southern continent's characteristic folly, no one would be so clever as to tell Leto the truth. He had no idea that all the money spent on buying sheep ended up in the sheep's pockets, and that each sheep's worth of money, if taken to the new Golden Land, could buy several sheep. Adventurers only needed to come here to play the role of sheep to earn the price difference, get close to the catboy bishop they had been longing for, and have a high chance of obtaining the subsequent mission to infiltrate the Church of Light. They were all overjoyed. Turning into a sheep was also easy, very similar to turning into an octopus. Simply chanting "Shove Nicholas," the adventurers would feel an indescribable warmth enveloping them, as if they had returned to their mother's amniotic fluid. This was undoubtedly the work of the Earth Mother. Unlike the projection of Cthulhu, Shove Nicholas is now locked in a divine war with the Earth Mother, a fierce and evenly matched battle. Their conflicting forces are intertwined, with the Earth Mother's consciousness gaining the upper hand. In the world of Osiria, any call to Shove Nicholas reaches the Earth Mother's ears, where she responds, bestowing upon her a trace of corrupting power neutralized by her. This corruption, neutralized by the Earth Mother, combined with the adventurer's own preconceived notions, and the resulting countless adorable black-nosed lambs, well, generally speaking, the latter has played a more significant role. The people of the Earth Mother's church naturally participated in the adventurer's plan. The NPC mercenaries infiltrated into the bodyguard teams were Nab's own trusted confidants. Nabu, having long cooperated with the adventurers, naturally knew that these adventurers would occasionally fall into a deep, unawakened sleep. When necessary, these mercenaries would cover for the adventurers. The NPCs recruited by the adventurers to participate in this plan also included people from the Golden City. To herd sheep, one naturally needs a shepherd. Knowing the inside story, Bilo could also cover for the sheep when they slept soundly, and simultaneously cooperate with the adventurers to slaughter the sheep, staging a dramatic transformation of a live sheep right under Leto's nose. Leto and his confidants were church nobles skilled in politics, infighting, and poisoning. They were shrewd enough to handle internal church struggles, but when it came to practical wisdom, they were completely clueless. They didn't even know how a live sheep could be turned into roasted lamb. Completely ignorant of farming and physically inept, they were utterly oblivious to the deception. Chapter 1348. The roast lamb is here. Crow Not Black, carrying a large platter of steaming, glistening, golden brown roast lamb, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, strode into the flower hall where Leto was. "My lord, please enjoy your meal." Leto's conversation with his confidant was interrupted, and he unconsciously frowned. The next second, his nose twitched, catching an incredibly alluring and domineering aroma of meat. The cat bishop's eyes widened with great interest, his ears and tail involuntarily swaying back and forth behind him. "Bring it here quickly." With such delicious food before him, Leto forgot that this was a flower hall for viewing flowers and not a restaurant, and all the etiquette was thrown to the back of his mind. At least, he didn't forget to cast a detection spell on the roast lamb. He exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? This meat isn't contaminated at all." "Crow Not Black, already prepared," replied. "Southern continent has long hours of sunshine, resulting in excellent purification. Meat naturally doesn't get much contamination. Just washing and marinating it with holy water before roasting will remove the last remaining impurities." Leto leaned towards his confidant. "Did you give them holy water?" The confidant nodded. "There's a bottle in the kitchen." With all the information matching up, Leto felt relieved. He cast another spell to check for toxins, and seeing nothing, he happily picked up the lamb leg and began to devour it, revealing his true half-orc nature. Even his confidant standing beside him shook his head repeatedly. It was no wonder that the high-ranking old men of the Church of Light disliked this cat-orc, who possessed what they considered inferior blood, yet firmly held a cardinal seat. The crow, not being black, looked at Leto with a smile, its eyes filled not with disdain, but with the contentment of a mother looking at her son. In the eyes of the adventurers, this was a rare opportunity to virtually raise a cat. Leto, his little tiger teeth cleaving through the roasted lamb leg, devoured the crispy exterior and tender interior, the irresistibly fragrant, golden brown, juicy meat. His bright, darting cat eyes, however, took in everything happening around him. "This confidant isn't very reliable," he thought. "These adventurers are all right, but they're a bit pricey." After finishing a lamb leg, Leto grabbed a handkerchief to wipe the grease from his mouth. "These sheep are good? Do as I said before, transport some back first. Make sure they're well protected. We can't let those old geezers harm them. Or perhaps we should bring the shepherd along too?" Crow Not Black kindly suggested. "Your confidant doesn't seem to know how to raise sheep. What if the sheep get dizzy, seasick, or lose their appetite on the way? He won't be able to tell if it's normal, disease, or poisoning. Professional tasks should be left to professionals, right?" "You're right," Leto said thoughtfully. "Bring him along too." "Then who will look after the sheep here?" the confidant asked hesitantly. "Just call a few more shepherds." Leto waved his hand impatiently. "If we can call one, we can call more." "Lord Leto is right," Crow Not Black chimed in at the opportune moment. "Leave such a small matter to us. We guarantee we handle it perfectly." Leto was increasingly satisfied with the adventurers. He waved his hand. "Take this mutton away, and call someone who knows how to groom sheep." Crow Not Black's eyes lit up. Was this a cat-petting bonus quest? She said eagerly. Me? Me. I'm the best at grooming. Grooming, manicuring, trimming claws, cleaning ears. I can do everything. How come you guys know everything? Fine, let's give it a try. If you dare to lie to me, I make you regret it. With her extensive experience petting cats and confidence that her skills could tame any difficult stray cat, Crow Not Black chuckled confidently. Don't worry. Who says this mission isn't great? Paid cat petting with merit achievements. She's going to rave about the development team. Adventurers from all corners of the world each possessed unique skills, and compared to the incompetent and useless members of the Church of Light, they quickly displayed their charm, completely captivating the heart of the cat-like cardinal. Crow Not Black quickly secured a place for herself alongside Leto thanks to her intelligence and cat-petting skills, while Leto's former confidant was given an important task, leading an adventurer who helped herd sheep, the shepherd Bilo, and the first flock of sheep once again boarded the ship bound for Middle-earth. To be honest, this middle-aged confidant wasn't disloyal. It's just that he'd been by Leto's side for a long time and had witnessed the young master's unreliable behavior many times. His disdain would often seep into his eyes, naturally irritating the sensitive young man. Meanwhile, in the western half of the continent of Osiria, on the territory of the Church of Light, a bloody storm was brewing as expected. Everyone, produce your passes for inspection. Where are your goods? Where are your goods? Hey, spices. Good stuff. Inspection failed. Detain both the man and the goods. Make sure his family brings money to ransom him. This is heresy. That's heresy too. Detain them all, take them back to the warehouse. What? You're not convinced? I'm from the Inquisition. If I say you're heretics, then you're heretics. Anyone who dares to look at me again will have their eyes gouged out. The newly appointed inquisitors swaggered and abused their power, making the most of their newfound authority. They seized every opportunity, tearing off their last pretense of civility, and the once empty warehouses and dungeons were instantly filled to capacity. The adventurers had already received the system notification. One by one, they either stuffed their belongings into their backpacks and tumbled into the sewers like little octopuses, or opened teleportation scrolls, recorded their location, and teleported back home. When a storm hits, it's not the powerful aircraft carriers that are tossed about in the waves, only fragile small boats are capsized and shattered by the storm. The adventurers had their own methods of dealing with this. After going underground, they still managed to reappear from time to time, adding to the troubles of the Church of Light. They were masters of guerrilla tactics passed down from their ancestors: retreat when the enemy advances, harass when the enemy camps, attack when the enemy tires, and pursue when the enemy retreats. In the dead of night, near the high-ranking officials of the papacy, they would play a specially made funeral dirge, the three-part funeral, on swonas, a type of double-reed wind instrument, then vanish without a trace. After searching to no avail, just as people were lying back down in bed, drifting off to sleep, a new round of performances would begin, the eerie, mournful howls assaulting their senses once more. Bishop Boric Empson, damn it! The innocent, unfortunate merchants had all been arrested, but now, with teleportation scrolls recording teleportation points, adventurers could also appear and disappear unpredictably, selling goods to the poor. As the saying goes, every beginning is difficult. The hard times without teleportation coordinates were long gone. Now, adventurers could completely disregard the Church of Light, moving freely throughout their territory. Chapter 1349. In most online games, exploring unexplored maps is often limited by various constraints: invisible walls, main quest lines, high-level monsters, lack of teleportation points, etc. However, as the story progresses into the later stages, after exploring crystals and unlocking wind portals, players no longer need to rely on their own 2 feet to go anywhere. There are plenty of ways to save time and energy. This design is naturally based on a combination of player psychology, online time, and novelty considerations. Whenever players arrive at a new location, their curiosity and desire to explore the new environment reach their peak. At this point, players won't mind slowing down and exploring on foot, allowing the development team to increase player online time by setting up small obstacles. But the novelty of this exploration can only last once or twice. After that, convenience, time-saving, and speed will take over. Of course, in the realistic alternate world of Osiria, the game designer's starting point wasn't to intentionally extend players' online time, but rather to be genuinely limited by real-world conditions. Spatial teleportation is an extremely precise science. Even the all-knowing Lamar, the little Doryman, cannot generate teleportation coordinates out of thin air. The slightest error could result in adventurers being decapitated, stuck in walls, or trapped in trees during teleportation. Such a bug is beyond the fix even for GMs. However, once adventurers manage to slip through the cracks and gain access to the Church of Light's kingdom, it's too late for the church to close the door now. Coordinates cannot be created out of thin air, but they can be infinitely copied. As long as one adventurer overcomes all obstacles to reach the designated location and records the safe coordinates, Lamar can use those coordinates to infinitely generate teleportation scrolls, allowing adventurers to reappear repeatedly in the same places they've been before, without any hindrance. This is practically the perfect prerequisite for guerrilla warfare. The only difficulty and pressure rests entirely on the shoulders of the first adventurer to set foot on a piece of land, but this minor issue is completely disregarded by the omnipotent adventurers. Give them the achievement title of Pathfinder, and countless adventurers will rush forward, stumbling and crawling, attempting to traverse every corner of the entire continent, 100% coverage, far more meticulous than a robotic vacuum cleaner. MOU had been urging the adventurers and Leah to collect usable coordinates from a very early stage, precisely to guard against any trouble caused by the Church of Light. Although this political upheaval in the Inquisition wasn't directly aimed at the adventurers, it had still caused them considerable trouble. Of course, those truly most affected were the ordinary believers at the bottom of the Church of Light. Adventurers always pride themselves on being messengers of justice, saviors and great heroes of Oziria. They're always ready to help those in need, so naturally they wouldn't stand by and watch innocent NPCs suffer. The Church of Light, with its cult-like practices, is naturally seen as the ultimate villain. As heroes, providing the people with clothing, food, and medicine, while causing trouble for the villains and raiding their warehouses, is perfectly reasonable. Thus, guerrilla warfare raged on. Amo, whose pen name is June, not June, and who is a mushroom king, has been living underground in the holy city of Jolanda for quite some time. Aside from occasionally returning to town for limited-time holiday quests, she's practically made her home in this underground sewer system, where she's grown mushrooms in this particularly spacious, interconnected, water-rich, and well-lit area. As the first person to develop large-scale mushroom farming in this game, she unfortunately died more than a dozen times during her research, but this small problem that could be solved with a few gold coins was nothing to adventurers. After this period of hard work, she had filled every area they didn't usually frequent in the underground waterways of the entire holy city of Juralanda with mushrooms. If the people of the Church of Light saw this, they would probably scream and faint on the spot. From AMO's perspective, this was an ideal environment for growing mushrooms, not to mention that they had discovered a pool of holy water directly beneath the holy city cathedral that they could use at will. With a continuous supply of free holy water, no player could deny. This must be the strategy designed by the development team. MOU, whatever makes you happy. Of course, AMO and her team did more than just grow mushrooms here every day. They also discovered many mechanisms in this underground waterway and dug through an outer wall of the mountain outside the holy city, building a small platform on the cliff and exploiting a teleportation bug. The entire holy city is a forbidden teleportation zone. Only teleportation scrolls issued by the Church of Light can be used. However, the illegally constructed platform built by Amo and her companions happens to be outside the holy city's boundaries, yet it connects to the underground waterways. Positioning the teleportation scroll here allows adventurers to freely enter every corner of the holy city through the underground waterways. Guo Lu has made a fortune selling these teleportation scrolls that allow entry into the holy city of Jurlanda. Now that the adventurers' operations have shifted underground, changing from positional warfare to guerrilla warfare, their small teams have become a sharp dagger deeply embedded in the enemy's heart, guides, and supporters of all operations within the holy city. To thank their companions for their assistance, passing adventurers bring them various rare resources, important equipment, and delicious food. After all, even the most delicious mushrooms can become tiresome if eaten in excess. They made their fortune solely from developing the underground waterways, guiding people, and cultivating mushrooms. When they got tired of it, they would use teleportation scrolls to return to town and have some fun, then come back again. After living this comfortable life for so long, Mushroom started to think he was the king of this underground world. Recently, she received a new commission from the adventurer Qian Qi Changyi and her specially formed, Shameless Band. This band of adventurers truly lived up to its name, playing outside the windows of various cardinals every night until the early hours of the morning. Cardinal Boric Imson, who had just taken over the Inquisition and caused a series of outrageous incidents, was the first to be bothered, unable to get a good night's sleep for a whole week. Cardinal Pendra, who had been on the same side as Cardinal Boric Imson for many years, was not much better off. When the mournful wailing sounded on the first night, The wicked cardinal thought it was a female ghost coming to claim his life. He hid under the shrine in his house all night, trembling and praying incessantly. The next day, he moved into the cathedral, and didn't dare to leave for a whole week. Chapter 1350. Pendra Nork, his eyes bloodshot, slammed his fist on the table. Heretical. This must be heresy. Investigate thoroughly. Investigate. Boric Imson, equally ashen-faced with swollen eye bags, looked as if he were on the verge of death. If he weren't a superhuman, more than heresy, I think it's more like someone's playing tricks. Pendra paused, suddenly realizing, you mean? Bresley. We just seized his power, and now someone's playing tricks in the middle of the night. It's hard to say there's no connection. But we can't catch them, so we have no evidence. Boric could fabricate baseless accusations against clueless commoners with no background or connections, but against the deeply entrenched Bresley family, who had only recently fallen from power, he couldn't just accuse them based on baseless conjecture. False accusations also come at a price. They had to proceed with caution. Bryce Bresley hasn't left his house since. The doors and windows are tightly shut, as if he's completely oblivious to everything outside. Even after we sent Leto to Middle-earth, he hasn't reacted at all, which is highly unusual. Bryce Bresley is a cunning and treacherous fellow. He doesn't like to get his hands dirty. Do you remember that sibling rivalry in his family? Bryce didn't return until everything was settled, and everyone only found out at the very last moment that he and Leto were in cahoots. You mean? Pendra drew a circle with his index finger, omitting a few key words. There are Bryce's men? Absolutely. We have to get ahead of the game and dig these moles out. Just as Boric and Pendra were getting into their secret plot, a loud bang came from outside the church. Immediately afterward, the familiar, mournful din they had been hearing for days, like a sobbing lament, filled their heads and made their hearts pound. This is the Holy City Cathedral. How dare they? Cardinal Boric slammed his fist on the table. Guards! Guards! Seize these audacious madmen. Don't let them escape. To their surprise, this time, the madmen who had disturbed their sleep didn't disappear immediately. They remained where they were, giving Cardinal Pendra the middle finger as he peered out the window. Cardinal Pendra, shock. Although he didn't know what the middle finger gesture meant, he guessed it must be extremely vulgar. His pent-up resentment from the past few days was suddenly ignited. Driven by fervor, he grabbed Cardinal Boric Imson and ran outside. Let's go. We must catch these despicable bandits tonight. The guards stationed in the Holy City Cathedral poured out, and the madmen, who were still playing their instruments, began to move. They started to run. Chase them. Cardinal Pendra shouted, chase them. Everyone charge. Surround them. Encircle them. Surround them. Don't let them escape. Cardinal Boric, who had been sleep-deprived for a whole week, had his last remaining shred of reason snapped, his mind consumed by the desire to capture these despicable fellows and hang them upside down for torture. Yes, sir. More and more guards joined the manhunt, and a long, long line of soldiers followed behind the fleeing band, like a train traveling through the night. The guards in the Holy City Cathedral, along with 2 cardinals, had all rushed out to arrest someone. Suddenly, the cover of the sewer beside the holy water pool shifted, as if someone had moved it from underneath. A head popped out of the sewer, looked around for a moment, and seeing no one was around, quickly crawled out, pulling its companion out as well. This group was none other than Amo, Mijuan, and Guadalu's team. The guards have all been lured away. Quick! We have about an hour before they return, Amo said in the team chat. Offing will guard the waterway and ensure our escape route is clear. Mijuan, use stealth to lead the charge. Let's go! This time, we must find that secret library. Amo and the others had come with a mission. Having spent so much time in the Holy City, besides establishing their underground mushroom cultivation base, they, as the self-proclaimed first intelligence group of guerrillas deep behind enemy lines, had naturally obtained a great deal of useful intelligence. This intelligence mostly came from conversations they overheard between various soldiers and bishops of the Church of Light. People always gossip about everything when they are frightened or when a major event occurs. After the dream disaster, the whispers and murmurs in the Holy City never stopped, and the peak of rumors and gossip occurred during the height of political infighting and the period when the dust settled. One day, while Guadalu was wandering around, while investigating, he overheard a conversation between several inquisitors who were about to be transferred. They were worried about their superior's downfall, their own precarious future, and of course, the rumors that evidence was hidden in the secret library of the Holy City Cathedral. Guadalu immediately triggered the system push mission, and after several days of investigation, They had basically pinpointed the location of the secret library within the Holy City Cathedral. This secret library is located in the center of the Holy City Cathedral, with its entrance situated between the offices of 2 cardinals. It is said to contain various accounts of the Church of Light over the years, as well as numerous pieces of evidence of its misdeeds. The Holy City of Gerlanda, as the political and religious center of the Church of Light, boasts over 100 churches of varying sizes. While the Holy City Cathedral is not the largest, it is the most important. It is practically the cardinal's daily office, where intelligence exchanges take place, making it the most heavily guarded location. The assassin, Mysterious Illusion, had scouted this place many times, but each time he encountered guards before reaching the halfway point, forcing him to turn back. Coincidentally, this time he encountered the mischievous band, wanting to cause trouble, and the 2 players conspired to devise this plan. The shameless band, with guerrilla-style fighting near the beds of the 2 cardinals every night, banging drums, and playing the funeral trilogy, keeping the cardinals awake and fueling their resentment. This way, they could wait until both cardinals were inside the church before launching another attack, luring the enemy out of their lair, and drawing all the guards out of the Holy City Cathedral. Meanwhile, Amo's team would enter the church through the underground sewers, heading straight for the secret library to retrieve crucial evidence. I hope the guys can hold out a little longer, Amo said. Let's move fast, charge. The path had already been mostly scouted by Mystic, and they easily climbed 3 floors before encountering their first guard. Chapter 1351. Amo reached into her pocket and pulled out a tiny mushroom. Magic, marionette. The tiny mushroom, suspended by strings, silently appeared behind the guard. It stretched out a long, thin mushroom hand and poked the guard's shoulder. Ah! The guard had barely turned around when, before he could even figure out what was happening or who was poking him, he was sprayed head-on with countless spores. He silently clutched his throat and slowly collapsed. Countless mushrooms sprouted from his mouth, nose, ears, and eyes, completely blocking his esophagus and trachea, rendering him utterly unable to utter a sound. Gualu crouched down and poked the guard. Mo, isn't your mushroom even more amazing now? This is my latest mushroom strain, cultivated with a lot of holy water. Its reproductive ability is super strong. Mo chuckled, putting the mushroom and the silk thread back into his backpack. It won't be long before it grows into a huge clump of mushrooms. Let's hurry up and leave. The entrance should be just ahead. Mihuan opened a door and peeked inside. This should be Cardinal Pendra's office. How do you know? Gualu asked curiously. Mihuan stepped back from the doorway, opening it wider. He pointed inside and said, "See for yourself?" Gualu peeked in and saw a huge oil painting hanging behind the desk directly opposite. The painting naturally depicted Pendra's ugly, old face, twice the size of his real appearance. Okay, I get it. No one would hang such an ugly painting except in his own office. The entrance should be nearby, said Amo, opening the door to the next room. This is Borik's office. According to our intelligence, the entrance to the secret library should be between these 2 offices. Mihuan asked doubtfully, but there's a wall here. Are there mechanisms? Let's split up. Amo and Mihuan each entered an office, while Gualu felt around on the pillars and walls in the corridor. Suddenly, the sound of mechanisms turning came from both rooms. Gualu turned around and saw the walls slowly cracking open, revealing a large, dark door. Found it. Amo ran out of the office, her face beaming. So there's a candlestick mechanism in each of these 2 offices. You have to turn both sides to open the secret door. This design requires 2 cardinals to activate the mechanism together to enter the secret library? Gualu scratched his head. But the doors aren't locked or closed here. Is this design even useful? It's definitely useful normally, Mihuan said. Normally, this place is heavily guarded. Who would dare enter their offices except for the cardinals themselves? If they hadn't been so enraged by the band, these 2 cardinals wouldn't have chased after us with the doors wide open. Frankly, our plan worked. The 3 of them talked as they walked down the secret passage, then stood dumbfounded in front of the tightly closed door. We spoke too soon, Amo said. The lock is here. What kind of lock is this? Can it be pried open? Gualu asked. Mihuan used her skill on the lock, then shook her head. No, it won't open. What do we do now? We're already this far. We can't just turn back. Gualu said anxiously. We're just 1 door away. Wait, there's a crack in the door. A moment later, a cartilaginous octopus flattened itself, slid into the narrow gap between the bottom of the door and the ground. A while later, the door opened from the inside, and the octopus ball waved its tentacles at its 2 teammates outside. Come on. The rest was much easier. These adventurers didn't care whether the library contained ledgers or banned books, evidence or pornography, treasure or junk. Anything they could take from the shelves, they stuffed into their backpacks. If they couldn't take it, they took the shelves too. A dozen minutes later, the secret library was empty. Even a layer of plaster had been peeled off the walls. The three adventurers stealthily slipped out of the secret library's door, which clicked shut and locked automatically. The three retraced their steps, straightening the mechanisms along the way, collecting the giant mushrooms that the guards had transformed into, and erasing all traces of their presence before returning to the holy water pool. The lookout, whose name was Wind will blow away your IQ, frantically gestured to them. Quick! Quick! They're coming back. The group slipped back into the waterway one by one. Octopus 6, at the back of the line, darted into the ditch, its tentacles pulling the lid shut. The moment the lid closed, a commotion erupted at the entrance, and a large crowd surged in. Damn it, they escaped again. It's strange, even though it was a cloudless night, a cloud of red mist suddenly appeared and blocked our path. My God. That chilling wind just now sent shivers down my spine. And that shrill laughter of a woman almost scared me to death. I vaguely saw a group of figures in that red mist, carrying a square thing on their shoulders, like a box, but taller than a person. And someone scattering paper scraps. They all landed on me. I heard someone shouting new bride getting into the sedan chair toll money. I don't know what they were saying, but it felt so scary. Do you think this is some kind of ghost story? This is the holy city of Gerlanda, under the feet of the gods. Where would a ghost be haunting us? It must be some trick by thieves. Shoo, keep your voice down. The two cardinals are furious that we didn't catch those thieves tonight. Don't go looking for trouble. Heretics, definitely heretics. Amo and the others held their breath in the sewers, listening to the sounds above for a while, until the voices and footsteps faded into the distance before they began to leave. The shameless band should have escaped successfully, right? Yeah, I just contacted Chang'e. She said everyone escaped, and they even put on a Ghost Bride performance in the chaos. It's just that those clueless guys from the Church of Light don't understand Chinese horror aesthetics at all. They didn't get it. Well, this is supposed to be a Western fantasy game. Next time, let them try Corpse Bride, the Tim Burton kind, not the Hong Kong-style Taoist kind. Time to go back and turn in the quest. Chapter 1352. 1 week later. Cardinal Pendraw was enjoying his breakfast on the street-facing terrace on the 3rd floor of the church. This was his most cherished moment. With such delicious food before him, high above, watching the masses come and go below, bowing and worshipping him, was truly a blissful experience. His breakfast was extremely lavish, filled with delicacies that the poor could never afford in their entire lives. Live lobsters, transported from the port city of Pitlow by Pegasus, were gutted while still lively, their translucent, jade-like meat extracted, marinated in a special spirit, and then grilled over a fierce fire. Each piece of lobster meat was crispy at the edges, pure white inside, tender and chewy with the aroma of flames, and drizzled with a special sauce made from lobster brain roe, utterly delicious. The fattened pigs, raised with holy water from the Church of Light, are smoked, salted, and processed through 49 steps to create the finest ham and bacon, which are then thinly sliced before being served. Each slice displays a beautiful distribution of deep red muscle and white, snowflake-like fat. Upon tasting, the fat melts in the mouth, releasing aromas of oil, spices, and flowers that linger on the palate. Even the bread on his plate is the softest white bread. Each pound of wheat is ground and sifted dozens of times to extract even a tiny fraction of the finest, purest white flour, all of which is used here. The Church of Light's best bakers then knead, ferment, and bake it, serving it with garlic butter and cheese. The steaming hot bread is just the right temperature to melt the chilled butter and cheese. One bite is like ice cream bursting in your mouth, rich and flavorful, enveloped in the warmth of the bread. Finally, paired with a fine wine from the Paganda Valley region of the Church of Light, one sip reveals a rich berry flavor, a delicate rose aroma, and a hint of applewood. This is the finest wine in the world, certainly not the disgusting, inferior product distilled from the urine of Hendrick's horses by the poor who couldn't afford real wine. Cardinal Pendraw couldn't fathom how the first person discovered that Hendrick's horses excrete large amounts of alcohol produced in their bodies through urine after strenuous exercise, or how they suddenly had the ingenuity to apply this discovery to the winemaking industry. The fact is, this crudely made wine, often contaminated with impurities due to poor processing, was especially popular among the poor in impoverished and food-scarce regions. After all, this stuff was practically a product of waste utilization, cheap, and incredibly strong, A small cup of distillate could be diluted with water to produce a whole barrel of spirits, practically free. Of course, Cardinal Pendraw, a pampered high-ranking member of the church, could never imagine the extent to which these impoverished people, who couldn't even afford food, would expand their minds for such a moment of intoxication, or what kind of suffering and side effects they would be willing to endure for these brief few hours. A few hours where they could cast aside all their troubles, and recklessly indulge in a beautiful dream to escape reality. The cardinal always assumed that these impoverished people would save every penny they earned for the better tomorrow they longed for, but the truth is, there are far more people in the world who live for the moment. Since the better tomorrow that the impoverished people longed for would never come, then indulging in a beautiful dream under the influence of alcohol was the only solace that kept them going. What harm is there to the body? What are these impurities and inferior ingredients? What do these things matter to people whose lives are precarious, who could die unexpectedly at any moment? By the time the side effects of these things accumulate enough to kill them, they'd probably be rotting away in the ground, their bones already turned to dust. What a beautiful morning! The rising sun was warm and inviting, breakfast was delicious and satisfying, and he could see the busy ant-like poor rushing to and fro at his feet, yet bowing in worship as they passed his terrace. That annoying band of ghosts hadn't shown up for 3 days. He didn't know if they'd gotten tired of playing or had finally been caught somewhere. Of course, Cardinal Pendraw hadn't received any such reports, but he sincerely hoped that was why those vermin had disappeared. However, his hopes were quickly dashed. Beep! The familiar sound of a swan horn pierced the sky. Cardinal Pendraw, who was enjoying a glass of wine, choked violently, spitting out a mouthful of wine. He didn't even have time to wipe his mouth before hurriedly leaning out from the terrace. He witnessed a bizarre scene he would never forget. 2 plumes of red mist erupted from either side of the street, exactly like the scene they had witnessed a week ago when they were tracking the ghost band. Only this time, under the bright blue sky, a group of strange figures dressed in white robes embroidered with gold thread, their attire somewhat similar to the traditional clothing of their Church of Light, but wearing ghost masks, masks that were absolutely not found in the Church of Light, stepped out of the red mist. At the forefront was a group of people scattering paper offerings, followed by the ghost band banging drums and playing swana horns. At the rear were 8 people carrying a red wooden box, about the height of a person, with a door in front, covered by a red curtain. What the hell? Cardinal Pendraw was stunned, not even noticing the wine glass he dropped, spilling onto his foot. He reached out and caught a piece of paper fluttering in the air, and was astonished to find it covered in tiny print. He read it carefully, his pupil shrinking instantly. This is. The thin, square pieces of paper, or rather, leaflets or tabloids, were densely covered with extremely small yet remarkably clear text, each word detailing the atrocities committed by the Church of Light, even including numerous details that shouldn't be known to the outside world. How many people had been arrested, how many had been killed, how much property, land, farmland, and farmland had been seized. Each sheet, each page, described one of the Church of Light's evil deeds. The fluttering pieces of paper, like snowflakes, had silently poured out from all over the city, covering everything. The account books, crystal clear yet dripping with blood, stood out even more eerily against the crimson mist and the bright red sedan chair. Is what's written here true? I heard about this. I never imagined the truth would be like this. Our church orchestrated all this tragedy? Is this still the church we trusted? Guards! Guards! Bishop Pendraw screamed in terror, arrest all these people. Confiscate these pieces of paper. Quickly! Quickly! He himself rushed frantically into Boric's office, ordering the mechanism to be activated. The 2 cardinals simultaneously pulled the candlesticks, and the mechanism immediately activated, opening a hidden door in the wall. Chapter 1353. Cardinal Pendraw rushed to the door, half relieved. The door is still locked. However, doubt arose again the next second. Everything written on those leaflets was a deeply hidden secret of the Church of Light. Logically, only this place should possess the files and evidence, and it should be jointly guarded by the 2 cardinals. Cardinal Boric sensed something was wrong and barked, "Get out of the way." He shoved Pendraw aside, quickly unlocked the door, and pushed it open. The room was completely empty. The bookshelves, the files, the evidence, even the wallpaper was gone. What? How could this be? Cardinal Boric froze, unable to even form a complete sentence. Cardinal Pendraw slumped to the floor, muttering in a daze, "It's over, everything is over." The ledgers, files, and evidence recording all the ugly and shameful deeds of the Church of Light had been taken away by unknown assailants, and those who guarded them hadn't even seen the records. The theft was only discovered after the leaflets and tabloids detailing these heinous acts were scattered throughout the city. What utter negligence! Compared to the Bresley family, who seemingly became the target of public criticism, but were actually scapegoated for the greed of the God of Light, this was a truly fatal mistake. Quick, catch those people. Boric was the first to react. Perhaps we can still atone for our sins. If they missed even this last chance, then it would truly be the end. What they didn't realize was that it was already too late. Not only in the holy city of Jalanda, but on every inch of land in the entire Kingdom of Light, where adventurers had set foot, the exact same thing was happening. Well, perhaps other places don't have so many gimmicks and performances, but the leaflets flying everywhere, filled with evidence of the Church of Light's crimes, are the constant protagonists on these stages. The previous dream disaster had already made many people question the Church of Light, but that was, after all, an old story from the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation long ago. While it served as a wake-up call, many still believed those tragedies were unrelated to them. But now, more and more revelations are emerging. Every town has its own unsolved injustices, and everyone can find events they can empathize with. Even the most devout followers of the Church of Light are beginning to waver. Robbery, arson, murder, and plunder. God, is this the church we believe in? This leaflet. The victim listed on it is my aunt. She died tragically in the street, and the murderer has never been found, apparently because she offended the bishop. The time, the place, the unknown clues. Everything matches up. Our ancestors once offered up the Holy Son, and now you're telling me that the Holy Sons are just discarded shells of God. Oh! No. What has our family done? I know about that gold mine outside the city. I always thought the mine owner's family died suddenly from a plague, but this says the church poisoned the well water. The symptoms match, and the gold mine, having lost its owner, belongs to the church. How can we still believe in the church after this? Once you have wealth, you be targeted. How are we supposed to live? Ha, you rich people only realize this now? How ridiculous. Look at the lives we poor people live, the kind of sandy bread we eat. Before, there was no comparison, and we believed the evil of the Church of Light. But now look at the God of Pastry. That is a truly merciful deity. They always say we are sinful, making us spend money to atone for our sins. But in the end, it is these priests who have committed the worst. Whose forgiveness are we seeking? A believer's trust in the church and in God is faith, but people's trust is always very fragile. Once betrayed, or even just given a reason to doubt, it collapses like snow on a slope at the slightest breeze. All of this is simply the culmination of the Church of Light's past evil deeds, the long-accumulated resentment of the people. Leaving aside distant events, just consider the recent infighting within the Inquisition, which has caused immense suffering to the people. Now, once the anger is ignited, it is uncontrollable. In the end, it is nothing more than the feedback loop of karmic retribution. At first, people were just observing the situation, but these observations quickly turned into personal attacks. Gossip morphed into questioning, and questioning into anger. Desperate to quell the unrest, the priests of the Church of Light chose the worst possible path, violent suppression. The conflict erupted suddenly, and in every place, countless warriors stepped forward to protect the vulnerable civilians. Each one a powerful superhuman, possessing exceptional skills, and working in perfect harmony, they subdued the Church of Light priests, who attempted to harm the innocent before the people could even react. Those who escaped death were grateful for their good fortune and thankful for the warriors' intervention, without even considering checking their passes or identification documents. Warriors, adventurers' plan in place. Cardinal Boric and Cardinal Pendraw are unaware that they are about to face a storm that will ravage the entire Kingdom of Light. They are still leading their guards to hunt down those troublemaking, leaflet-spreading, and charlatan bands. Teleportation magic is forbidden in the holy city of Jalanda, and these people's attire is so distinctive that they should have nowhere to escape under everyone's watchful eyes. Party shallow bites Jungi. Brothers, speed up. Turn left ahead, leave them 2 blocks behind, and then turn into sheep. If anyone falls behind, paying players can choose to log off immediately. Don't be stupid and choose the wrong tier and leave your body outside. The players took off running as fast as they could, outrunning their pursuers several blocks ahead on foot even though mounts are forbidden in the holy city. After all, neither the zombies nor the alchemical puppets are afraid of panting until their lungs explode, their hearts race, their blood boil, or they feel tired and have little muscle soreness. They are far superior to the lazy, good-for-nothing guards of the Church of Light, who are always slacking off when they can't move. The system also made things incredibly easy for players doing this task. A huge pathfinding arrow was marked in the center of their field of vision. Safe routes were green, turning yellow when danger began to approach, and bright red when danger was in sight. It was all crystal clear. Their destination this time was the sheep farm in the holy city of Jurlanda. The first batch of adorable black-nosed sheep from the southern continent had already been personally escorted to the farm by Leto Bresley's trusted men. Chapter 1354. Inside the sheep farm, Yuri, the shepherd, was diligently counting his sheep. Yuri was an honest 8-year-old boy. He was hard-working, but a bit slow. He always struggled with counting, especially numbers over 100. Nowhere else would Yuri be a shepherd. How could anyone entrust sheep to someone who couldn't even count how many sheep he had? But things were a little different at the Church of Light. Yuri's clumsiness suddenly became his talent. Here, the people coming and going were mostly high-ranking church officials and servants of dignitaries. Some accounts didn't need to be too clear. Of course, as a simple-minded and honest child, Yuri didn't understand these intricacies. He simply felt that Priest Mordorf, who was in charge of the farm, was a very good person to have him work there to support his ailing, bedridden mother. Therefore, he had long ago resolved to take good care of the sheep to repay Priest Mordorf's kindness. Priest Mordorf, however, didn't seem to care. The sheep farm was church property, and he was just a lowly priest. In the holy city of Jurlanda, where high-ranking officials gathered and even a discarded brick could hit 3 influential figures, even the archbishop couldn't be too presumptuous, let alone a mere priest. Anyone with a bit of status or influence could come and take advantage of their sheep farm, buying one, stealing one. It was no big deal. For ordinary people, getting meat was difficult, but for the wealthy and powerful and their servants, it was a commonplace daily occurrence. Priest Mordorf only dared to drive away the commoners, who were neither qualified nor able to afford meat, but he was subservient to his wicked servants, not daring to utter a single word of dissent. Ultimately, what did the unbalanced accounts of the sheep farm have to do with him? In a bad year, sheep were prone to dying. And if they were dead, who could say for sure whether they were dragged out to be buried, taken back by the servants, or taken by him himself? Priest Mordorf couldn't afford to offend anyone, but he was also adept at cultivating relationships. Through these sheep, he had forged drinking buddies with the servants of powerful and influential people. He dared not speak of anything else, but if anyone dared to cause trouble or investigate the accounts at the sheep farm, Mordorf could easily find many of his connections to help him. However, the shrewd Mordorf now faced a problem. As the saying goes, when gods fight, mortals suffer. The Bresley family clashed with Cardinal Boric Imson and Cardinal Pindra Noc. Cardinal Leto was dispatched to the southern continent to purchase grain, but returned with 300 black-faced, white-haired sheep, all of which were crammed into his ranch. Mordorf, his face contorted with misery, looked at Bull Malik Bresley, a trusted lieutenant of the Bresley family who had seized his ranch. "Sir, you're trying to kill me!" Bull Malik's eyes widened, and he roared, "Nonsense! I told you to look after the sheep. How is that going to kill you? Isn't that your job? I just wanted you to keep an eye on these sheep, to make sure no one poisons them, and to prevent anyone from stealing them. That's Cardinal Leto's order. Aren't you trying to kill me? Everyone knows my sheep die and go missing quickly," Mordor said with a bitter smile. Bull Malik glared at him. "Nonsense! You see a sheep get fat and say it died of heat stroke, then you're out eating mutton hot pot with your friends. Of course, more sheep will go missing and die. But let me make this clear. I don't care what happens to your own sheep, but if even one of these goes missing or dies, I skin you alive." Mordorf had no choice but to call Yuri over in front of Bull Malik. "Count all those black-faced sheep. Make sure you know exactly how many there are, so you don't blame us if the numbers don't match." "Hey!" Bull Malik laughed angrily. "You still don't believe me? 300, not one more, not one less, transported all the way from the south." Mordor said with a forced smile, count them carefully, it's better for everyone to have a proper handover." So Yuri went to the sheepfold. Yuri counted the sheep, 1, 2, 10, 50. 15? He blinked in confusion, looking at the sheepfold on his right. These were the sheep he had just counted. There should have been 50, but when he looked away for a moment and then looked back, there were only 15 left. The boy scratched his head and looked at the sheepfold on his left. 1, 2, 7, 20. 35. Quick, back online. Back online, bro, sorry, I'm a pay-to-win player, forgot to switch offline mode. Now you're sheep, even offline you have to pretend to be asleep here. That kid seemed to suspect us. It's okay, I'm back now. Offline mode fixed, I'm leaving." After counting the sheep in the left sheepfold, Yuri looked at the sheepfold on his right, his eyes widening. How come there are so many more sheep now? A few standing sheep slowly grazed and walked away, revealing piles of curly-haired lambs sleeping soundly together. Yuri breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, these sheep just lay down when they fell asleep. They're all piled up so high I can't see them clearly. Oh well, let's count them again. The child simply went into the sheep pen on the right and started counting the sheep one by one, 1, 2. Outside the sheep pen on the left, several figures nimbly scaled the wall. They were still human figures when they rolled into the pen, but when they stood up again, they were black-faced, curly-haired white sheep. Their clothes and belongings that had fallen to the ground were instantly collected into their backpacks. The whole process was exceptionally quiet and smooth, without disturbing the child counting sheep so close by. 100. Yuri finally finished counting the sheep in the right pen. The number is correct. He turned back to the sheep pen on the left, blinking in confusion. Were there really this many sheep? The sheep, feeling guilty, lowered their heads to graze. Their faces were dark enough that no matter how the child looked, he couldn't possibly see any guilt in a black-faced sheep. 1, 2. Yuri entered the left pen and started counting again. Just then, a commotion arose from the road outside. A group of guards shouted, "Chase them! Arrest them!" Running past the fence surrounding the sheep pen, Yuri looked up in confusion, muttering, "What happened?" "Kid!" A guard stopped and called to Yuri. "Did you see a group of people wearing ghost masks run past here?" "No." Yuri honestly shook his head. "I've been counting sheep here the whole time, and I haven't seen a single one." Chapter 1355. Report. "Sir." The guards turned back. "There's no one ahead. We think we've lost them." "Impossible." The guard who had spoken to Yuri, apparently an officer, angrily said, "We've been chasing them the whole time. How could we lose them after just one turn?" "Boss, we lost sight of them 3 blocks away." A guard muttered, only to be kicked hard by the officer. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The guard commander glanced at Yuri and the plump, black-faced sheep, his eyes darting around. "This sheep farm is suspicious. Go in and search." "Who dares?" Hearing the commotion outside, Bull Malik crawled out of the house. Seeing the guards, he immediately flew into a rage. "These are Cardinal Leto Bresley's sheep. I bet no one dares to search them without a legitimate reason. You're all Boric and Pendra's men, aren't you? What kind of scheme are you plotting to frame our masters now?" Bull Malik had been arguing with Modiov at the sheep farm since early morning, unaware of the uproar outside caused by the ghost palanquin and leaflets. He only thought his 2 masters were incredibly far-sighted. The sheep had just been delivered, and someone was already causing trouble. The timing was perfect. Someone must have tipped them off. He turned and glared fiercely at Modiov, who was completely bewildered. "Huh? Why are you glaring at me?" The guard commander, Yulev, was also aggrieved. With such a huge commotion today, if they didn't catch the culprit, the 2 cardinals would skin them alive. Although they had indeed lost track of the man 3 blocks away, the sheepfold's walls were low, and with so many curly-haired sheep, it would be difficult to spot a few people hiding inside without a thorough search. Misunderstanding. Yulev raised his hand. "We have no designs on Cardinal Leto or these sheep. We're just tracking down the thugs who caused trouble outside the Holy City Cathedral. Please do us a favor and let us search. If we don't find any suspicious masked men, we leave immediately." He thought for a moment and cleverly added, "It's for everyone's safety. What if the thugs really did hide in the sheepfold and hurt or killed these sheep?" Bull Malik's eyes darkened. "Don't come in. Stay there. What if you poison these sheep? It's just about finding someone, right? There are clearly only sheep here. No way to hide anyone. Modiv, Yuri, move the pens. Show them there aren't any bandits hiding here." "Yes, sir." The sheepfold was mostly empty. Yuri and Modiv worked together to herd the sheep one by one into the new pens, even waking up the sheep that were too soundly to be woken up for Yulev to see. There was plenty of wool, but definitely not enough to hide a dozen or so adults. Yulev saw it clearly, and had no choice but to give up. He verified the identities of the priest, shepherd, and Bull Malik at the sheep farm. His gaze lingered for a moment on the shepherd below and the adventurer, whom Bull Malik had brought, along with their identification documents. Finally, he resignedly handed over the documents. "All right, it's fine." Although these 2 Southerners seemed a bit strange, their identification documents were personally issued by Cardinal Leto. Even though the Bresley family was somewhat declining, Cardinal Leto's status was still on par with Cardinals Boric and Pendra, and Yulev dared not offend him. Moreover, with today's incident, Cardinals Boric and Pendra might also find themselves in trouble. The political landscape is likely to be volatile, and the final outcome is still uncertain. Seeing his old master about to suffer, Yulev had already begun silently planning his next move. Naturally, he had to curry favor with Cardinal Leto. It seems the bandits haven't come here. Please be careful, and report any unusual activity immediately. Bull Malik snorted coldly. Get out of here. So Yulev quickly led his men away. The sheep adventurers calmly grazed and watched the whole thing, completely unfazed. Are you kidding? The Church of Light is looking for masked figures in white robes and ghost masks. What does that have to do with us cute little black-nosed sheep? Let the Church of Light perform their miracle sheep act first. After chasing the people away, Bull Malik turned to Modiov. So, did you count the sheep correctly? Are there 300? Modiov looked at Yuri, who hesitated before nodding. 300, yes, there are. It's a bit too many though. There seem to be 318 sheep here. Modiov knew his little shepherd had a strange habit of not being good at counting, but Yuri was an honest child and wouldn't lie, so he confirmed again. Really? 300? Is that enough? Yes. Yuri answered decisively this time. He counted 18 sheep more than he should have. Even if he miscounted, it should still be 300. Mordorf himself glanced at the flock and felt the number was roughly right, so he compromised and said, I lend you this place, okay? It's agreed that your 2 shepherds will be responsible for raising them. Transporting fodder, feeding, selling sheep, slaughtering sheep, selling meat, cleaning up manure. They handle it all. We won't do anything. Bull Malik considered for a moment. The appearance of the guards had made him somewhat uneasy about Mordorf, but such a large flock of sheep needed a suitable place to be kept. Otherwise, if they got sick or died, he would be in deep trouble. All right, it's settled in. In this way, Mordorf wouldn't offend anyone or get into trouble. The Bresley family would have a place to house their sheep, and the adventurers and Belos successfully used the Trojan sheep trick to infiltrate the holy city of Jorlanda and successfully meet up with their adventurous companions who were causing trouble. Each party had their own agenda, but each felt they had gained something from this deal. This was the perfect contract, the one that had all the advantages. However, the guards searched several streets to no avail. The masked figures had vanished like demons, a chilling sight even in broad daylight. Yulev, helpless, expanded the search, summoning all his soldiers to turn the entire holy city upside down, but still found no trace. The 2 cardinals were frantic, like ants on a hot plate. But worse was yet to come. A messenger arrived on winged horse from the papal court. The Pope commands. Cardinals Boric Imsen and Pindra Knock are summoned. The cardinals, This is bad? Chapter 1356. Is everything ready? A female voice responded from the depths of the void. Everything is ready. Let's begin the plan. 2 figures suddenly appeared on the dark, deep lake of the illusory realm. The giant serpent, Gadley, emerged from the water, flicking its tongue and yawning widely, as if just awakening from a good dream. Oh, Ialian and the Lord of Order, you're back so soon? Its massive head reached towards Ialian. Don't you plan to digest a little longer? There's plenty of time. I'm not rushing you to start the next round of the Divine War. Most victors will cherish this precious time. After all, no one knows if they return alive next time. Let's begin the Divine War. Ialian wasn't swayed by Gadley's words. He looked up at the serpent, his face showing a resolute determination that seemed to have seen through life and death. It's time to end it all. Gadley flicked its tail, somewhat disapprovingly saying, that is indeed your prerogative. This next round is your home turf. As the referee of the Divine War, I will guide you in creating the rules of this game. Please. Fairness is the most important rule in the God Wars. Every participant must have fair competitive conditions. As the initiator, you cannot create any instant death rules that apply only to the other 2 participants. If you know that a rule itself will provide a combat advantage, you must set more favorable initial conditions for the other 2 participants, otherwise, I will limit your own advantage in your home arena. If a participant introduces or creates a game-changing advantage, I will make a judgment. If their actions merely compensate for their lack of resources by using the rules, I will allow this compensation. If they violate the rules and create injustice, I will restrict their actions or grant more preferential treatment to the other 2 participants. A restriction in one area must be compensated for in another. Perfect balance in all aspects is not required, but the resources obtained by each competitor should be roughly equal overall. Of course, if they neglect or abandon certain resources, that is their own problem. In this war of gods, I am an absolutely impartial judge. If I do not issue a stop or warning, it means that certain actions comply with the rules. Do not complain, for these rules have protected you in the previous 2 battles. MOU and Ialian exchanged a glance, showing no surprise. MOU had suspected this long ago. After all, if home field advantage were unrestricted, both the heterochromatic eye and the milled tooth could be instantly killed the moment they gained it. Gatoray's mention of supplementing the advantage likely included external help. In the First Divine War, Aelian lacked any identity advantage, and was unaware of any Divine War rules. Thus Gadray tacitly approved MOU's involvement. In the Second Divine War, Aelian was split in two and suffered amnesia, so Gadray introduced the true Holy Sons and allowed MOU to assist. The heterochromatic I was also balanced out, splitting into two characters to compensate for the Manor owner's inability to enter the inner world, but the heterochromatic I clearly didn't realize this and missed the opportunity. Gadley's explanation continued, you need to set up a battlefield for the God War. This battlefield can be a real, existing timeline, or it can be a completely fictional creation. If it's a real, existing timeline, I will introduce real characters as appropriate. These characters may not necessarily become your natural allies, they may become helpers to other participants. Everyone has an equal chance. Everything on the battlefield will operate according to the normal laws and logic of development, not absolutely following a predetermined history. Once conditions change, the actions of all characters and the course of events will be affected. This deduction is completely objective, not controlled by anyone, not even me. The outcome of the God War depends on the assimilation brought about by identification, not the life or death of the opponent in the game. Everything that happens on the battlefield is merely a near-real projection. Of course, you can also set up betting rules and only collect rewards from the prize pool. His vertical pupils locked onto Aelian. Now that you know the rules of the home field, this is your advantage. Come, tell me, what kind of battlefield have you chosen? Aelian said, I choose a real time and space. He handed a specific coordinate from the river of history to Gadley. Ah, this special era, Gadley sighed. Two gods exist simultaneously, yet this is the beginning of all misfortune. It seems we will welcome a new character into the fray. He looked at MOU. This one is very likely to become your ally, your advantage will expand, and I will no longer allow you to enter the fray. MOU nodded. I'm mentally prepared. He turned to Aelian. Your advantage is still too great. Do you have any conditions to add? Yes, Aelian replied. To balance the advantage, I request that the surface memories of all participants be erased. The original characters will gain their own identities, allowing the events to unfold naturally and freely. Surface memories? Interesting, Gadley said, thoughtfully. What if the participants recall these memories? As long as they weren't directly told, but recall them spontaneously, it wouldn't be considered a violation. Gadley nodded. Everyone loses their memories, acting only according to their own will, unless their obsession is so deep that they recall them spontaneously. This will indeed guarantee the safety of all three parties. Fairness. So, in this farce that's being staged again, what role will you choose? PRA, Aelian said. I choose PRA. Gadley stared at him for a moment, a smirk playing on his lips, flicking his tongue. Interesting. This identity has a natural advantage, but if you have no memories and use someone else's identity, you'd be misled by their original memories, canceling each other out. Feasible. However, to balance the situation, the identity of the third participant cannot be decided by you. Nyarlathotep will choose a role to play besides Zarek, PRA, and Gaia. He added meaningfully, the mantis stalks the cicada, but beware the oriole behind. Chapter 1357. The established rules are as follows. The three participants will have their surface memories erased and projected onto the battlefield. The battlefield will be based on the historically real Tuna tribe, recreating a period before the tribe's demise. This will be a long and drawn-out war of gods. Upon entry, all participants and characters will have their memories completely overwritten with those of their original counterparts from the Tuna tribe. As the saying goes, memories shape character, and character determines destiny. Those with wavering hearts may fall into those memories, misled and assimilated by those that are not their own, thus acting exactly like their original counterparts. To accidentally recreate history during a war of gods. Such things are rare, but they have happened before. However, those with resolute hearts, who spontaneously recover their memories without external intervention, also meet the rules of this war of gods. Whether it's recreating history or breaking the cycle of reincarnation, it's all up to you. The actions of the characters determine everything. On stage, logic prevails. Whether recovering memories or following false ones, the character's actions must conform to logic. If actions completely deviate from their established character and lack any cause, effect, or logical support, they will be considered violations. Violators will be devoured by me. This divine war has no betting. It must be conducted according to the most fundamental rules of victory and defeat. Acceptance leads to devouring, or the complete crushing of the enemy, not destroying the projection on the battlefield, but truly disintegrating its original form. Gadley opened its abyssal maw, revealing a sinister serpentine smile. Is there anything else that needs to be confirmed? 1, said Ialian. Please allow me to use the identity of Pulla while using my own face and body. Gadley blinked. That's certainly an unexpected request, but I can do it. Anything else? Ialian shook his head. No. Gadley nodded. Then, please, participants, enter the arena. The stage is ready. The show is about to begin. The giant serpent's long tail swayed, its tip lightly touching the surface of the illusory lake. A bubble emerged from beneath its tail tip, within which the scenery shifted, figures flickered. A small, illusory world. This was the battlefield of this divine war, and also the stage of this drama. The 3 participating gods transformed into 3 beams of white light, flying one after another into the bubble. Gadley shook his large head. There's one more character. Let me see where he is. As a serpent of rules traversing between worlds, Gadley possessed power beyond its own. He could freely traverse the realms of illusion and reality, appearing anywhere in any world. Finding a god was as easy for him as eating breakfast. In the sealed golden kingdom, he found the goddess in black robes and black hair. The goddess of darkness was in her temple, sitting before a golden celestial sphere, staring at it. In a daze. You're here. Gadley transformed into a small snake and swam from the void to the goddess of darkness. There's a divine war that needs your cameo. Of course, if you don't want to get involved in this mess, you don't have to participate in your true form. Just give me a memory. Memories belonging to the gods cannot be obtained even by me unless they willingly relinquish them. He rambled on for a while, then suddenly tilted his head. But why do I feel like you already knew why I came? The goddess of darkness smiled smugly, stood up, and said, because I am already in this divine war. She reached out towards the celestial sphere, and the brass sphere gradually became transparent, revealing the creature sealed within. Sealed item 007. The drumbeat of life was baring its fangs and claws, using its vein-woven mesh armor to bind a shapeless mass. A black and white, cloud-like creature. Hey! Gadley shook his snake head with interest. A god who sheds his skin like a cicada, who is reborn from the ashes, is about to descend again into his shed body. This divine war is getting more and more interesting. He recited the rules again. Even if you are not an official participant, but just a guest star, you will still be bound by the rules of this divine war. Your surface memories will be erased, and you will be reset to your original memories. Bring it on! The goddess of darkness said, my hatred is not something that can be so easily erased. As soon as she finished speaking, her graceful figure transformed into a cloud of dark mist, surging into sealed artifact 007. The heart, as if reborn, began to beat wildly, blood filling every vein, flesh and bones reforming and growing back, revealing the form of a golden-haired woman. It was none other than the mother of abundance from years ago. It seems you can enter successfully without my help. Gadley wagged its tail merrily. I'm looking forward to your performance. The curtain has been raised on the final war of the gods. MOU, in his study in the Mage Tower, gazed out at the thriving scene. I'd done everything I could, but this most crucial battle must be fought by Ialian himself. Perhaps this is his inescapable destiny. This war of the gods will be a clash between good and evil, a choice and manipulation of humanity, and the end of millennia of grudges and countless causes and effects. 1,000 causes and 10,000 effects, winding and turning, will ultimately come back to haunt us. Let's see who is right and who is wrong, who is a liar. As a fragment of the Osiria world consciousness, Laia, though unable to intervene in the war itself, had obtained the privilege of observing and broadcasting it from Gadley. MOU, unable to join the battle this time, was fortunate enough to be able to observe the entire conflict alongside Lia. In the Golden Land of Gods, the final divine war slowly began. Across the lands of the Kingdom of Light, leaflets and tabloids carrying the truth drifted into every household, igniting wave after wave of resistance. Adventurers, in all forms, professions, and identities, traversed the world, bringing justice and hope to every family and every client. Elena was preening flowers in her small courtyard. She looked up at the setting sun, seemingly lost in thought, and murmured, "You must come back, Arian." Chapter 1358. Hey, Zirak, wake up. The god of light, or rather, Zirak, abruptly opened his eyes. He found himself kneeling by the fire pit, head bowed, a familiar tingling sensation in his neck and shoulders, his lips damp. He smacked his lips, rubbed his blurry eyes, and realized he had dozed off again at the tribal gathering. Boring tribal gathering. The people of the Tuna tribe are loyal believers in the world consciousness. They regard the world consciousness as their mother, gathering every few days to thank and pray to it, asking for revelation and guidance. To Zerak, these tedious rituals were so frequent that even the world consciousness would find them annoying, which explains why it didn't respond to every ritual. The child who woke him was his neighbor from the next cave, named Azalin. Azalin was a kind-hearted brown-haired boy with a cute, chubby face covered in freckles. He liked to meddle in everything he saw, and while others said he was kind-hearted and helpful, Zarek thought he was just a busybody. Azalin was one of the few who would actively engage with Zarek, but Zarek disliked Azalin because Azalin was his cousin Pulla's biggest fan. This guy always stared at Pulla with adoring eyes, practically worshipping every inch of land Pulla had walked, and his conversations were always about Pulla, constantly asking, "What did Pulla do today?" Or "What did Pulla learn?" It was incredibly annoying. Of course, Zarek wouldn't tell anyone that he also wanted to be followed, looked at, and trusted with that kind of adoration, as if he were their god, their only salvation and refuge. But Zarek wouldn't indiscriminately grant every trivial wish of his followers. No, that would make him, as a god, seem too cheap, too humble. Zarek wanted to be a supreme god, whose followers, to gain his mercy and help, would have to wag their tails and beg for his favor like dogs, kissing his feet and offering him all their possessions, dignity, and even their lives. Then, from among these loyal and fanatical followers, Zarek would select one or two lucky ones he valued, and slip them a pittance through his fingers. Oh, he wouldn't be like that fool Pulla, or anyone else in the tribe, always selflessly giving, and giving again. No, any benefit he offered had to bring him the greatest possible return. He wanted to control people's lives and fates, to show them his greatness and omnipotence. Of course, whether he actually had that kind of power wasn't important. What mattered was that people believed he did. Don't sleep, Zarek. The gathering is over. You catch a cold if you sleep any longer. Are you going to pick fruit later? Azalin asked. The cherries in the wild are ripe. They taste so sweet. No. Zarek stood up, brushing the pond dust off his knees. I have more important things to do. Azalin was speechless for a moment. You should learn to do something too. Your grandmother works so hard every day. Zarek remained unmoved, turning to leave. He thought for a moment, then licked his lips. Grandma, she really does work very hard. How about this? Since you're going to pick cherries anyway, why don't you pick a basket for us too? Just bring it to our cave entrance tonight, thank you. Hey! Zarek! Zarek walked away without looking back, still pondering as he went. If Azalin became his follower, he certainly wouldn't indulge him. No, that Azalin brat was talkative and meddlesome, utterly annoying. Won his favor? He'd have to do his menial tasks for at least 10 years to earn a single pitying glance from him. The men and women who had watched the whole thing from a short distance away whispered among themselves, Zarek, that lazy brat, is bullying Azrin again. Only Azrin, that good-natured guy, would go out of his way to talk to him. If you ask me, he shouldn't have helped him. Let him go hungry for a few nights, and he'd behave. That's not how our tribe does things. We treat the elderly, children, and all the weak with kindness. That's the path to our tribe's prosperity and strength. If you ask me, he's exactly like that good-for-nothing man. A woman suddenly said, he does nothing all day, just thinking about taking advantage of others, daydreaming all the time, thinking he's some kind of amazing being. He has no strength, no brains, he can't do anything. Yet he always orders people around, and everything he does is wrong. Exactly. He always thinks all the women in the tribe have to fawn over him, ruining a life and a good marriage for the Tuna family. Raya was already engaged to the future priest of the neighboring tribe. The Ithaca tribe has always lacked a chosen one's bloodline. Grandma Neria is getting old, and she really likes Raya. Although Raya and Chaos have only met once, they clearly have feelings for each other. If that marriage had actually happened, the Ithaca tribe would have gained a chosen one who can hear the voice of the world's consciousness. That child would inherit the Tuna family's bloodline power, and the Ithaca tribe's legacy. What a pity! Everything was ruined by that selfish, petty man. Should stop talking. The sinner has been brought to justice, and Raya is gone. Don't let these old grievances weigh on the children's hearts. The old grudges of the previous generation have nothing to do with the next. Zarek's origins may not be honorable, but he himself is innocent. But look at that child. He might need more care. I hunted a deer today. I take some meat to his grandmother later. Nox, you're practically a saint. Ha ha, I'm no saint, just an old hunter. Nox laughed heartily. That kid is about the same age as our Pulla. They are both the future of our tribe. The future. The blonde woman, listening to the discussion, murmured to herself. Suddenly she froze, as if she had heard a voice, or as if she had recalled many memories. The future. Ha! She sneered, her voice chilling, a dark glint in her golden eyes. This is the future of our tribe. Gaia, what's wrong? Nox turned and asked. Nothing, Gaia replied hoarsely. I just suddenly realized something. Simple goodwill can't bring back someone whose bones are filled with evil, just like you can't wake someone who's pretending to be asleep. Chapter 1359. Contrary to what others perceived as laziness, Xerac was indeed quite busy. He didn't help his grandmother mend clothes to supplement the family income, nor did he join the other children picking cherries and wild fruits in the fields outside the tribe. Instead, he avoided the crowds and went to one of the most important places in the Tuna tribe, the Temple of Wisdom. Calling it a temple, it was actually a deep and complex labyrinth of caves carved into the mountainside. Caves within caves, passages connecting to passages, it was easy to get lost. The cave walls were carved with niches of various sizes, containing the ancient texts passed down through the Tuna tribe. These were records of history, knowledge, and experience written by successive priests throughout their lives, covering everything from the metaphysics of world consciousness and deities, agriculture and celestial phenomena, numerology and the tribe's language, the tribe's history and genealogy, and so on. These texts were passed down from priest to priest, generation after generation, a testament to their enduring legacy. Xerac sneaked into the cave. He knew that at this time, Pulla should be in the Temple of Wisdom, as a candidate for the next priestess, receiving instruction from the current priestess, Pulla's mother, and the chieftain of the Tuna tribe, Puta Tuna. The Tuna tribe was a matrilineal clan. Here, the woman who held the power of procreation was the head of the family, and only women had the right to choose their spouses. Men who violated the wishes of women and committed atrocities were considered the most heinous criminals and were executed, just like Xerac's terrible father, who was stoned to death, dismembered, fed to wild beasts, and his name completely erased from the family genealogy. The three sisters of the Tuna tribe are all chosen ones, possessing divine talents. They can all hear the voice of the world's consciousness, though their abilities vary in strength. This ability is clearly inherited through their bloodline. In the Tuna tribe's records, all priests have come from the direct line of the chieftain, but never before have three chosen ones appeared simultaneously as in the case of the three Puna sisters. A tribe doesn't need so many priests, nor so many candidates for chieftainship. Of the three sisters, Gaia believes her fiery temper and stubborn nature make her unsuitable for the position of chieftain, and she voluntarily withdrew from the competition. The youngest sister, Raya, was born prematurely, weak and sickly from birth, and had no energy to handle the tribe's affairs. She even needed others to take care of her daily needs. She never mentioned that she could hear the voice of the world's consciousness, content to live a quiet life, waiting for her sisters to find her a suitable husband. Unfortunately, her frail health and beauty attracted the attention of villains, causing her to miss out on a good match, and she died after giving birth to a child she didn't want. Puta was indeed a kind and benevolent chieftain. She was tolerant, kind, and sometimes strict, managing the tribe like a mother overseeing household affairs. Although the tragedy that befell Raya broke her heart, she truly had no intention of passing on her hatred to the next generation. She treated Xerac the same as any other child in the tribe, fair, kind, and strict. She would correct Xerac's mistakes, ask her partner Nox to give the grandfather and grandson more meat, and warn the people in the tribe not to frequently mention his parents and those unfortunate events in front of Xerac. She believed that there was no need for the child to know and bear those sins and grudges, and that these unbearable painful past events should be buried in the past along with the deceased. Those who are alive should stride carefree into a new tomorrow. But clearly, Xerac never thought that way. People can have vastly different perspectives on the same thing. Puna and her people kept silent about the past, believing it was the best choice to let go of hatred and move towards the future. But they overlooked the fact that humans are gossipy and imaginative creatures. When Xerac began to display traits similar to his father, those familiar with the past automatically connected the two. The neighbors started gossiping, pointing fingers at Xerac's idleness. They were indeed careful not to talk about these things in front of the children, but in every world, there exists a strange law. Anyone who speaks ill of others behind their backs will inevitably be overheard by the person in question. The perceptive Xerac still noticed the people's unusual behavior, but he was mistaken about one thing. People were gossiping about him because his actions reminded them of his terrible father, not because his father's sins had been passed down to him. Naturally, the latter is easier to accept than the former. People always prefer to shift blame onto people, things, or events outside themselves, rather than admitting that they themselves are the source of the problem. Rather than believing that the children genuinely disliked him, Zarek preferred to believe that the children were influenced by the adults, who in turn hated him because of his parents' feud. Zarek's grandmother, on the other hand, saw a much clearer reflection of her spendthrift son in her grandson. This almost terrified the old woman, and she tried every possible means to bring Zarek back on the right path, nearly to the point of overcorrection. But then again, if the old woman had known how to properly educate a child, perhaps she wouldn't have raised such a son in the first place. The old woman's overcorrection clearly shifted Zarek's attention from himself to his parents, whom he had never met. Like any child curious about their parents, Zarek had tried every means to investigate their past. However, the tribe avoided the topic, and his grandmother only offered endless scolding. Zarek eventually learned about the Temple of Wisdom from Pulla and begged her to take him there, where he found the files detailing his parents' past. The Temple of Wisdom was supposed to be a place only priests and candidates for the next priesthood could enter, that's what they said, but the people of the Tuna tribe never considered knowledge and tradition to be secrets that needed to be strictly guarded or forbidden to spread. If anyone else went in, they were only concerned about whether those people would get lost in the caves. Zarek visited the cave many times, stumbling and learning along the way about various things, such as his father's sins, his mother's death, the winding map of the Spirit Temple cave, and a perfect, unobtrusive, secluded spot to eavesdrop on the priest's lessons. Of course, the greatest gain was the entire cave's collection of scriptures, although he couldn't fully understand the records within the limited language he knew. The Tuna tribe revered knowledge and education. Besides the priestly lineage, ordinary people also learned to read and write, acquiring essential life skills. Zarek learned to read and write in the tribe's classroom. However, the priestly lineage was passed down one-on-one from the previous priest to the next. No one else in the tribe could access this advanced knowledge. Chapter 1360. In the Tuna tribe, two languages circulate. One is the tribe's own language and script. People use this language to communicate, exchange information, and record their historical history. This script is also what they teach their next generation. The other language is the script used exclusively by priests. Baruchara. It originates from the voice of the world's consciousness, and was solidified into individual characters by a group of extremely talented and ingenious priests. Only those with exceptional talent, capable of communicating seamlessly with the world's consciousness, and priest candidates who diligently mastered the language under the guidance of their predecessors, can understand this script. Since its creation, Baruchara has been extremely popular among priests of all races around the world. Wherever they are, priests gradually learn and master this special language, either through tribal gatherings or through information transmitted by the world's consciousness, and use it to better communicate with the world's consciousness, recording proverbs and revelations. This language, created for convenience, gradually became a unique symbol of superiority and knowledge exclusive to priests, evolving with the times. If a priest of any tribe couldn't use Baruchara, his status wouldn't be recognized by other priests, and he might even be ridiculed and scorned by other tribes. Now that Rai is dead, and Gaia is planning her journey to the southern continent, only Pulla can succeed Puna in her duties. No one knows that Zarek also possesses talent, even surpassing Pulla and Puna, enough to rival the most spiritually gifted Gaia. Shortly after secretly entering the Hall of Wisdom, Zarek discovered he could also understand Baruchara. However, lacking systematic learning, and without the guidance of a true priest, he could only learn by guessing, matching the seemingly familiar yet utterly foreign characters he read with the words of the world consciousness he had heard. This learning method was extremely inefficient and inaccurate, but Zarek derived immense satisfaction from it. He could understand the priest's unique script without needing any teacher or help. He felt he must be a favored child of the world consciousness, otherwise, how could anyone explain his extraordinary talent? Later, through his flawed and guess-based interpretations, he understood a treasured tome within, learning that the world consciousness was selecting and cultivating gods, and those most likely to become gods were the chosen ones. Those who could understand the world consciousness's words. The higher the talent and strength of the chosen ones, the more likely they were to become gods. Isn't that talking about me? Zarek, though only vaguely understanding, was incredibly excited. I knew it. I'm the only one in this tribe chosen and favored by the world's consciousness. I will become a true god. Once I become a god, no one will be able to order me around, command me, or bully me. I show these blind fools in the tribe that they shouldn't underestimate a young man's potential. Sooner or later, they will all bow down at my feet. He didn't understand how to become a god, but he was certain he could. He mistakenly took the world's consciousness's selection of all living beings as an exclusive invitation to him, and arrogantly boasted about it, as if he were already a god. From then on, Zarek looked down on the people in the tribe, feeling that their constant bossing him around and ordering him around was utter disrespect. What's with all the gatherings and cherry-picking? That's not my job. Zarek thought bitterly. To become a god, you have to be a priest first. While I'm forced to attend these gatherings, Pulla is already learning new knowledge. Damn it, that mediocre fool who can't even hear the voice of the world's consciousness. What makes him worthy of such a position, such an opportunity? He has to listen to even the simplest lessons 3 or 4 times. How can such an idiot be worthy of becoming a god? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. A voice inside him kept telling him that he was the supreme god, that he would become the ruler of this world, a being even more powerful and formidable than the world's consciousness. Zarek sneaked through a dog hole and arrived at the hidden spot he had discovered where he could audit the priest's lessons. This cave was likely a remnant from the construction of the altar in the Temple of Wisdom. The workers were clearly careless, hastily filling the entrance with miscellaneous items. While searching for treasures in the area, he discovered this cave after clearing away the debris. Zarek boldly ventured inside, and upon reaching the end, realized the immense rewards this cave would hold. At the cave's end, separated from the small altar where the priests conducted their lessons, lay only a thin earthen wall. Before the wall stood several wooden and stone sculptures, sacred objects used in rituals to worship the world's consciousness, and the myriad beasts of heaven and earth. Zarek had dug several holes behind one of the stone sculptures. Through these holes, he could clearly see the figures of Puna and Pulla through the gaps in the stone, and with carvings, hear the content of their lessons, and even glimpse the covers of the books used as teaching materials. If he could just vaguely remember what those covers looked like, he could sneak in at night and study those books again. Zarek wasn't a good person, but he wasn't a fool either. He knew very well how much effort he would have to put in to achieve his goal of becoming a god. Secretly studying the priest's knowledge was just the first step on this long road. However, when he squinted out through the holes, he saw a silver-haired boy sitting in Pulla's usual spot. Was that Pulla? He wondered. I remember Pulla doesn't look like this. But when he racked his brains to recall Pulla's appearance, the image that came to mind was indeed that of this silver-haired boy. How strange. Zarek shook his head. It really was Pulla. Was it just my imagination? Or was I still half asleep? He stared at Pulla for a while longer, feeling that Pulla was indeed very different from usual today. Chapter 1361. Today, Pulla seemed exceptionally diligent and focused, as if he genuinely enjoyed this dry and tedious knowledge, truly interested in it, rather than being forced to learn these annoying things for the benefit of the tribe, as the unfortunate son and sole heir of the chieftain and current priest. How strange. Zarek thought, does anyone really enjoy learning these things? I learned them only to become a god, to escape my current miserable life, but Pulla has always had everything he wanted, never needing to work hard to earn anything. I never seen him so diligent. Zarek had disliked Pulla since he was very young. Although they were cousins in the same family, they were complete opposites. Pulla was always the outstanding child his grandmother talked about, the most brilliant and beloved genius in the tribe, the role model he should emulate. Zarek, however, was a child born of sin, an unwanted child. One stood in the light, surrounded by flowers and praise, never needing to concern himself with anything lowly or sordid. The other was driven into the shadows, eating handouts, enduring humiliation, being ordered around by any member of his tribe, forced to mingle with the dirty children, doing the dirty and arduous work. They should have been remarkably similar, growing up like twins in similar families, but simply because of the mistake made by an unpopular man, Zarek was no longer considered a member of the Tuna family. He was pushed into the fire pit by his birth mother at birth, never having seen his parents in his life. Because of their feud, he went from being the son of the wealthiest family in the clan to a burden on the poorest old woman. Ironically, Zarek knew that Pulla was merely born into the best and most privileged family environment, yet he was a talentless fool who couldn't utilize his resources. He wasn't even jealous of Pulla. What was there to be jealous of, incapable of learning anything? He had no reason to envy someone inferior to himself in every way. Zarek simply loathed Pulla, loathed his pretentious manner, and hated that he possessed a mountain of treasure yet remained oblivious. Indeed, Zarek wanted the resources Pulla had, the adulation, attention, and affection Pulla enjoyed, but all of this could be achieved through special means and plans. Before that, he first needed to learn the knowledge only priests could possess, to strengthen himself, and gain leverage. Having leverage. After that, he could negotiate with the tribe, and whatever he wanted, the tribe had to give him. Otherwise, he could crush these annoying ants with a flick of his finger. He would have everything Pula had, and he would even give more, because he was smarter, more talented, and more favored by the world's consciousness. But today, Pula seemed a little different from usual. He wasn't like before, listless and drowsy, propping his chin on his hand, and mumbling incoherent answers to deal with his mother. No, today Pula sat upright, kneeling on the futon with a straight back, his eyes sincere and clear, without a trace of sleepiness or restlessness. He studied with exceptional focus, progressing rapidly. Even before Zarek could understand the questions Puna asked, Pula had already provided accurate answers. Without Puna's patient and repeated explanations, Zarek, with his weak foundation and having only started learning halfway through, couldn't grasp what the two were saying. He scribbled down scattered phrases, unable to comprehend their meaning. A sudden, inexplicable irritation rose within Zarek. He felt something had slipped from his control, catching him off guard and leaving him bewildered. Half a day passed, and Pula's progress was remarkable. Puna, in a good mood, a hint of mischief in her eyes, glanced casually at the stone sculpture, waved her fluffy pink feather fan, and smiled, "Good job. That's enough for today. You can go play now." The silver-haired boy nodded slightly, but lacked his usual relieved smile, nor did he carelessly toss aside his things and rush out of the hall. He meticulously packed his things, put his books away, gave Pura a deep bow, and left. Zarek's suspicions deepened, but Pura remained all smiles, showing no questioning of Pura's actions, and even appearing completely unfazed. Zarek fell silent. Confused, he retraced his steps through the dog hole, his mind preoccupied with the unusual behavior of the mother and son. Instead of carefully avoiding crowds as before, he emerged from the dog hole just as Pura turned into the hole outside. Their eyes met, and they remained silent, both seemingly embarrassed. Pula reacted first. Instead of asking Zarek why he was there, he gave Zarek a gentle, understanding smile, and left without a word, his movements fluid and natural. Even his silver hair seemed to radiate a holy light. Zarek, however, remained prone on the ground, still in the position of crawling out of the dog hole. He stood there frozen for a while before getting up, his quick-thinking mind immediately providing an explanation. Pula's reaction was so natural, he probably already knew he was hiding behind the wall secretly learning techniques. Yes, he had subtly asked Pula many questions, including the names of the textbooks, and some content he hadn't understood in the lessons. Pula must have realized he was secretly learning. Could it be that all those impatient questions and explanations before were Pula deliberately slowing down the pace to help him understand the lessons? Then why was today different? Yes, today there was. He was definitely going to attend the gathering. Pra hadn't expected it to end early, and assumed he wouldn't come, so she continued studying at her original pace. "What does this mean?" Zarek muttered, his eyes filled with confusion. "I thought he was a fool, needing to understand simple things over and over again, but now he's telling me he's the real genius, just explaining things repeatedly because he was afraid I couldn't keep up. What does this mean?" Lost in his own imagination, Zarek felt no gratitude. Instead, he suddenly erupted in rage, shouting at the now empty cave, "I don't need your pity or sympathy. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" Chapter 1362. What is he doing with those heterochromatic eyes? Little Lia stared at the projected image on her face, utterly incredulous. He clearly imagined a whole bunch of random things, yet suddenly he's flying into a rage? The well-meaning Gadley, always eager for drama, not only allowed Lia to project the battlefield of the gods' war, but also added the inner thoughts of all the participants and characters, making it a truly entertaining spectacle. For Gadley, the serpent of rules who could discern the inner thoughts of the participants, this kind of operation was practically commonplace. However, the still-growing fragment of world consciousness couldn't comprehend Zirak's current state of powerless rage, which could be described as a breakdown, and his small face was filled with utter bewilderment. Mou chuckled softly, and reached out to ruffle Lia's hair. For a long time, Haitong has considered Pula his imaginary rival. He can't compete with Pula in building rapport and benevolence, so he's always tried to defeat Pula in areas where Pula is weak, their talent for communicating with the world's consciousness, and their complementary priestly studies. In a way, this could be considered a form of psychological victory. He always thought Pula was far inferior to him in these areas, but now he's mistakenly interpreted the slight unease brought by Ailian's arrival as pity and charity from the priestess and her son, instantly breaking down his defenses. Seeing that Lia was still confused, Mou further explained, "Pity is secondary. What hurts Haitong the most is that he thought Pula's true level was so outstanding. He couldn't understand something the other could answer in the blink of an eye. This means that Pula's previous clumsiness, stupidity, and lack of talent were all a facade, merely creating opportunities for him to eavesdrop and learn. What he had always mocked as Pulla's stupidity was actually the other party's display of goodwill towards him. From any perspective, he was the foolish one. This realization was a devastating blow to the penniless yet arrogant heterochromia, deeply wounding his sky-high pride. Little Leah nodded, seemingly understanding. Upon entering the arena, everyone's memories were reset according to the true historical records. Before the participating gods reacted and triggered the butterfly effect, this divine war scene, in a sense, was not significantly different from the actual history of that time. MOU and the others were able to glimpse heterochromia's true thoughts and inner thoughts. MOU curled his lips into a smile. He couldn't help but feel grateful that the Dark Goddess had joined the battle, significantly improving their plan. Otherwise, according to MOU's original plan, victory or defeat depended entirely on the faint goodwill in heterochromia's heart, resulting in a complete collapse upon entering the arena. But now, with the new, improved plan, that was a different matter altogether. The Dark Goddess had obtained her original Gaia. Her identity was revealed, and within minutes of entering, she regained her memories. Just as he had said many times before, her hatred was not something that could be so easily erased. Nyarlathotep truly lived up to her reputation as the ultimate god of amusement. While Gadley didn't allow Aelian and the others to interfere in arranging Nyarlathotep's identity, the god of amusement chose an identity of high status and a prime viewing position: Puna Tuna, the head of a tribe, the mother of Pulla, Gaia's sister, and the rightful priestess of the Tuna tribe. Heterochromia was clearly being targeted by them and Nyarlathotep, yet this deceitful god had yet to regain his memories. Perhaps these sealed memories were deeply ingrained in heterochromia as well. His subconscious was subtly at work, but it clearly hadn't gained the upper hand. Aelian hadn't regained his surface memories either, but as MOU had predicted, he followed his pure, benevolent instincts, dutifully playing the role of Aelian's version of Pulla. Of course, this wouldn't be considered an out-of-character, OOC, violation by Gadley, because the original Pulla was outwardly a good person. His public image was that of a beloved, kind, compassionate being, almost like a holy child. Now, with his inner self transformed into a purely natural holy child, it naturally conformed to the rules. In MOU and his group's plan, whether Aelian regained his memories during the God War was irrelevant. MOU believed that regardless of whether Aelian possessed his own memories, his true nature would lead him to make the most correct choices that would repeatedly break down the defenses of the heterochromatic eyes. The saying goes, natural talent counters cunning. Both the heterochromatic eyes and Pulla harbored deep-seated evil and selfishness, only one more, the other less. One committed countless evils without remorse, while the other secretly stole, yet still tried his best to maintain his status and image. Even if these two weren't exactly birds of a feather, they were at least indistinguishable. How could feigned sincerity compare to a pure and genuine heart? It's ironic that counterfeits always seem to find kindred spirits, yet when faced with a genuine article, they feel ashamed. It's true that Aelian is a sesame-filled dumpling, meaning he's easily fooled, but his sesame filling comes entirely from the survival philosophy he learned during his years in the Church of Light. Now that his surface memories have been erased, he's returned to his comfort zone. Having interacted with fragments of the world's consciousness for so long, Aelian naturally didn't find Baruchara a difficult language to learn. It's like how traditional Chinese characters are difficult to learn, but after learning simplified characters initially, looking at traditional characters again feels like a spiritual awakening. Even if you only half guess, you could understand most of it. This is an ability deeply ingrained in his subconscious, so Aelian didn't notice anything amiss. He happily finished his class, learned that the children had gone cherry-picking in the wild, and enthusiastically followed them, single-handedly picking 3 large baskets of cherries, winning over all the children as his devoted fans. Aelian, engrossed in climbing trees and experiencing the pure joy of childhood for the first time, was completely unaware that when baskets of bright red, sweet wild cherries were brought back, Zarek, seeing the undisguised admiration in the eyes of every child with their mouths full of juice, almost ground his teeth to powder. Zarek, this guy's boundless energy. Come and share the cherries. Aelian, completely embracing his role as a Pulla, enthusiastically greeted the children, not noticing that Zarek had also joined the group. But while he didn't care, someone else did. Azarin ran over and shoved Zarek, pushing him out of the group. Get out of the way. You didn't do a single thing. This isn't yours. Zarek's face instantly darkened. Chapter 1363. Why? Why can even this incompetent and weakling criticize me? Zarek roared inwardly, his face dark, his gaze towards Azarin practically venomous. Azalin was unfazed. He was fed up with Zirak always disappearing when it came to work and shamelessly claiming a share when it came to distributing the spoils. He'd been blind to waste his time helping Zirak before, but today, he wasn't going to let that jerk get away with it again. You didn't do a single thing, Aislinn accused. While we were working so hard, where were you hiding? Even Pulla came all the way here to help after his priesthood class. He picked most of the cherries. You didn't lift a finger, so why are you asking for anything? Zirak, publicly accused, turned pale and then flushed. Seeing all the children and adults staring at him, his face turned bright red. To save face, he pretended to cough a few times, only to choke on his saliva and cough violently. Aislinn was startled by his sudden cough and took a few steps back, looking at him with disgust. Zirak, unfazed, feigned weakness, saying, I'm not feeling well, everyone knows that. I wasn't feeling well this afternoon, so I rested for a while. Ha! Feeling unwell while working, but acting like nothing's wrong when distributing fruit? Aislinn sneered, still holding a grudge about how he had tried to talk to Zirak earlier, but was instead bossed around. His long-suppressed resentment erupted like a volcano, unstoppable. Zirak had sown the seeds of his past wrongdoing with Azarin, and now he was reaping the bitter fruits of his actions. Under the gaze of everyone, he felt a mixture of shame, anger, and resentment. Instead of reflecting on his habitual laziness and opportunism, he harbored hatred for Azarin, the one who had stirred up trouble. He could have easily slunk away, but that would have confirmed his guilt for coming to take advantage without working for it. Zirak gritted his teeth and, using a feigned retreat, argued, the tribe has always been very kind to the sick and elderly. I just wanted to collect my and my grandmother's share. Since you don't want to give it to us, then forget it. Aislinn blinked. He hadn't expected such a small matter as dividing wild cherries to escalate into such a tense situation. He looked down at the fruit in his basket. These aren't that delicious, are they? The children had eaten quite a few cherries while picking them. They were sour. It was sweet and sour, yes, but it tasted like ordinary wild fruit, okay as a snack. But surely not worth fighting over, right? Maybe he should go pick some more? Climbing trees was fun. He hadn't had enough yet. Having lost his surface memories, and with the original Pulla indifferent to Zirak. After all, Pulla was the future priest, and Zirak only dared to hover around him, trying to get information and attend classes, not actually asking him to do any work. This led Aislinn to be somewhat confused about the conflict unfolding before him, while someone else laughed at the farce. How did a few fruits cause such a fuss? Puna, or rather, Nyarlathotep walked over cheerfully, waving her pink feather fan. It was a lady's folding fan made from the feathers shed by Puna's contracted feathered serpent. Though the craftsmanship was ordinary, in this era and within this tribe, it represented the powerful combat strength enhanced by the feathered serpent. As soon as the chief spoke, the people immediately quieted down. The two children, who had been pushing each other, were separated. Puna closed the fan and tapped her palm. Actually, our tribe has always taken good care of the weak. The elderly who cannot support themselves, the sick, and infants who are too weak to even kill a chicken, all receive support from the tribe. However, this support is only providing enough food and clothing to survive. If you want anything more, you must at least make some contribution to the tribe. Our tribe has never been lacking in anything when it comes to providing support to the weak. But these fruits were extra treats the children picked themselves, using their own time and effort. They weren't the product of the tribe's collective labor, so only those who contributed had the right to share. If those who didn't lift a finger got them for free, wouldn't that discourage the truly hard-working people? She smiled slyly. If you really want some, Zirak, try asking your friends politely. Maybe someone will be willing to share their share with you. Zirak was speechless, and could only reluctantly leave the group. The children were finally satisfied. They took their share of fruit in an orderly and very restrained manner, their faces beaming with joy as they happily went home. Thanks to Pulla's sudden arrival and excellent performance, the children had a bountiful harvest today. Pulla was very interested in climbing trees, and even offered to share some of the fruit she picked with them. Upon hearing the news, most of the children chose to eat the fruit they had picked first, then take home the extra portions that Pulla had promised them. These sensible children gathered wild fruits and vegetables every day to supplement their family's income, adding to their family's food and snacks. If there were many people in the family, the portion they themselves would be smaller. Pulla's selfless sharing made the children very happy, while Zirak, not only having not contributed, also tried to take a share, which truly annoyed all the children. At this stage, Hey Tong really doesn't know how to behave, Mou commented. Just over such a small matter, he turned all the children against him. He's truly petty, short-sighted, and calculating. People always have to stumble and struggle in society to learn from hardship and grow. Zarek, blinded by his talent, is arrogant and ignorant of his own limitations, treating everyone else as fools, as if he lives in his own fantasy world. A person should have self-awareness, then self-reflection, and finally self-discipline. Unfortunately, Haitong failed to achieve any of these three. The crowd gradually dispersed, but Gaia quietly followed Zarek. She followed him to a secluded spot in the back mountains, where Zarek finally stopped and turned to ask Gaia, "Andy, is there something you need? I have a question for you." Gaia said coldly, "Zarek, has our tribe ever wronged you? Why do you hate us so much? Even to the point of wanting to kill everyone?" Chapter 1364. "Annie, what are you saying?" Zarek's smile was stiff and insincere. "How could I hate you? Hate the tribe? This is my home, you are my family." Gaia's sudden question clearly startled him. He didn't know what Gaia had sensed to ask such a question, but Gaia had indeed touched upon the darkest, most hidden part of his heart. Yes, he had always hated this tribe, hated this warm and peaceful tribe that had singled him out, loathed the children with their happy families and their daily hard work, and resented the adults who bossed him around, pointed fingers, and didn't take him seriously. Although he couldn't remember when or why the initial conflict arose, there was no doubt that his values clashed with the tribe's, that he didn't fit in, and that he always felt like a discriminated against outsider. Perhaps the source of this resentment isn't some specific grudge, but rather everyday, minor frictions, like distributing cherries today, which accumulate and expand day by day, eventually leading to a qualitative change. Even a tree that bears thousands of perfectly shaped fruits may occasionally produce a deformed, ugly, rotten one. Genetic mutation, pecking by birds and animals, bacteria, viruses, wind, frost, rain, and snow will further amplify the harm caused by this disease. If this rotten fruit isn't removed in time, in the worst case, the germs and decaying life force carried by the rotten fruit will extend upwards along the connecting branches, spreading until it drags the entire plant to its death. Human nature is extremely complex, MOU sighed, observing from the sidelines. Nature and external environment are indispensable. Only through the combined influence of internal and external factors can the final result be achieved. Humans aren't laboratory animals, whose variables can be precisely controlled by some high-level being to produce the optimal product. For Haitong, the laughter of others is a mockery of him. A ticking time bomb like him could explode at any moment. Haitong wasn't without a longing for family, but he had never considered the people of the Tuna tribe as his family. He was clearly searching for family who would worship him, revere him, and be unconditionally at his beck and call, like the people of the Ithaca tribe later, like the followers of the Church of Light. Haitong's preferences are as clear as ever, MOU muttered. In the projected image, Gaia, angered by Haitong's answer, stepped forward and reached out to him, but her movement was blocked by a pink feather fan. Nyarlathotep, with Puda's chubby face on his head, smiled sincerely. "Oh, I finally found you, my dear sister." He took Gaia's arm, subtly restraining her movements, and waved to Zarek. "Zarek, your grandmother is looking for you. Hurry back, don't keep her waiting." Zarek hurriedly responded and ran off, as if a demon were chasing him. He didn't usually interact much with Gaia, but her actions just now had terrified him. She seemed like a vengeful demon from hell, come to claim his life. Although Zarek felt he hadn't had many good things happen in his life, or even a few truly happy days, he was inexplicably more afraid of death. Think about it. When a person dies, nothing remains. No matter how much intelligence or talent one possesses, it all turns into a pool of rotting, foul-smelling flesh and blood, a few eerie white bones, devoured by birds and beasts, nameless and forgotten before the body has even cooled. He was utterly terrified of this meaningless death, because it also meant his life was meaningless, his existence dispensable. What Zarek feared most was being completely ignored and despised, as if he were an insignificant speck of dust in the earth. Yet, at the same time, he didn't hesitate to inflict this terror on those he disliked. Zarek most enjoyed despising the children around him, regarding everyone as fools and idiots, and was always plotting how to make those he disliked die quietly, without attracting any attention. One could say he was incredibly hypocritical. "Why did you stop me?" Zarek's figure disappeared from sight again. Gaia took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, and questioned him in a hoarse voice. "The game has only just begun. It's not your turn yet." Nyarlathotep leaned close to her ear affectionately. "My dear sister, you're just an actor on the field, not even a participant. Let this drama play out until the end. I haven't had enough fun yet." "You are?" Gaia suddenly realized his identity. Before she could speak, Nyarlathotep pressed a pink feather fan to her lips. "Shh, Shh, don't get too excited. We keep this to ourselves. What do you want? Gaia asked wearily. I don't want anything. Nyarlathotep gave an almost gentle smile. I just want to see what kind of scheme that protective lord has set up. His little puppy still hasn't regained its memory. His shrewd, cunning eyes swept over Gaia. Could it be that you're their only hope? Winning the divine war by simply calling for reinforcements is pointless. Trying to trick me won't work. Gaia carefully chose her words. I won't give you any hints. How about we form an alliance? Nyarlathotep narrowed his eyes, smiling like a fox. Tanuki, I think we all share a common goal. We can work together to eliminate our common enemy instead of fighting amongst ourselves and wasting our strength. Continue. As for me, I love watching a good show. Nyarlathotep said sincerely, that lord and his little puppy are truly interesting, very much to my liking. In comparison, that stray cat with heterochromia is rather unpredictable. All its actions are easily predictable, making it quite boring. If I had to choose one side to support, I would naturally choose the more interesting one. Gaia's eyes flickered slightly. My request is simple. Let me watch this good show, and I won't interfere with your plans. I might even help you out when you need it. He patted Gaia's arm. If the show is spectacular, I serve you the cat on a silver platter. But if it's too boring, I don't know what I might do. Chapter 1365. I accept your proposal, Gaia said. I hope you will keep your promise. I always been lenient with those who can please me, Nyarlathotep chuckled. You agreed without hesitation. It seems you have complete faith in those two. Of course, Gaia replied firmly. They are my chosen allies, and they have repeatedly proven their strength enough to earn my trust. Oh. Nyarlathotep sighed with amusement. Then I wait and see. The two gods finalized a precarious alliance in a secluded place, while the other god, who had joined the battle, showed no signs of regaining his memory, and hurriedly returned to his small cave with his grandmother. Grandma, I'm back, he murmured, lifting the curtain hanging at the cave entrance. He saw his grandmother bent over, prostrate on the ground, a half-woven straw mat spread out before her. The old woman was using her calloused, weathered hands to twist rough straw ropes on the ground, then weaving them one by one into a mat. This was arduous work, something an elderly person shouldn't be doing, but a single mat could be exchanged for a whole piece of fatty meat or a full bottle of cooking oil. Zarek disliked food without the aroma of meat, and while the tribe's provisions for the elderly and infirm were nutritious, they were bland and lacked oil. Zarek, you're finally back, the old woman said, lifting her head and struggling to sit up. She had been hunched over for too long and couldn't sit up immediately, so she slowly, very slowly, straightened her stiff back. Zarek could almost hear the cracking of her joints, which sent a chill down his spine. Don't make mats anymore. It's bad for your back, Zarek said, without even trying to help the old woman. He looked around the small cave and asked, What's for dinner? His gaze fell on a basket of plump cherries. Cherries? Who brought them? He eagerly stepped forward, grabbed a handful of cherries, and stuffed them into his mouth, wolfing down several. The large, sweet fruits burst with juicy sweetness in his mouth. I know, it must be that kid Azalin. He wants to apologize? Ha, I won't forgive him. It wasn't Azalin. The old woman finally got up from the ground. Supporting her aching back, she limped to the table, a relieved smile on her face. It was Pulla, that kind child. He gave a basket of cherries to all the elderly people living alone in the neighborhood, and he didn't forget us. Zarek's hand, which was about to put a cherry in his mouth, froze in midair. Then, anger surged within him, and he overturned the basket, scattering bright red cherries all over the floor. Still not satisfied, he kicked the basket a few more times. Hypocrite. Hypocrite. If you were going to give it to me, why didn't you do it on the spot? You made me lose face so badly, made me look so foolish, and now you're pretending to be a good person? Zarek, what are you doing? The old man roared, You should be grateful. Grateful. Don't you know what our family's situation is? You're unwilling to do this or learn that, and you dream of being a priest every day. Do you deserve it? Do you deserve it? I heard everything that happened today. You were fast asleep at the market, not picking cherries with the children, and you were nowhere to be seen all afternoon. Then, when everyone else had their harvest, you shamelessly went to ask for some. You almost got into a fight with Azalin. Now, Pulla has taken pity on us and given us some too, and you're wasting food, wasting their kindness. She struggled to bend down, picking up the cherries with difficulty, blowing on them, and touching them tenderly. I didn't eat them. I saved them for you to come back. All right. Zarek didn't want to listen to her rambling. He went straight to the deepest part of the cave, laid down on his bed, and said, "I'm tired. I'm not eating. I'm going to sleep." The old woman sighed deeply, tears streaming down her face. What a tragedy. What a tragedy. My damn son, how could he leave behind a child like you? Zarek, seething with anger, rolled over on the earthen bed. Pulla, you old hag, he thought. I kill you all sooner or later. These days, Heterochromia is completely immersed in his childhood memories, savoring the bitterness and hatred he brought upon himself, while Ialian, as Pulla, is having a blast. Having never experienced the joys of childhood in the Church of Light, Ialian is a carefree and happy child in the Tuna tribe. Every day, besides learning the various knowledge and skills a priest should possess, he indulges in all sorts of freedom in and around the tribe, spending his days either climbing trees to pick fruit or catching fish in the stream. On days he doesn't go into the wilderness, he helps the tribe's elderly with chores, cleaning and tidying up the dark caves that haven't seen sunlight for years. He even washes, dries, and fluffs the cotton in the elderly's bedding, returning it clean, soft, and fragrant with the scent of sunshine. Now, not only the kids who followed Pulla around, but even the elders of the tribe were full of praise for Pulazin. Zarek, how come he's so free? After finishing his priesthood course and learning so much, he still has the time and energy to do this? He's got inexhaustible energy. Ialian didn't feel tired at all. He simply couldn't stay idle. There were so many delicious things to eat, and so much fun to do here. Learning new knowledge brought him joy, helping people made him happy, and he was always smiling. Even getting covered in dirt and grime didn't make him feel inferior. In fact, he didn't think that a future priest had to be aloof. Coming home dirty every day, he was like a happy, mud-covered Samoyed. Deep down, Ialian always felt his childhood wasn't this happy or carefree, but who cares? Someone told him that as long as he was happy being himself, that was the right thing to do, and he remembered that. Nyarlathotep naturally wouldn't scold the mud-splattered Samoyed. He simply played the role of a mother without any pain, watching with amusement as the little puppy mindlessly and happily dug in the dirt, simultaneously ripping open the heterochromatic eyes' hearts. Interesting, Nyarlathotep stroked his chin with interest. How did they manage that? Seemingly doing nothing, yet every move strikes at the heart. Interesting, hee, interesting. Chapter 1366. What shocked Zarek even more, breaking his guard once again, while the tribe cheered with joy. One day, Ialian went to the back mountain again and brought back a fluffy, chubby, snow-white silver wolfhound without a single stray hair. "This silver wolf will be my contracted beast from now on," he announced excitedly. "Silver, what, wolf?" Gaia stared incredulously at the silver fluffy ball on the ground. "You're saying this is a wolf?" The silver fluffy ball tilted its head, looked at her, stuck out its pink little tongue, and let out a soft "Woof." "Wolf? What wolf? This thing looks more like a Samoyed. Why would there be a Samoyed in the back mountains?" She did know there was a wolf den in the back mountains. No, Praco never managed to obtain any contracted beasts before. The Tuna tribe was close to nature, so they naturally cultivated good relationships with animals. Powerful priests possessed the power to form contracts with animals. This is very similar to the druids of today. Capable priests or those with good fortune had the opportunity to encounter their desired contracted beast. If they resonated with it, they could form a contract, making it a partner to grow alongside them, and ascend to godhood together. Later, the beast-taming power that the Mother of Abundance excelled at originated from this. However, obtaining a desired contracted beast was not such a simple matter. A contracted beast is a companion for life, and the beast's abilities and growth potential also become the upper limit of their own abilities. If both humans and beasts possess exceptional talent and outstanding abilities, they can achieve a result greater than the sum of its parts. However, if a prodigy chooses a simple-minded paramecium, then no matter how talented he is, it will be useless. A poorly contracted beast will only hinder his progress and become a stumbling block. Therefore, the more capable and talented a person is, the more cautious they will be when choosing a contracted beast. Making a contract is like marriage. Once you discover you entrusted yourself to the wrong person, divorce becomes difficult. Currently, in the tribe, only Chieftain Puna possesses a contracted beast. She has contracted a feathered serpent. This feathered serpent is extremely talented, possessing the potential to become the feathered serpent god king, and has always been a topic of conversation and admiration both within and outside the tribe. In fact, this feathered serpent escaped the mudslide that destroyed the Tuna tribe and has survived in the southern continent to this day, Mou said. The truth recorded in its eyes also reveals a part of the truth of the past to us. If Puna hadn't died, with her talent, she might have been able to secure a place in that wave of godhood. So here's the question. Putta's strength is second only to Gaia, but not inferior. Why then did this powerful female chieftain suddenly become unable to hear the voice of the world's consciousness, and appear so weary? Mou looked back at the projection. Is the truth, as the Ithaca tribe suspects, not a random natural disaster, but a premeditated man-made catastrophe? The silver wolves brought back by Aelian did indeed belong to the pack Gaia remembered. However, Pulla had no interaction with them back then, and Gaia didn't recall ever seeing such a cub beside Pulla. Because her mother's contracted beast was a feathered serpent, Pulla had always longed to find a powerful bird similar to the feathered serpent as her contracted beast. It was Gaia who was interested in wolves. However, the wolves in the back mountains weren't Gaia's preferred breed. To be honest, in Gaia's eyes, they were indeed somewhat dog-like. Therefore, Gaia never entertained any thoughts about them, nor did she ever observe them closely. The two gods, temporarily allied, thoroughly examined the wolf-like, dog-like silver-furred creature, finally confirming that it wasn't some powerful ally secretly sent in by a lord bypassing Gadley, but perhaps simply an animal that had once existed in this time and space. After all, the world that humans can observe and record is only a small part of the world they have access to. Information cocoons have existed since ancient times, but in the distant past, what limited humanity was their feet and the range of their travels. In modern times, it's people's singular interests and the algorithms of software. Those who only want to hear one voice will gradually find themselves surrounded only by voices that constantly echo their own. Once they step out of their comfort zone and see various novel and unique worlds, only a portion of enlightened people will open their hearts to embrace these different beauties. The other portion, long accustomed to being echoed and enjoying adulation, cannot accept the fact that there are voices different from their own in the world, that there is a larger sky beyond the well. They scorned everything outside, denied any new things they saw, argued with anyone who disagreed with them, and would even kick a passing dog. Yet, in every war of the gods, the battlefields created by Gadley were recreated as slices of a complete world across time. Just like the golden dreamland that Heterophora constructed in the first war of the gods, even though he didn't intend to create the existence of those bandits, Gadley faithfully reproduced everything. Objective logic operated automatically even in areas beyond the scope of human subjective observation, even if it went against Heterophora's intentions. However, when Gaia arrived at the back mountain and saw the agile and handsome silver-gray giant wolves and the litter of white-furred pups, she understood. It wasn't that a pack of Samiotes had appeared on the mountain, rather, Aelian had chosen this unique, exceptionally cute, and somewhat dog-like wolf cub from among the litter. Gaia, its brothers were all handsome silver wolf cubs, so why did it have to choose this Samiote that looked like a genetic mutation? She suddenly realized that Aelian hadn't been untainted during its ascent to godhood. This knight's aesthetic sense and perception had clearly been severely skewed by a certain lord and his adventurers. This didn't seem like a bad thing after all. Gaia couldn't help but grin. Every god, upon becoming a god, had to face the fact that they would gradually change. Some gods gladly accepted it, some resolutely resisted, and some were oblivious to the changes they had undergone. A harmless contamination like Aelian's was practically non-existent. Having acquired his own contracted dog, no, a silver wolf, Aelian's life became even more comfortable. Wherever he went, a fluffy silver ball followed behind, its fur trembling with every run. The man and dog became a striking silver spectacle in the Tuna tribe. Everyone raved about Aelian's version of Prazen, while Zarek, hiding in the shadows, kept breaking down. Some people are just so strange, they can't perceive the good things happening to them, only finding joy in comparing themselves to others who are worse off. But once others are doing better than them, they begin an endless cycle of emotional breakdowns. Even though nothing new had happened to them, the same food tasted far more bitter. It was utterly absurd. Chapter 1367. Although Zarek's living conditions hadn't changed objectively, he was having a very, very bad time. PRA, whom he had always considered his rival, had recently become incredibly popular. He no longer hid his academic abilities, nor did he slow down his progress for Zarek's sake. He was deeply loved by everyone in the tribe, from 200-year-old elders to toddlers, all captivated by his charm. PRA's parents and aunt were all very kind and attentive to this future priest, while his grandmother, on the other hand, seemed to side with reason rather than family. This deeply hurt and angered Zarek. Heaven knows how much Zarek longed for an elder who would side with him regardless of reason, someone who would always stand behind him and support him. But the old woman, heartbroken by her son's repeated crimes and her grandson's downward spiral, clearly wouldn't grant Zarek such favoritism. Like someone bitten by a snake multiple times, she saw everything through a blind eye, always imagining the worst. Whenever Zarek got into a fight, she knew without a doubt it was her grandson's fault. After all, she knew exactly what her grandson looked like. This rascal was just like his father, whom he never met. Even the love she once had for her grandson had been worn away by repeated betrayals, deceptions, and hurts. This strong-willed old woman had also met with bad luck in love and suffered many misfortunes. She lost her father at a young age. To better care for her mother and younger brother, she married a capable hunter in the tribe. However, this man was all bark and no bite. He loved to drink and boast outside, and at home he took his anger out on his wife, frequently threatening the lives of her mother and brother. The woman endured much hardship, finally giving birth to her son. Then, while hunting, the hunter was gored in the chest by an antelope. The antelope's long horns pierced his heart and lungs, killing him and the antelope before they could even be brought back. Fortunately, the hunter wasn't a good person, so she wasn't too heartbroken. From that moment on, her son became the most important person in her life. She raised him with great care, rarely scolding or hitting him, and even when she did reprimand him, it was always in a gentle voice. Her younger brother had advised her against spoiling her child, but she didn't listen and instead distanced herself from him. As the years passed, she and her brother buried their deceased mother together, and later, she buried her brother alone when he died of illness. Having lost all her family, she showered her son with all her love, only to raise him into a spoiled and unruly young man. Now, looking at her grandson, she felt a chill run down her spine, as if she were seeing again the son she had raised so badly, lawless and disregarding laws and clan rules. This is a cursed bloodline. A wicked seed. Born wicked. She muttered to herself. It's my fault for being blind. How could I not have seen it from the beginning? No. There's still hope. There should still be hope. She recalled her brother's admonition. It's my fault for raising my son wrong. My brother warned me not to spoil him without distinguishing right from wrong. Now I must discipline Zarek strictly and teach him right from wrong. Unfortunately, she realized this too late, and Zarek was too precocious. The change in her educational approach did nothing to help. Instead, it made Zarek hate her even more. She was old and had to support Zarek, a able-bodied boy who was lazy and idle. She simply didn't have the energy to manage many things. In her eyes, Zarek was a thoroughly bad child. So, whenever there was any gossip about Zarek in the tribe, or someone came to complain, she would always give him a good beating and scold him. She never stopped lecturing and reprimanding him, but to Zarek, it sounded completely different. In Zarek's eyes, she was like a demon from hell, forever dwelling in her cave, subjecting him to daily beatings and abuse, utterly unworthy of being his family. In the end, what was family to this child whom no one expected to be born? From the beginning, there was no bond of affection, only the release of desire, the combination of genes, and a burden unjustly placed upon him. All those involved were gone, leaving only an old woman and his precocious child. Between the two, they were less like devoted family members, and more like strangers bound together by blood. In the old woman's eyes, Zarek was a responsibility imposed upon him by fate, proof of his sins, and the grandson she wanted to love but didn't know how to love. In Zarek's eyes, however, she was merely a crazy old woman who, relying on her seniority and blood relation, had the right to beat and scold him at will. Of course, 9 times out of 10, Zarek was indeed worthy of the beatings and scoldings. But as an ordinary man who believed in I rather betray the world than let the world betray me, and lived entirely in his own world of thought, how could he possibly admit that he was truly wrong? He felt these beatings and scoldings came inexplicably and without reason. His grandmother, instead of helping him, sided with outsiders, beating and scolding him over the smallest things. How could he swallow this insult? Due to the dazzling performance of the Ialian version of Pulla, the conflict between Zarek and the old woman intensified within this dreamlike world of gods, occurring several years earlier than in actual history. Zarek once again secretly sneaked into the unguarded temple of wisdom under the cover of night. He carefully lit a candle and pulled a book from the shelf that even he could fully understand. He carefully placed the candle on the ground, sat down with the book in his hands, brushed away the thick dust from the cover, and tenderly stroked the large etched characters, essential reading for young priests, 101 poisons to avoid. This book was an introductory text for young priests, using simple and easy-to-understand language and featuring exquisitely detailed illustrations that perfectly captured the real objects. Each plant and each poisonous insect had its key parts drawn individually to aid memorization and identification. This book was meant to teach how to avoid poisons and how to treat accidental ingestion or contact with them. But in the hands of Zarek, a man brimming with malice, it took on a different meaning. Knowledge can be poisonous. It can be used not only to save lives and warn against potential dangers, but also to kill. The poisons recorded in the book were all encountered by the ancestors of the tuna tribe: poisonous plants, insects, fish, and beasts. This meant that in the mountains where their ancestors had lived for generations, these poisonous creatures were ubiquitous and readily available. These were Zerek's most easily obtained and convenient weapons. Chapter 1368. Zerek hated many people. For example, there was Pulla, who stole all his limelight, making him look like mud on the ground. There was Puna, blind to his talent, and there was the meddlesome, noisy, and annoying Azarin. Of course, there was also his annoying grandmother. Among these people, his grandmother was the best target, a widowed old woman no one cared about, and no one would miss her in death. She was old and could no longer offer him any help, yet he began to take care of her, not to mention she took herself seriously, constantly interfering, scolding and beating him, causing him a lot of trouble. She brought him no benefit while alive, but her death would bring him ease and convenience. She was completely unsuspecting and easy to target. Zerek could use her as his first guinea pig, learning from her experience, so that when he dealt with others in the future, he would know how to do it. Zerek dared not attack the priests immediately. No, using the poisons they learned in their initiation to poison them was utterly foolish. Both Pulla and Puda could easily identify these poisons. Attacking them rashly would only bring trouble. But if he chose a poison that wouldn't leave obvious traces, the old woman's death wouldn't attract the priest's attention. She was very old and frail. Every year, several elderly people in the tribe died of natural causes. No one questioned the cause of their deaths, everyone was prepared for it: birth, aging, illness, and death. It was the natural cycle. The deceased is tightly wrapped in a specially made mat by the priest, and buried in a grave on the back hill. People carefully select plants from the area, choosing those universally agreed upon as best representing the deceased. These selected seeds are planted on the grave to commemorate the deceased, allowing their body to nourish new life. The plants that grow from the grave are believed to reveal the personality of the deceased, telling future generations about the life they lived. In the funeral culture of the Tuna tribe, there are few taboos surrounding cemeteries. Relatives and friends frequently visit the grave to tend to the plants, gathering there for picnics, expressing their longing for the plants, and sharing recent events. They even happily eat the fruit from the grave's plants, considering it a gift from their ancestors. However, this method of burial meant that Zerek had to choose a toxin that would be metabolized by the deceased and not absorbed by plants, otherwise his crimes would soon be discovered, and he himself didn't want to be poisoned by accidentally eating wild fruit. Zerek carefully and meticulously selected the poison to kill his only living relative, unaware that the person he wanted to kill had already died in the distant past, and now, in this illusion, his every move was being watched by the world's consciousness and the Lord. So, the old madman of the Ithaca tribe wasn't the first person poisoned by the heterochromatic eyes, Mo sighed. The first victim of the heterochromatic eyes was most likely his own grandmother. For their own reasons, the participating gods didn't attempt to change the past. This wasn't real history, just a battlefield of divine war, and there was no core of the illusion that needed redemption or the resolution of grudges. No one could be saved here, but the victims would receive the truth they had long sought. On the recreated battlefield, the cause and effect remained unchanged, only the conflicts intensified and the process accelerated. The deeply hidden villains revealed their fangs and claws, and the truth was faithfully recorded. The diligent and skilled editor, Lia, meticulously crafted all the recorded clips, compiling them into the CG story animations that players refer to. With the professional advice of the scriptwriter, Sidrodius, she appropriately introduced character introductions, fully incorporated the cause and effect, and added the most fitting background music as the plot unfolded. The finished product, even to those completely unaware of the events, would instantly reveal the cruel and tragic patricide that had occurred within the Tuna tribe. Highly complete, commented a certain otherworldly planner. It's time to test the results. Coincidentally, the top-tier players should be close to clearing the cleansing battle soon. A 24-player high-difficulty dungeon in a roguelike mode isn't easy to clear for the first time, especially with various New Year's limited-time events and players having a blast playing as slimes and sheep, significantly slowing down progress. Mo glanced at the game back-end. The today's Reign team, with the best player aptitude and strongest average strength among all the raiding teams, had reached P7 with 20% health remaining. Victory was practically in sight. Let's consider this cutscene as the reward for the first clear, Mo said with a smile. What could be more exhilarating than becoming the first player to uncover the truth behind the God of Light's sins? Today, you and her regular team have successfully broken through to the final stage of the Dark Souls cleansing battle. The current boss has 3% health remaining, and it hasn't used a new attack for a while. At this point, they know every single mob and every single attack the boss has in the dungeon by heart. Through countless deaths and trial and error, they memorized the correct solutions with their strong, muscular bodies, engraving them deep into their DNA. It's no exaggeration to say that if they ever have children, the moment this familiar background music starts and the boss raises its hand, their son or daughter will probably instinctively run in a certain direction. The saying goes, each generation has its own racial skills. While these skills might not be truly useful, and it's unclear what the point of passing them down through DNA is, having more skills is always a good thing. This should really be the final stage. Jinryu, who had been tricked by the boss's progress before, cautiously said, "Everyone stay alert, dodge the mechanics, and unleash your full damage. Don't stop attacking, and try not to make any mistakes. Let's clear it in one go. Clear it in one go." Everyone roared in unison. They had already spent far too long in this dungeon, and several teams were now close behind. If they couldn't clear it tonight, they might very well miss out on the first kill. Chapter 1369. Although at the start of the match, the members of the fixed team had a relaxed attitude, just aiming for the first kill if possible, and accepting it as it came, the reward for the first kill was now within their grasp, and not taking it would be a disservice to their hard work. So one by one, the relaxed teammate transformed into a fierce warrior, every nerve on edge. It was like a large-scale multi-person jump rope game. If one person stumbled, it would disrupt the entire team's progress. No one wants to be the black sheep, but everyone makes mistakes. Fortunately, in a good fixed team, there are always teammates who can be a solid support, helping each other, rescuing in emergencies, and turning the tide. Although most people don't like being dragged down by others' mistakes, the sense of accomplishment and satisfaction gained from occasionally saving the day in a critical moment and playing a decisive role in changing the course of the battle is immense. Alright. The boss has changed form again. Its left blade flashes first. Everyone be aware there's a second change this time. On your marks. Team A in position. Team B in position. Team C, wait. Why are you all so close to us? Damn it, you guys are going the wrong way. Huh? Aren't we supposed to be to the left? No. Your team's facing is different from Team B's. Team B is to the left. You need to be to the right. Today's Rain said in a deep voice, Team C, spread out and try to find safe zones to survive. Good luck. If we survive this, we revive you. Don't abandon us, mommy. This is a mechanic that's quite easy to fail at. When the boss activates its skill, it will randomly target 4 players from each of the 3 teams A, B, and C. These players will be temporarily infected by the boss monster and transformed into hate imps. A projection of the boss monster will appear on the player transformed into a hate imp, and the boss will unleash a fan-shaped slash that automatically targets the player in front, either to the left or right, with no limit on the distance. If the boss's left blade lights up first, the hate imp's slash will start from its left front and rotate counterclockwise until it locks onto the nearest player. Similarly, if the boss's right blade lights up first, the slash will start from its right front and rotate clockwise until it locks onto the nearest target. The area of this fan-shaped attack is fixed, but its shape changes depending on the distance to the target. The farther the target is, the narrower the fan becomes. In the most extreme case, it can be stretched into a thin line. Any player, including the player transformed into the hateful imp, will die if they are hit by 2 fan-shaped slashes. In other words, if they are only hit once, they won't die. 12 players will be targeted, meaning the small arena will be covered by a chaotic jumble of irregularly shaped fan-shaped formations, some narrow, some wide, some thick. Players have brainstormed for a long time to figure out the least disruptive formation, but this formation requires high precision. If someone moves in the wrong direction, it will cause serious problems. Like now. I have a way. Tuji shouted, Team C, come here with me, get closer, I use invincibility to tank it. Then she saw the target icon appear above her head. Tuji. What happened? I was the one called out. Team C's MT, Pepamir Plateau, also unfortunately got hit. The 2 tanks lost their chance to tank the combo, and instead became vengeful imps, slashing at their teammates. A flurry of swordplay erupted on the field. Teams A and B were fortunately unaffected, but a large number of Team C members fell. Some were inexplicably hit 3 or 4 times, while others crouched on the ground, clutching their heads and slowly open their eyes to find themselves unharmed, overjoyed. Hey! I'm okay. Only a sliver of health left. Focus on reviving the DPS and healers. Today Rain cast a resurrection spell. Keep the DPS. Keep the DPS. There's one more big attack to dodge. At this point, every second felt like it was stretched to its maximum. The boss's health bar dwindled bit by bit, the 3 decimal places jumping up and down. The players were giving it their all, reviving those who needed to be revived and dealing damage with all their might. The health bar finally reached its final 0.1%, and the boss was showing signs of impending berserk rage. Its form swelled, and countless demonic faces burst from its skin, making it look exceptionally ferocious and terrifying. A powerful attack was unleashed without warning. Half the players collapsed to the ground, their health bars emptied, before they could even comprehend the mechanics. They screamed in the voice chat, "What happened? Oh no! Too many people died. We don't have enough DPS." Jinryu, already lying on the ground, no longer cared about the mechanics. She stared intently at the final, World Consciousness Core Energy Bar, 99.9%, 100%. Full. LB. Highest DPS, activate LB. She screamed hoarsely, while the survivors quickly glanced at their teammates' roster. Finding that all the heroes were lying on the floor, their gazes focused on the 2 remaining assassins. "Captain, you do it." Tranquil C replied without hesitation, "Gah." The hidden old man was anything but shy when attacking. He unhesitatingly used the energy in his energy bar, a white light descending from the sky and flowing into his body. In that instant, he felt brimming with power omnipotent. The hidden old man took a step forward, his figure blurring into a phantom. He seemed to be walking on air, leaping to the boss's throat in a few strides. A flash of white light appeared in his hand, and a sharp blade was drawn. Swish! 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 3 heaven-slaying, god-slaying strikes were unleashed, swift and decisive, carrying immense force, severing the monster's throat like mud. The last vestige of its health bar instantly reached 0. Players standing and lying on the ground cheered in unison. "We won! We cleared it! We cleared it! We won! We finally won!" The giant monster collapsed with a crash, shattering into countless tiny specks of light. From within these specks, a silver humanoid figure slowly coalesced, revealing a younger version of Aalion. "Thank you, adventurers." Aalian's clear, refreshing voice rang out. He gently waved his hand, and countless specks of light flew towards the players on the ground, instantly reviving all the dead players. The players, covered in wounds, were instantly healed by the falling specks of light. Their fatigue vanished, leaving them feeling incredibly relaxed and refreshed. "Thanks to you all, I can now return to the battlefield and continue my fight." Aalion smiled gently at them, a smile so beautiful it almost melted the players' hearts. "Ah! My wife smiled at me." Chapter 1370. The players watched with glee as the young version of Aalion turned and stepped into the void. They took screenshots, recorded videos, and took group photos, their excitement boundless. First kill. This is a first kill. Tranquil C looked at the achievement popping up on the system interface, ecstatic. "We're in the Hall of Fame again." Only hidden old man squatted on the ground with a bitter face, frantically tapping the system. "Anonymous, don't show. Anonymous, don't show." Tranquil C hesitated for a moment, but still didn't tell his captain the painful fact that his teammate would definitely post his cool LB kill on the forums. Well, he'd definitely be the first to post it. Aalian's figure and those white dots had all disappeared, but the ending animation wasn't over yet. A pale blue memory crystal condensed in the void, rolling to the ground with a thud. As Jinri stepped forward and picked up the crystal, a system notification rang in the ears of all the players. "Congratulations to the player team for successfully clearing the dungeon, Dark Soul Cleansing Battle. Resentment Gathering. Your team is the first to clear this dungeon, and has received a special reward. Sealed Truth Memory Crystal number 011. Players can view it by reading the memory crystal or opening the Distant Memories, Important Encyclopedia, Inner Page." Inner Page? The players exclaimed in surprise. They hurriedly opened their own system's important encyclopedias and discovered that the Light God section was divided into 2 chapters, Outer and Inner. The fragments of Distant Memories they had previously obtained all belonged to the Outer chapter, but this first kill reward occupied the Inner Page. Players, their curiosity piqued, eagerly clicked on the link. As everyone knows, there are no secrets among players, only rumors. Once a player obtains a new storyline clue, given time, this information will spread throughout the entire player community. Not to mention that the team that obtained this important Chronicle storyline animation is the highly anticipated Prophet, External Brain, and new commander today is Rainy. When the first kill achievement appeared in the server-wide announcement, the player community instantly erupted in excitement. As expected of the Rainy Day Master, one team already got a first kill. Was the 24-player high-difficulty dungeon difficult? It felt like it took forever. Ahem. A lot of time was taken up by the limited-time collaboration event, but to be honest, it was indeed very difficult. However, the rewards were quite generous. What kind of rewards were there? The reward for clearing the dungeon was a token that could be exchanged for a special weapon, and a super cute Samoyed alchemical pet doll. The first kill reward triggered the opening of the hidden page of the important Chronicle of the God of Light. Heterochromatic Eyes truly lives up to his reputation as the holder of the power over reality and illusion. Even the Chronicle is divided into outer and hidden sections. After comparing the memories in the outer chapter and the hidden page, I can be fairly certain that the outer chapter records the memories from Heterochromatic Eye's own perspective, while the hidden page contains objective records. The difference between the two is heartbreaking. After seeing the memory from the hidden page that we got, all I can say is, Grandma is so pitiful. Heterochromia is really inhuman. I'm getting curious. Speaking of which, is the hidden page a feature where everyone gets a notification after someone unlocks it? I need to check it out. Here I am after reading it, but I didn't get a notification. Crying? Huh? I got a notification. What happened? It's not an unconditional notification for everyone. To unlock the hidden page, you need to unlock the high difficulty dungeon. You don't need to clear it, just accept the 24-player dungeon quest. However, for everyone's convenience, I put the recording here on the forum, along with the corresponding part from the chapter of the face. The timelines and plot descriptions aren't entirely the same, but you can see a clear difference in the characters' attitudes and their perceptions. Honestly, this comparison gave me the creeps. Damn, I just finished reading the page of the underworld. Heterochromia truly lives up to its name, cold-blooded to the core. He has absolutely no conscience. I actually thought his grandmother treated him badly when I read the chapter of the face, but now it seems she didn't hit him enough. It's too late. Ugh, just talking about it makes my fists hard. Is the expert planning to release a guide deciphering the memories of both the outer and inner sides? It feels like there are many details worth exploring. Currently, there are too few memory samples for inner page, making analysis difficult. However, I speculate that the theme of the purification battle is a recurring event. Our first kill instance is called Meeting with Those We Dislike, a name derived from the 8 sufferings of Buddhism, referring to the pain of being forced to be with people one dislikes. This perfectly matches the memories of the heterochromatic I dropped in the first kill instance and his grandmother. The heterochromatic I dislikes his grandmother and harbors a great deal of resentment towards her discipline, yet he is forced to live with her. This is the suffering of meeting with those he dislikes. Buddhism speaks of the 5 poisons, 6 desires, 7 emotions, 8 sufferings, 9 difficulties, and 10 culpas. It's basically confirmed that the emotions of the 8 sufferings were definitely made into the theme of the purification battle. It's just unknown whether the other 5 poisons and 6 desires were also made into themes. I suspect that each theme should drop a first kill reward, and the corresponding cutscene should be related to a specific emotion. Discussions on the forums flooded in every few minutes, with all sorts of details and psychological analysis. Sangmu, a player slacking off at work, was completely bewildered, staring at his phone. He glanced around his workstation and saw his colleagues typing away, so he reassured himself and pulled out his earphones, glancing at the video length. A bit long, and it uses a lot of data, but he couldn't wait to go home. He wanted to see what was going on first. Sangmu's in-game ID was forever between lucky and unlucky, a perfect match for his personality, a person whose luck was conserved. Being socially awkward, tackling high-difficulty content was absolutely impossible for him. However, he's also a stamp collector, and the important encyclopedia gameplay is absolutely perfect for him. Each entry in the encyclopedia is like a stamp album that automatically collects content. Even if there are additional unlocking conditions like in the hidden pages, it's no problem. The video animations and text guides shared by experienced players on the forums always satisfy his stamp collecting needs. Today, the player Yoyu has thoughtfully released 2 videos and side-by-side comparisons. Sangmu has already seen all the currently unlocked story content in the chapter of the outer world in the game. He still vividly remembers the stern-looking grandmother with heterochromia, so he directly opened the hidden pages video. Chapter 1371. Oh my god! Sangmu exclaimed, looking up to find all his colleagues staring at him. He hurriedly tried to salvage the situation, furiously typing on the keyboard while muttering, "Why did it suddenly crash? I didn't save. Oh no, do I have to rewrite it all?" His colleagues gave him sympathetic and understanding looks before burying themselves back in their cubicles. A kind colleague next to him even added, "You could check if the document was automatically saved." Sangma gave an awkward smile. I look. After dismissing his colleagues, he looked at the video on his phone again, muttering to himself, "Oh my god. That heartless brat Zarek poisoned his grandmother. And she didn't even do anything to him, did she? It was just normal discipline. Isn't the idea of spare the rod and spoil the child supposed to be upheld? Who hasn't been chased around with slippers, clothes hangers, and rolling pins a few times as a kid? Cough. Speaking of which, in other countries, this would be considered child abuse, and they'd be arrested in no time." He shook his head and muttered, "Games are really just fiction. What kid is so unruly that they hurt their family over something so trivial?" His smartphone suddenly picked up on some keywords, sending him several news notifications. 12-year-old demon kills aunt's family. 3 teenagers brutally beat classmate to death and hide body. Entire family wiped out. The murderer is a 16-year-old. Holding his phone, Sang-Moo thought, "Sorry, I was ignorant. It turns out reality is more surreal." He calmed himself down, composed himself, and reopened the video he was watching halfway through. He watched as Zarek, under the cover of darkness, sneaked into the Temple of Wisdom, pulled out a book titled The Young Priests Must Read, 101 Poisons to Avoid, and tenderly stroked the cover, a sinister and chilling smile spreading across his face. He watched as Zarek flipped through the entire book, finally pausing for a long time on one page, carefully noting the pictures and text. The camera zoomed in, and he clearly saw a subtitle appear on the incomprehensible text, "Purple Dead Bell. Leaves contain toxins. Small doses have a cardiotonic and liver-protecting effect, but large doses will cause arrhythmia and death." He watched as Zarek returned to the cave, and found flowers on the kitchen shelf that were almost identical to the hand-drawn illustrations in the book. These were the medicine Zarek's grandmother used to treat her heart ailment, but increasing the dosage would turn this life-saving medicine into a deadly poison. Even if someone suspected it, they couldn't prove that this tragedy wasn't caused by the elderly woman's senility and forgetfulness, accidentally taking the medicine twice. The old woman was completely unaware of her grandson's wicked scheme. She had unusually gone out today, trading several baskets and traps she had woven with a hunter for a pheasant that Zarek liked, as a gift to ease tensions between them. When she returned home, she was pleasantly surprised to find that her grandson, who never lifted a finger, had cleaned the cave and cooked a soup for lunch, waiting for her. "Grandma, come eat." Her grandson smiled warmly, his eyes filled with obvious apology. "I was wrong before. It won't happen again." "Good, that's wonderful." Her nose tingled, and she wept with joy. "Wait here, Grandma will make you a roast chicken." Lunch was quickly served. The old woman watched with satisfaction as her grandson wolfed down the roast chicken, while she herself, filled with hope that her grandson would reform and turn over a new leaf, drank the soup brimming with murderous intent. Sang-Moo, how vicious. Zarek hadn't added the full dose to the soup. No, that would have been far too suspicious. The old woman was completely unaware until she took the dose of medicine the priest had prescribed, as was her daily habit, before collapsing to the ground in agony, clutching her chest. She reached out to her grandson, who stood beside her, for help, but her unfocused pupils reflected his cold smile. In that moment, she seemed to understand everything, yet she understood nothing at all. And so, the man with the heterochromatic eyes completed his first cruel killing, coldly, and without pity or remorse, taking the life of what might have been the only person in the world who had ever unconditionally loved him. Sang-Moo, good heavens, this little pervert, why didn't I let him die in the fire pit back then? Too tragic. Too tragic. He watched with deep emotion, his eyes stinging, his nose twitching. He turned off the video, opened his phone, and dialed his grandparents' number, whom he hadn't contacted in a long time. "Child, what's wrong?" "Nothing, it's the little New Year today, I come home to see you tonight." He decided to take an early day off work to buy some gifts, and visit the elders. The animated cutscene for Hey Tongs the Page of the Underworld caused a huge stir among players. MOU browsed the forum discussions, very satisfied with the result. In the editing, Lia deliberately omitted the irrelevant participants in the God War, focusing the camera on the grandmother and grandson. How Zarek's grandmother died in the first instance is now truly untraceable. However, judging from the heterochromatic eye's performance in this divine war, even if there were differences between the two, they were merely minor variations in details and methods. The conflict between the two remained constant, and was never truly altered by the participants in the divine war. The earlier timing wouldn't affect the predetermined outcome. The heterochromatic eye's sins wouldn't diminish in the slightest. Furthermore, MOU and his group weren't pursuing a fair trial for the heterochromatic eyes, but rather the ultimate victory in the divine war. As one side in the battle, they needed to make the best use of every resource at their disposal. The test was perfect. The next move can be implemented, MOU said with a smile to Ludwig of the Hell Continent. Finally! I couldn't wait! That night, all the people of the Kingdom of Light had another incredibly realistic dream. They were astonished to see that the god they once worshipped was now nothing more than a child with ugly scars, and his heart was just as ugly as his scars. As they watched in horror as the stern yet pitiful old woman passed away, with complex emotions, a surge of anger and sorrow welled up within them. He killed his own grandmother. What did that kind woman do wrong? Cruel, cold-blooded, worse than an animal, not even sparing his own family. How could such a god possibly treat his followers fairly? How could he possibly show mercy and love? He himself doesn't understand kinship and the love between family members. Who is the one burdened with sin? Why should we atone for such a sinner? This time, not only did doubt arise among ordinary believers, but even the hearts of those in power wavered. What happened in the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation could be considered a sacrifice for the interests of the theocracy, but to harm one's own loved ones, even we couldn't do such a thing. Chapter 1372. On the land of the Church of Light, another storm is sweeping in from the dream realm. The second shoe that the high-ranking members of the Church of Light had been anxiously awaiting since the first dream calamity has finally dropped. However, they never expected that this time, what was revealed in the dream realm would be the unknown, dark, and bloody past of their revered deity. Poisoning a close relative. What a shameful sin! This directly violates the doctrines issued by the God of Light himself. The archbishops protested. If even the God himself cannot abide by the doctrines and set an example for the believers, how can we proclaim these doctrines and win their hearts and minds? Despite committing countless evils during his time as Xerac, after becoming a god, in order to consolidate his rule, gain more followers, and amass wealth, the God of Light recruited a group of advisors and strategists to compile a holy scripture of light, within which he propagated various doctrines that conformed to the expectations of the masses. These doctrines encompass many aspects, including justice, filial piety, kindness, and atonement. These doctrines are less the rules of a God of Light himself, and more the pursuits and expectations of the vast majority of ordinary people. In the period before the Church of Light gained widespread influence, believers and deities were in a two-way selection process. Deities needed to attract believers, and believers compared the doctrines of different deities. These doctrines can be considered part of the deity's business scope, and also include a certain amount of advertising. A large part of them are templates adapted to social development and people's needs. If all other deities can do it, surely they can't not. If they truly can't, at least they still have to write what needs to be written and perform what needs to be performed. Otherwise, believers will all go elsewhere, and what business will they have left? The general public gravitates towards grand, morally upright, and righteous doctrines, so the thinkers of the Church of Light crammed almost every positive term in the world into this holy book. They wrote whatever was popular in the market. If the people desired world peace, they would never advocate war. If believers championed monogamy, they would never promote polygamy. This pandering approach did indeed allow the Church of Light to grow rapidly. Once believers were hooked, all sorts of inexplicable hidden agendas followed. Indulgence taxes, surrendering property for safety. Under the guise of faith, many people remained believers for life in a daze. However, when believers discovered that their God was actually a despicable villain, a wicked person who ignored his own grandmother's love and teachings and even murdered her, then the doctrines the priests forced to memorize twice a day became a blatant double standard, a complete joke. Some things in this world can only be done in secret. Once made public, they become absolute scandals. Just as celebrities in the original world collapse due to their own misdeeds, gods in this world also face the collapse of their faith. Faith, foundation, and authority constitute the three essential elements of godhood, and faith is the source of a god's energy. Once faith is lost, a god becomes an empty shell, gradually hollowed out, losing power, falling from divine rank, slowly being forgotten, and ultimately perishing. The cardinals were once again gathered by the Pope, with even Leto, far away in the southern continent, participating remotely via mirror. How far did last night's dream affect? Just like last time, it covered the entire Holy Kingdom. All the believers in the southern continent had the same dream, Leto added. So, were the scenes in the dream real? The highly respected Cardinal Hans Milton slowly spoke. Hans Milton was the oldest, highest-ranking, and most powerful cardinal present. He was stubborn and obstinate, often clashing with others because of his eccentric nature. He had originally led the Holy Sword Knights, but with the gradual deaths of the Holy Sons, and the apostasy of the last Holy Son several years ago, the Holy Sword Knights had long since disintegrated. He had been semi-retired for years, either not attending meetings or remaining silent. Having not heard him speak for a long time, no one reacted for a moment. "Is there any point in asking this?" the Pope said solemnly. "Even if he really did these things, he is still the only God of our church, wielding two supreme authorities. All the concepts held by you here are given to you by him. Whether this dream is true or not, for us believers, it can only be a rumor. It must be debunked." "It makes sense to me," Hans Milton said firmly. "Initially, I joined the church to pursue justice, to spread the gospel to the world, so that people would not repeat my mistakes and experience the pain I suffered. But the higher I climbed, the more darkness I witnessed. Over the years, I was forced to go against my inner voice and become one of you in order to gain more power and lifespan. But there are some bottom lines that even I am unwilling to cross." The old man, leaning on the table, stood up shakily. "Tell me, are the things mentioned in the leaflets dropped by the ghostly palanquins that have plagued the entire region, the recurring dream calamities, all true?" His gaze shifted to Boric and Pendra, the two cardinals who had just been punished by the Pope. They flinched, guiltily avoiding his gaze. Hans Milton sneered. "Ha! No need for further explanation, your expressions say it all." He picked up his cane from the table and stood up. "I, Hans Milton, the quasi-god level holder of the concept, reality, solemnly declare that from this day forward, I and the satellite city of Windovispa in the northwest corner, which I guard, are completely seceding from the jurisdiction of the Church of Light." The Pope slammed his hand on the table. "You dare to apostatize? This is not the religion I believe in. Zarek is unworthy to be the god I worship. If this fraudster dares to take the truth from me, and let him come at me. I see how this liar tries to snatch the truth from me." His hawk-like gaze swept over everyone present. "I declare the city of Windovispa independent from this day forward. We accept all former believers who have betrayed the Church of Light, and we declare war on the hypocritical Church of Light." "You?" Before the Pope could call for the guards, Hans Milton pressed a brooch on his body, and a pre-engraved teleportation array immediately activated, sending him back to his satellite city. "That old bastard, he came prepared." The Pope roared. He even prepared an escape teleportation array. Chapter 1373. The news of Cardinal Hans Milton's rebellion, leading the entire satellite city of Invispa to break away from the Church of Light, spread throughout the Church of Light's theological kingdom that very day, reaching MOU's ears through Saloria. "Hey! There are still such upright people in the Church of Light?" MOU couldn't help but exclaim. Saloria smiled upon hearing this. "There should be. I heard of this cardinal before. His style of doing things is indeed unique among those in the Church of Light. It's said that he's a particularly meticulous, stubborn old man, obsessed with truth, and after ascending to the divine path through his own strength, he joined the Church of Light and gradually became a cardinal. But since then, his rank has never advanced any further." MOU nodded understandingly. "It's true that those with heterochromatic eyes wield the power of illusion and reality, but this is because illusion and reality belong to the same authority. Indivisible. Under the hands of the deceitful god, possessing the concept of truth will make advancement even more difficult. By the way, the Holy Sword Knights, where Ialian previously belonged, were under his jurisdiction. Why don't you ask the souls of those holy sons? You might get more information." Saloria winked at MOU. "This former cardinal has requested that I act as his messenger and witness to arrange a meeting with the Lord Ialian currently serves. I think, given your style, you probably investigate before deciding whether to meet?" MOU pondered for a moment. "No, a meeting is definitely necessary, but investigation is also required. Sufficient intelligence will give me a better negotiating advantage." Saloria smiled knowingly. "I knew it. So should I give him a reply? What's the time and place for our meeting? Should we find a neutral location?" "No need. I think Ludwig would be willing to help," MOU said meaningfully. "That's a good idea." Saloria understood immediately. Currently, wars are breaking out in many parts of the Holy Kingdom of Light. The Church of Light has lost the hearts and minds of the people, and many priests have decided to rebel against the Church. If we form an alliance with Hans Milton, the city of Winvispa can become a gathering place and sanctuary for the rebels. Adventurers can also make a name for themselves in that city." MOU nodded. I consider it. After seeing Saori off, MOU immediately contacted Okade in the Hall of Heroes. I won't simply describe Hans Milton as a good person or a bad person. Having ascertained the Lord's purpose, Okade said, Hans Milton is a very ambitious man. This ambition drove him to climb the ranks within the Church of Light, eventually securing a position as a cardinal. The same ambition also made him turn a blind eye to injustices occurring within the papacy. Out of sight, out of mind, ignoring worldly affairs, thus remaining true to his principles. This has always been Hans Milton's guiding principle. However, I must admit that Hans Milton did indeed provide us, and Wayland, with a degree of protection for a considerable period. Without his presence, our plans would never have progressed so smoothly to this point. MOU raised an eyebrow slightly. The internal strife within the Church of Light was extremely severe. Although Hans Milton took over the Holy Sword Knights, due to his out-of-sight, out-of-mind approach, the real power within the order lay with Archbishop Messer. Cardinal Hans Milton held completely opposing political views to Archbishop Messer, and he frequently suppressed the despicable Archbishop Messer. In terms of purpose, I dare say Hans Milton's starting point wasn't the Holy Sons, but in terms of outcome, he did give us considerable breathing room and a degree of freedom. It was this freedom that allowed Arland and me to create the illusion of the exile before our deaths. By the way, the thorn ring we used was also his creation. Hans Milton was also a master craftsman. It said that his craft was. The craftsmanship combined the techniques of dwarves' forging and alchemists' alchemy, even incorporating some of the skills of mechanics, resulting in exquisitely crafted pieces. When he secluded himself to avoid affairs, he was creating these forged artifacts. MOU turned the thorn ring on his ring finger, lost in thought. I see. Okade pondered for a moment longer. Now that the Church of Light is in turmoil, Hans Milton is probably looking to establish his own power base. However, on the other hand, I don't think Hans Milton's ambition or selfishness will negatively impact your plans. He is indeed a man of principle. I heard his background is also extremely tragic. He originally had a wonderful family, with both parents alive, a loving wife, and a son and a daughter, but in a natural disaster and man-made calamity, he lost all his loved ones. He spent nearly 30 years becoming a transcendent being, tracking down all his enemies, and personally avenging them before turning to faith and joining the Church of Light. He once had a nickname, the Mad Monk. Family was indeed an extremely important bottom line for him. The act of killing his own parents with heterochromia was, in his eyes, tantamount to violating divine law. Although his biggest problem was inaction, he was still far better than other high-ranking members of the Church of Light. Moreover, he likely possessed considerable resources. You could try to negotiate some resource exchanges with him. Upon hearing this, MOU felt reassured. He thanked Okeld with a smile and immediately contacted Ludwig. Having completed the second dream projection, Ludwig was clearly very satisfied with the results. When he entered MOU's Mage Tower study, his face beamed with joy, and he was carrying a bottle of wine. He swaggered onto the sofa. Come on, I brought some wine. Let's celebrate this victory properly today. Don't worry, this wine won't make you drunk. It tastes a lot like your champagne. I call it champagne too. MOU's lips twitched. So casually? Ludwig brought not only fine wine, but also a wealth of first-hand intelligence about the Church of Light, gathered by the demons. With the successive dreams, and the ghostly leaflets scattered throughout the land, the situation within the Church of Light was already precarious. A single, seemingly insignificant feather could trigger a series of earth-shattering collapses. Hans Milton and the defection of Winvispa City were precisely that one feather. As fires raged across the Church of Light, several renowned deities within its borders also took action. The god of pastries, Wushange's fried death's cat, led the people of Baozi village in declaring independence. The god of snacks, Black Cat who doesn't sleep, and the Serve the People team followed suit. Sparks ignited across the land of the Church of Light, gradually spreading and coalescing into a vast, raging inferno. Chapter 1374. For the people of the Kingdom of Light, utter bewilderment might be the most apt description. The Supreme God had suddenly become a patricide, yet strangely, few questioned the reality of this dream. In truth, it was the Church of Light's wickedness that had brought about its downfall. The people's daily suffering had already exceeded their limits, relying solely on the false ideals of the doctrine to brainwash themselves. The recurring dreams, coupled with the bloody revelations on the leaflets, had long since eroded their trust in the Church of Light. Furthermore, with even better gods available for comparison, and adventurers from afar recounting a better life beyond the mountains, offering delicious food, new, beautiful, and warm clothing, and countless interesting items, people's hearts began to waver. Once people formed their own opinions, the truth or falsehood of the dream, or the lack of evidence, became less important. Once doubt arises, faith crumbles. If even humanity's most basic needs for survival cannot be met, then talking about this life and the next is meaningless. Under the rule of the Church of Light, people would already be living in peace and prosperity, free from worries about food and clothing. Even the worst nightmares would be dismissed as meaningless illusions, not as easily shattered by the slightest disturbance. Cardinal Hans Milton's defection from the city of Invispa caused a huge uproar within the Church of Light. Those who also harbored desires to leave the Church of Light, but were unable to cross the central mountain range, found a new anchor and poured into Invispa. The Pope's side also took action. After Cardinal Hans Milton used pre-prepared forging runes to teleport back to the city of Invispa, the Pope ordered the entire Knights of Light to be recalled and mobilized to surround the city. In other words, the first wave of apostates had barely entered the city when the Knights of Light surrounded it. However, this siege was, frankly, characteristic of the Knights of Light's consistently unreliable and weak-willed approach. It was sparse and riddled with loopholes, allowing apostates to advance unimpeded. The reason for this wasn't that the Knights of Light had become more incompetent, it was simply that even the Knights themselves were unsure whether to continue serving the God of Light and the Pope, or to seize the opportunity to defect to the camp of former Cardinal Hans Milton. Torn between these two options, they chose to delay and observe the situation. Anyway, they were all notorious good-for-nothings, so it didn't matter much if they appeared even more incompetent at this moment. Hans Milton sat atop the towering walls of Windovispa, a jug of dwarven wine in his hand, watching as groups of people, families in tow, passed through the snow-covered city gates and entered this northwestern fortress perpetually blanketed in ice and sandstorms under the slowly setting sun. Having mastered the concept of truth, he only needed a glance to discern the true intentions of these people. Those entering the city were all ordinary people genuinely seeking to betray the church. There were no spies sent by the church to infiltrate. Then again, even the spies probably didn't know which side to choose. Hans Milton brushed the snowflakes from his short, graying hair and slowly stood up. As a quasi-god level being, he was still caught in the cycle of life and death. Due to his long stagnation in cultivation, he appeared old and frail. Only the bulging muscles beneath his robes hinted that he remained a terrifyingly powerful superhuman. He raised his right hand towards the sky. A moment later, a raven landed obediently on his muscular arm and raised its leg, which held a letter. Hans Milton clumsily tore open the letter with his thick fingers, and the raven eagerly took flight. He unfolded the note and read only a few words. A meeting has been arranged. Please await further news. Sarah. Not even a time or place for a meeting. Hans was unsure what the speaker of the Magic Federation was up to. He crumpled the note, a bitter smile on his face. I hope I haven't trusted the wrong person. He watched the last group of refugees enter the city and ordered, "Close the gates. Close the gates." The messenger's loud voices echoed across the star-studded wasteland, one after another. Accompanied by the creaking sound of the steel gates closing, Hans Milton walked resolutely down the city wall and returned to his lord's mansion. He had many things on his mind, and even lacked appetite. He thought he would be sleepless all night, but unexpectedly, he fell asleep the moment his head hit the pillow and quickly drifted into a dream. He found himself standing on black water, thousands of stars slowly rotating above his head, and beneath the surface of the lake, a phantom-like tree swayed. Hans Milton, where am I? Good evening. A voice rang out across the tranquil lake. Hans Milton looked in the direction of the voice and saw two figures. One was Dewey Lofco, the Church of Light's long-standing nemesis, the hellish Grand Highwayman. The other had black hair and black eyes, and his features resembled those of Soloria's younger brother, Lord Moya of AMT County, whom he wanted to meet. Lord Moya? He asked hesitantly. It is I, Mou replied. Lord Hans Milton, I have heard of your severing ties with the Church of Light, but I wonder what your intentions are in having my sister arrange this meeting? I have never liked such beating around the bush, so I will speak frankly, Hans said. I wish to form an alliance with your forces to jointly confront the Church of Light. A fierce war has already broken out within the Church of Light, and the city of Windovispa will be the first to bear the brunt of the Pope's siege. With my own strength and the people of my city, I may not be able to defeat this crumbling behemoth that is the Church of Light. I do not wish to see widespread destruction, and therefore I must find a powerful ally. If I am not mistaken, the missing God of Light is engaged in a divine war with Ialian. He looked at Mou and said, enunciating each word clearly, in this round, I bet on him to win. Chapter 1375. In the language of Osiria, the pronunciation of he referring to a deity, and he, referring to a mortal, are distinctly different, making it easy to discern that Hans Milton's intended recipient was Aelian, not the deity. Aelian has been in my sights for a long time, Hans Milton said. A half-elf of exceptional talent and strength, with a gentle yet powerful heart and an extremely intelligent and calm mind. Among all the holy sons, he is the most likely to bring about change to the Church of Light. Although his apostasy was a well-considered decision, given the suddenness of the entire dream disaster, the cardinal only had time to ensure the unity of his satellite city, from his trusted officers to the poorest commoners, that they were all willing to follow him in his apostasy. The kingdom of light is now in turmoil, and every choice leads to an uncertain future. Even Hans Milton, who has spent most of his life cautiously and shrewdly managing the Church of Light, cannot fully foresee the situation ahead. However, Hans knows that if he becomes the first to betray the Church, he will inevitably become its target. Making an example of someone is always the best way to quell a rebellion. But he has no choice, the die is cast. This Church must be betrayed. Hans and the people of Windavispa can no longer tolerate remaining in this hypocritical church. But once they take this step, they will face a future of fighting their way out from under heavy siege. For ordinary people, the resources Hans has accumulated over the years are considerable, but to support a city during wartime, they are a drop in the ocean. How to maximize the use of every card in his hand was a source of immense worry that nearly turned his hair white overnight. The Lord of AMT County was Hans's best and only option. Desperate for Moya's support and with nowhere else to turn, Hans told him a long story. A story about himself, Aelian, and the Lord. Lord, you can believe every word I say, Hans Milton swore. Every word I say, every single syllable, is true, without a single lie. Mou nodded. He wasn't worried about being deceived. Leaving aside the fact that Mou himself was a seasoned office worker with extensive experience, he had the advantage of a fragment of world consciousness already connected to some virtual and real power, and the hellish Grand Duke, a natural lie detector capable of discerning human emotions. Just considering their current positions, Hans Milton was like an ant on a hot plate, while he was a calm and collected angel investor. Whether the investment is ultimately made or not, it won't cripple Mou, it will only be icing on the cake. Hans Milton began to explain. To explain this clearly, I must first introduce myself. I was born on the northwestern border of the present-day Kingdom of Light. My clan are the Silent Ones, dwelling amidst ice, snow, and sandstorms. For generations, we have revered and believed in truth. Even if speaking the truth would bring misfortune to ourselves, our families, or the world, we cannot utter a lie. But we can remain silent forever, keeping the truth hidden in our hearts. This is our clan rule. Family tradition. These are treasures etched in our hearts, and no one may desecrate them. Hans Milton loosened his thick robe, revealing his muscular upper body. His arms and chest were densely covered with ancient runes. The well-informed Ludwig glanced at them, and confirmed, indeed, the silence runes of the Silent Ones. The Silent Ones' pursuit of truth can be described as extreme. They tattoo silence runes on their bodies. If they attempt to lie, the runes instantly come alive, tighten, and constrict their throats, rendering them speechless. If they insist on speaking, they will be strangled to death by the runes. Mou. No wonder he was so certain he would never lie. Lying would mean certain death. The Silent Ones have lived a secluded life for many years. Our clan excels at crafting. This is a secret art our ancestors created by combining the crafting, alchemy, and mechanical skills they learned from the dwarves of the north and the alchemists and mechanics of the east during their travels, along with our own runes. We lived happily in the snowy frontier, crafting and hunting. I once had a wonderful family, a highly skilled father, a gentle and capable mother, a beautiful and considerate wife, and 2 clever and adorable children. For me, those were the beautiful times I would give anything to return to. This beautiful home was destroyed in a harsh winter. That winter was extremely cold. The winter god unleashed a blizzard that lasted for more than 10 days. The Silent Ones were unable to go out hunting, and with their stored supplies running out, they had no choice but to take advantage of a break in the weather to travel to the nearest city, Windavispa, to exchange their forged artifacts for food. At that time, Windavispa was still an independent city, the hereditary territory of the city lord's family, not part of the Church of Light. Because of the unusually cold weather, the Silent Ones decided to take their families to a warmer town for a few days before returning home with supplies. This kind of transaction took place every winter. This should have been a routine matter, but this time, they witnessed a group of bandits committing arson, murder, and looting within the city. The bandits robbed several shops on the street, leaving with their loot. Living a life of near isolation in the wilderness, and deeply revering truth, the Silent Ones couldn't understand why the people, having clearly seen the bandits, vehemently denied it. Firmly convinced of their own eyesight, the Silent Ones stepped forward and identified the bandits to the city lord's guards. The guards quickly apprehended the men, but that very night, a group of people stormed into the inn where the Silent Ones were staying, slaughtering them all, and setting it on fire. I was stabbed several times, and fell from the second floor of the inn, landing in a thick snowdrift in the neighboring courtyard. Perhaps it was my destiny to survive. The snow froze my wounds, and I didn't die. Instead, my neighbors secretly took me in and cared for me. They also secretly told me that the bandits were actually distant relatives by marriage of the city lord's confidants, committing atrocities in the city, burning, killing, and looting, with no one able to stop them. Outsiders like us, who dared to testify without understanding the situation, were simply courting death. Chapter 1376. He sighed deeply. My people, my wife, children, parents, all perished in that massacre. I survived by chance. As my injuries healed, I secretly collected the remains of all my people from the ruins of the inn under the cover of night, and sneaked back to my homeland. Their remains had been burned, all mixed together. I couldn't tell them apart, so I buried them all in a huge grave. After that, I lived in anonymity, wandering as a weaponsmith, until I encountered a centaur tribe. They took me in, taught me, and I became a transcendent. Truth is not only the faith of us Silent Ones, but also my divine status. Even if my entire tribe dies for speaking the truth, it cannot change our hearts. His eyes reddened, he breathed heavily, lost in his memories. I spent 30 years in the centaur. I trained, grew, and honed myself within the tribe, finally gaining enough power to fight my enemies. But when I returned to the city of Invispa, the Lord's confidant had already taken control of the entire extraordinary guard. I alone was no match for the power of an entire city. Just then, the Church of Light extended an olive branch to me. They sympathized with my plight, and declared they would seek justice for me. I believed them, and joined the Church of Light. At the time, it seemed like a good idea. The Knights of the Church of Light joined me in conquering the city of Invispa. The Lord's confidant, who had been a usurper, and the Lord himself, who had allowed his men to commit atrocities, were brought to justice. I was able to personally kill my enemies. With my revenge complete, I was so immersed in the satisfaction of my vengeance that I overlooked the fact that the Church of Light had occupied the city and incorporated it entirely into its theological kingdom. Mou nodded understandingly. He was familiar with this period. It was roughly during the expansionist phase of the Church of Light, which was annexing territories across the land. The heterochromatic god, ambitious and determined, wanted to conquer the half of the continent of Osiria west of the Central Mountains. Of course, his ambition never stopped westward. He even extended his tentacles beyond the Central Mountains towards the Magic Federation, though he hadn't succeeded. The heterochromatic god was a cunning deity. If he were to rashly attack an independent city without cause, it would inevitably provoke protests and rebellions. However, if he introduced a victim, a person who had been caught in a man-made disaster while upholding justice, losing loved ones, relatives, and tribe, to seek justice and avenge them, then it would be perfectly legitimate. The heterochromatic god was indeed not a benevolent god, but he was adept at disguise, and knew what his followers truly desired. In its early days, the Church of Light rapidly expanded by catering to the followers' expectations and desires for light, goodness, and justice, concealing his true purpose beneath a false pretense of justice. Only after they had firmly established themselves on this continent and eliminated most of their competitors did they begin their ruthless exploitation of the people, amassing wealth with astonishing efficiency. Even this oppressive practice was like boiling a frog in lukewarm water, concealed beneath various seemingly legitimate forms of atonement and taxation, making it difficult for the weary and accustomed populace to perceive its injustice. The centaur race that Hans mentioned also greatly intrigued Mou. After all, it was a centaur craftsman who had helped Aelian modify the thorn ring. Could that centaur, who championed the concept of fate, also come from the tribe Hans was familiar with? Hans Milton continued, as the last to remain silent, the divine concept I chose, pursued, and successfully acquired was, truth, a divine rank falling within the realm of the power of truth and falsehood. Initially, I genuinely believed the Church of Light was the righteous side helping me avenge my grievances. But as I gradually climbed to a higher position, I saw the countless bones beneath the Church of Light's lies. For the God of Light, the power of truth and falsehood is merely what he truly grasps. Falsehood, truth is simply an added bonus. However, it was all too late. If I didn't want to lose truth, to lose the power I had long strived for, I couldn't leave the Church of Light, nor could I stop their evil deeds. I couldn't lie, I didn't want to collude with them, so I could only close my eyes, shut my mouth, not see, not speak, not think. Over the years, every single day I wanted to change. To change the status quo, I faced only two paths: either abandon everything and destroy everything, or replace the God of Light and seize his authority. I desperately tried to climb higher, abandoning all worldly affairs and devoting myself to intensive study. But with my limited abilities, the furthest I could reach was a cardinal. The quasi-god level was my limit. Just when I stagnated, Aelian, chosen as the Son of God, was unfortunately corrupted by the fallen apostle's affair caused by his mentor, and stood trial in the Inquisition. It was then that I noticed his presence. His tone softened. In him, I saw qualities I lacked, talents, and a sense of justice, as well as a touch of cunning for adaptability and self-preservation. I believed he could go further than me, and had a chance to seize authority from the God of Light. I then revised my plan, quietly offering him some protection and convenience. However, due to my neglect of administrative affairs for many years, Archbishop Messrs had been in charge of all matters, large and small, of the Holy Sword Knights. It took me considerable time and effort to wrest power back from him. MOU understood. He said the Church of Light's attitude towards Aelian was like a split personality, sometimes treating him as the vessel for the incarnation of the God of Light, sometimes seemingly abandoning the plan and using him as a pawn, yet simultaneously providing him with considerable resources and intelligence, and even allowing him to ride his unicorn Pegasus and travel the world under the guise of missions, contacting the elf kings and Moya of different factions. Even though Aelian bore the holy mark, the Church of Light's management was indeed extremely chaotic. But if this split personality behavior is seen as the actions of three forces with different objectives, it can be explained. The God of Light himself treated Aelian as a special body was his legitimate shortcut to seizing the Golden Land and plundering the legacy of the Mother of Abundance. However, the God of Light inadvertently thwarted his plan to capture Nyarlathotep, being tricked by the ordinary mortal godson Drake and Bubble, and imprisoned in Bubble Prison for nearly 200 years. During this time, he lost communication with the outside world, and all his commands were issued by the God of Fun, Nyarlathotep. And the God of Fun, Nyarlathotep, was a complete troublemaker. He only cared about having fun, and didn't care about the plans of the heterochromatic eyes. He wanted nothing more than to create chaos and turmoil. Archbishop Messrs, who was in charge of the Holy Sword Knights, was a short-sighted villain. The God of Light. After losing contact and receiving no new instructions regarding Aelian, he assumed Aelian had been rejected by God, a complete traitor, to be used as a human weapon at will. He considered Aelian's survival a virtue, his death insignificant. Some of the resources, mounts, money, armor, and even manpower were likely provided by Messer to maintain the dignity of the Holy Son of the Church of Light. The extra portion, and the freedom of action were probably due to Hans Milton's deliberate leniency. Chapter 1377. And the tampering with the thorn rings, and the lack of oversight. Aelian's resistance and probing in the gray area of the rules hadn't been violently suppressed because there was still a deeply hidden figure above, quietly providing assistance. Because the internal power structure of the Church of Light was complex and intertwined, this assistance was mixed in with the chaotic orders, going unnoticed. Often, it only required a well-timed abdication or turning a blind eye, so even Aelian himself didn't have many doubts. At most, he thought the surveillance reports were once again drowned in the Church of Light's cumbersome paperwork and endless reports, ignored and forgotten. Now it seems these reports were indeed drowned in the sea of documents, but someone deliberately did it. So you noticed my existence long ago, MOU said confidently. Yes. You and the Elf King are both friends of Aelian, and I did not prevent Aelian from communicating with the outside world. A canary trapped in a cage cannot become a true god. Since I have placed my bet on him, I must give him the opportunity to experience the world, to see its true nature, rather than being misled and brainwashed by the empty rhetoric of the church. He sighed softly, however. I realized this too late. As I rallied and seized power from Archbishop Messer, Aelian's faith gradually faded. I watched the light in his eyes dim, his actions filled with a death wish. At that time, Aelian had no desire to become a god, only guilt for the deaths of his companions while he alone survived. That expression is all too familiar to me, because almost every day, I see the guilt in the mirror. I once thought all attempts were in vain, even letting him go to the Magic Federation to fight the Northern Beast Tide. If he wanted to die, he should at least die like a hero. He looked at MOU. Everything that happened later was beyond my expectations. Aelian didn't die, but he never returned. His figure was shrouded in white light, invisible to the spies. If he wasn't allied with an evil god, then he was protected by some even more powerful being. Mou awkwardly touched his nose, unable to resist wondering how many unfortunate spies had been severely injured in the process. When Ialia betrayed his faith, my subordinates, including those spies, immediately reported all the information they could gather about you and your adventurers to me. You do indeed possess many miraculous qualities, including your suddenly restored appearance, and those adventurers who, from who knows where, not only possess purifying power, but also return from the other side of death time and time again. However, in my opinion, these are not bad things. On the contrary, they bring hope to the whole world. I suppressed all the reports, only instructing my subordinates to observe the situation. Hans Milton said with a strong voice, "Please don't misunderstand. My decision at the time was purely out of my own selfish motives, and I'm telling you this now not to curry favor or seek reward." He continued, "In fact, my actions were extremely limited. I merely mixed some dubious reports into a pile of tedious and useless documents. I didn't stop the God of Light from luring your traveling merchants, nor did I offer you any assistance. I simply honestly told that when that cowardly Pope questioned me, I revealed that you had the entire Magic Federation and the Felizlock family as your backers, thus dissuading them from launching a major attack. But I would be most grateful if you could take all these factors into consideration." Mou's lips twitched. This former cardinal was as sincere and straightforward as he said, without any pretense. However, Mou understood that this man was also using a kind of overt strategy. He had been rambling on for so long, recounting his past and present, clearly telling Mou, "I was not truly aligned with the Church of Light. Joining the Church of Light was both a deception and a last resort. I helped them cover up their tracks and evade their pursuers. Although I didn't do much, tell me, did I or didn't?" Actually, Mou had always felt a strange sense of unease about the Church of Light's eerily quiet state after Ialian's apostasy. The last holy son of the Church of Light's high-profile apostasy should have been a momentous event, but the Church of Light, however, silently suffered this injustice, remaining completely silent, which was utterly absurd. But the Church of Light had a long history of absurd behavior. As a worker who habitually preferred to avoid trouble, Mou couldn't possibly go out of his way to confront the Church of Light, asking, "The Holy Sun is sleeping in my room. Why aren't you coming to beat me up yet?" Ahem, Mou couldn't bring himself to do something so obnoxious and provocative. It wasn't until later, when Nyarlathotep used the traveling merchant to create a triple illusion, that Mou felt the situation was returning to normal. Oh, so the Church of Light was preparing a powerful attack. That made sense. After all, powerful attacks require charging. But now it seems that, apart from Nairuko, who held the position of the heterochromatic-eyed being at the time, the Church of Light wasn't entirely oblivious to Mou. However, Hans Milton, the leader of the Holy Sword Knights, quietly suppressed all reports from his subordinates. The lower-level employees were only responsible for observation. Once the report was submitted, their job was done. Meanwhile, the higher-ups who made the decisions indulged in debauchery. If a report didn't reach their desks, it meant nothing had happened. This vast and corrupt, one-way communication system, if even one link in the chain was broken, was tantamount to deafness and blindness, nearly paralyzed. Thinking about it this way, although Hans Milton downplayed it, he undeniably made a significant contribution to the stable development of the world faction in its early stages. If Mou and the adventurers hadn't yet established themselves and had been crushed by the Church of Light's army, even if they hadn't been completely annihilated, they would have suffered a devastating defeat. I understand the situation. Mou smiled knowingly. I agree to form an alliance with you, and am willing to send adventurers to guard the city of Windavispa and all those within its walls who wish to sever ties with the Church of Light. There is only one condition. You must pray to the world consciousness and offer your loyalty to it. World consciousness? The old man of silence pondered for a long time, as if considering his words. After a while, he slowly nodded. This is a very ancient belief. The source of all gods. I understand. I agree. Chapter 1378. Hans Milton awoke from his dream. Without dwelling on it, he immediately leaped from his bed, knelt, and began to pray to the world's consciousness, ancient world spirits, mother's mother, father's father, the beginning of all things. Please protect your followers and people, and bestow your blessings. He finished his prayer nervously, and as he hesitated to repeat it, he heard a neutral voice drift from the void. I am here. Compared to the God of Light, who had remained silent for centuries, the immediate response from the world's consciousness was like a reassurance. Hans Milton's heart immediately calmed. The dream was real. That Lord hadn't deceived me after all. along with the world's consciousness's response. A rectangular crystal plate and a teleportation array fell into Hans Milton's hands, and the method for placing the teleportation array was simultaneously transmitted to his mind. The old man closed his eyes and carefully reviewed the teleportation array in his mind. Overjoyed, he didn't even bother to put on his shoes. His eyes gleamed, and he rushed out the door, running barefoot across the snow to the large square in front of the city lord's mansion. He fiddled with the teleportation array for quite a while before figuring out how to activate it. Watching the teleportation array sink into the ground as he placed it, flashing a silver-blue light before disappearing without a trace, Hans felt a pang of unease. Did it work? He murmured uncertainly, squatting down and repeatedly stroking the floorboards, almost wanting to dig up the vanished teleportation array to check again. However, he didn't dwell on it for long. A few minutes later, a flash of silver light appeared, and an adventurer dressed as a mage abruptly appeared in the square, followed by an alchemist, a swordsman, a gunslinger. More and more adventurers, dressed in revealing and peculiar attire, emerged from the teleportation array. They chattered in a language Hans Milton barely understood, their faces filled with curiosity and bewilderment at arriving in a new place. They enthusiastically circled the old man, demanding he give them a quest. Hans. A quest? What quest? The rectangular crystal plate he was holding suddenly buzzed, and a picture guide filled with text popped out. Hans looked closely and realized it was a user manual for the crystal plate phone. Using this small crystal plate was extremely unfriendly to this old man, who was almost as old as Domaine Mont Blanc. Fortunately, the outgoing adventurers were quite familiar with it, and they helped him into the city lord's mansion to teach him how to use the phone to send quests. One kind adventurer even gave him a pair of shoes. Furry slime slippers. Wait, why are slimes furry? Hans Milton wondered, bewildered. The new culture he had experienced in the past half hour, the new knowledge he had absorbed, was more than he had in the last few decades. The old man, who had spent most of his life in the Church of Light, was finding it quite overwhelming. However, despite the overwhelming feeling, Hans was still happy. These adventurers were all extraordinary individuals, and they looked very capable. With so many of them, there was no need to worry about a shortage of extraordinary individuals to protect the ordinary people. The pain of being unable to protect his people and loved ones years ago remained a knot in Hans's heart. Later, in order to climb the ranks within the church and gain more power, he was forced to turn a blind eye to the evil deeds of the Church of Light against his will. Even though he didn't directly participate, he still felt his hands were stained with blood. Now, having broken free of the church, he could finally follow his heart, no longer bound by his own concepts and subject to the control of the God of Light. He would protect the people of this city, ensuring they would never repeat the mistakes of years past. He would never allow innocent people to suffer the same pain of losing loved ones as he had. In that instant of clarity, he even felt a loosening of his own realm, as if he could advance further. So that's it. What has been limiting my realm is my sealed, buried true self, the self I have betrayed. I was only clinging to my own concepts, neglecting to realize I had gradually strayed from my foundation. No matter how silent I remain, wrong is wrong, evil is evil. I cannot lie, nor can I deceive my own heart. The barrier that had bound him for years collapsed in an instant, and he suddenly ascended to a higher realm amidst the adventurer's encirclement. A golden light enveloped Hans Milton, causing his body to swell dramatically. A golden Arhut image, over 3 meters tall, automatically materialized, startling the adventurers who hastily retreated. What's going on? Did the old man level up? Huh? Leveling up just by playing on a phone? Can you teach me that skill? Wow, an Arhut golden body, that old man is pretty cool. He looks really tough, like a martial monk. Wow, those muscles. It's so reassuring. I feel like he could take us all out with one punch. The audacious adventurers chattered and jostled, crowding around to watch Hans advance, showing no intention of leaving or hiding. The quest in Windavispa City was a new addition, pushed out just minutes ago. It was peak time for adventurers to log in, and a group of adventurers, eagerly watching the progress of the Church of Light's quest, impatiently opened the preview. They saw in the cut scene that the Cardinal of the Church of Light was arguing with the Pope, righteously and boldly declaring his intention to abstain from the church. The adventurers, always eager for drama, explained, "Wow, that's awesome. His favorability rating is off the charts." Just as Hans Milton became a follower of the world consciousness, Lia quickly edited new animation material from his memories, seamlessly weaving the former Cardinal's defection, his contact with Sal Aurea, and his joining the world's faction into the pre-opening storyline of the city of Windavispa. She even included some little Easter eggs about Hans Milton secretly helping Ialian and covering for the Lord and adventurers. The adventurers exclaimed, "Holy crap! This guy is actually one of our own, infiltrating the upper echelons of the Church of Light." News of Cardinal Hans Milton's defection had circulated before, but the animated cutscenes hadn't been released. While it didn't stop players from causing trouble and progressing through quests in the Church of Light, it always left them wanting more, feeling like they were missing something in the story. This animation was actually part of the opening storyline for the city of Invispa, and it contained so much information. Invispa is a satellite city in the northwesternmost part of the Kingdom of Light, and a heavily militarized northern fortress city, normally completely closed to outsiders. Players have been trying to infiltrate this city for a long time without success. Now it seems the developers deliberately saved this map for now. So, after watching the introductory storyline and discovering the teleportation array was open, adventurers immediately dropped what they were doing and rushed over to accept quests. And sure enough, they saw Old Man Hans leveling up as soon as they arrived. This trip was definitely worth it. Chapter 1379. Bryce Bresley was unsurprised by Hans Milton's betrayal. Milton had no family connections. He fought his way up through sheer grit. The reason he became a cardinal was twofold. First, his exceptional fighting prowess. Second, his grasp of the concept of truth. As for the third point, it was because he was idolized by those within the church who considered themselves virtuous. Hans Milton was one of the few cardinals in the church who, despite his common background, possessed true faith. Every organization has good and bad people. The Church of Light, in the past, presented itself outwardly as a benevolent and virtuous saint, naturally attracting many kind-hearted individuals. However, within the church, various powers were controlled by families favored by the gods, and the virtuous were often those who were unambitious, hardworking, submissive, weak, and easily bullied, nothing more than lowly laborers. Good and evil are like yin and yang, waxing and waning. The louder the voices of the wicked, the softer the voices of the good grew, eventually fading into nothingness. But silence didn't mean annihilation. These people silently united, attaching themselves to Hans Milton, pushing him step by step up the ladder. Hans Milton had always looked down on the Bresley brothers, especially Leto. His reasons differed subtly from those of the other cardinals. While the others disdained Leto's impure bloodline as a lowly cat-beast hybrid, Hans Milton couldn't tolerate the sordid infighting and fratricide within the Bresley family. But for the Bresley brothers, a political enemy was a political enemy. Whatever the reason, if someone was an enemy, they were dealt with. No need for complicated reasoning. Now, after Hans Milton's apostasy, he opened the city gates, openly accepting all those willing to leave the Church of Light, but unable to cross the central mountains and leave the theocracy. He also overcame his inner demons, and, in full view of everyone, suddenly ascended to the quasi-god level, becoming a false god. This level is now on par with the Pope. This sends a very bad signal. Quasi-god level cardinals within the Church of Light, old and unable to advance, can break through their shackles and become false gods simply by declaring their apostasy. Isn't this blatant proof that there are problems within the Church of Light? A clear slap in the face to the Church of Light? Bryce was extremely worried. Indeed, he had no real affection for the Church of Light, but the Bresley family and the Church of Light were deeply entangled, their interests intertwined and difficult to sever easily. This meant he couldn't simply rise up and apostatize like Hans Milton, and even if he did, he wouldn't be able to command the same widespread support as Hans Milton. No, now the Bresley family is seen as the lackeys of the God of Light, yet they've been used as scapegoats by him. Perhaps there's still a chance. Let's think about it another way. Since the God of Light can use our family as scapegoats, I can also shift the blame for our ancestors' sins onto him. His reputation is ruined, his infamy is legendary. Who believes in his innocence in the Mont Blanc affair? I have plenty of evidence left by my ancestors, and I can establish a new Church of Light, fully incorporating the Bresley family's influence from the old church, the Inquisition, and other wavering individuals. Yes, even if the old church collapses and war breaks out everywhere, people will still need to fight against the power of the evil god. In that case, I only need one god. He frowned, mentally reviewing all the known gods, but couldn't find a suitable choice. This was to be expected. Almost all the existing gods were enemies of the God of Light. In the eyes of the Inquisition, gods other than the God of Light were considered heretics, meaning Bryce Bresley had also incurred their wrath. Let alone using these gods as a pretext, even sincerely offering allegiance might not be accepted. The fact that they hadn't given him a severe beating was probably a sign of their mercy. Taking it himself wasn't out of the question. Bryce was extremely envious of the readily available faith in the future. The only problem was that he currently only had angelic level power, which wasn't sufficient for recruiting soldiers. Buying horses only attracts those extraordinary individuals below the angelic level, which is far inferior to the pseudo-god level Hans Milton. At the peak of the hidden level, or even the angelic level, LV 200-230, and above, one can become a cardinal. Leto is only a half-step angelic level. In fact, among the cardinals, only Hans Milton has truly cultivated to the quasi-god level. Now his strength is caught up with the Pope. With such a competitor, Bryce will find it difficult to rise to prominence unless he finds another way. He is not like Saloria, who, although only at the angelic level, has a family with thousands of years of history and abundant resources, as well as countless great mages as her backing. The people of the Magic Federation don't respect gods, but they are truly united, which is enviable. In contrast, Bryce was now without men or gods, and his remaining resources were entangled in a massive mess. It was like accepting the inheritance of the Church of Light, wanting the money but having to pay off its debts. Yes, although the Church of Light was currently clinging to life, in Bryce's eyes, its complete collapse was an inescapable fate. While Bryce coveted the Church of Light's inheritance, he was also deeply troubled by those debts. He had no desire to touch those millennial problems. This put him in a dilemma, in a very awkward position. He wanted to sever ties, but he lacked the courage. He couldn't bear to give up the money, resources, and countless benefits. Without the Bresley family and the Church of Light, he, who had gained everything through manipulating power, manipulating people's hearts, and political intrigue, would become an insignificant nobody. The concepts bestowed upon him by the God of Light would leave him, and the faith he had acquired through family power and the Inquisition would vanish completely. At that point, his spiritual realm would plummet, and he wouldn't even be able to maintain his angelic status. But if he were to take over, he would have to cleanse the God of Light of the countless sins accumulated over thousands of years. Whether he severed ties with the God of Light or continued to act as a devout believer, there were advantages and disadvantages, and Bryce wasn't prepared to face those disadvantages. Those servants of Grazi, perhaps I can still make use of them. I wonder if that legendary ancient being has enough reason and intelligence to understand my scheme. Perhaps I should start with the town of Desmond. Of course, they are no longer the targets I need to eliminate, but rather forces I need to win over. When I reveal the evidence I possess in Desmond and sincerely apologize to my ancestors, they will surely turn their hatred towards the God of Light. Then I can take my first step in consolidating the Church's power and gathering faith in that town. As for what happens after that, I plan accordingly, take it one step at a time, and adapt to the changing circumstances. Chapter 1380. That Bryce, he's always talking about Gerald. He's revised that stupid plan dozens of times already. I'm sick of hearing it. Wendell complained to his girlfriend, his tone tinged with aggrievedness. Love really can change a person. Even this cold-hearted, Seal being has learned to be affectionate with his girlfriend after being cared for. This is an unknown experience, and Wendell doesn't dislike it at all. In fact, he's quite eager to try it. His girlfriend, a rather understanding one, patted her boyfriend's shoulder in comfort. She found eavesdropping on the enemy's plans quite interesting, but she wasn't really the one doing the work, and it wasn't a good habit to talk without experiencing the consequences. As a couple, it's important to be considerate of your partner and provide them with sufficient emotional support. So she chimed in, that guy's really annoying. What's his latest plan? Is he going to use the adventurers to massacre the town of Desmond again? No, he's changed sides. Now he plans to use his status as a descendant of the Bresley family to release evidence in Desmond that the heterochromatic eyes were the culprit behind the destruction of the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation. Once this evidence is released, the heterochromatic eyes and the Church of Light will have no grounds for argument. The one who can deliver the most fatal blow to the Church of Light is definitely one of their own. While sighing, Xianyu sent a message to the cat at the front desk of Wushanju, telling her and Uncle Scar to prepare. Uncle Scar and the cat at the front desk of Wushanju are both descendants of the mayor of Desmond. Once this evidence is released, it will probably affect them as well. Of course, the cat at the front desk of Wushanju's identity is fake, but the townspeople don't know that. I wonder how the plot will ultimately unfold. Salty Fish, chin in hand, quivered with interest. To be honest, most of the survivors in Desmond Town can be considered descendants of the sinners of that time, but many of them are also victims of the tragedy. The God of Light, as the culprit, is naturally to blame, but what will become of those ordinary people? Her curiosity was practically bursting. She desperately wanted to witness the unfolding events from a first-person perspective, so she grabbed Wendell's arm and pleaded, "Hey, let's go to Desmond Town to see what's going on." "Me, us?" Wendell pointed to himself, looking surprised. Me too? Hee. Please, boyfriend. Wendell, okay. How could he resist his girlfriend's pleading? Compared to Salty Fish, the Otom game master currently in a passionate relationship, the cat at the front desk of Wushanju had experienced firsthand what it meant to be caught in the middle. Not only must she maintain her identity as the goddess of pastry, traveling between the various villages and towns inhabited by her followers to gather support and appease the people, but she also needs to occasionally return to Desmond Town to impersonate Natalie Desmond. After all, according to insider information, Desmond Town will soon see a major storyline involving Bryce Presley. Having played the game this far, players have already developed a sense of the game's mechanics. No matter how fragmented or seemingly unrelated the plots each player has pieced together may appear, they will ultimately become fragments within a larger web. What kind of follow-up the Brain in a Vat Volume 2 quest will lead to has become a hot topic of discussion on player forums. The Kingdom of Light has now been completely transformed. Following Hans Milton's high-profile apostasy, villages and towns one after another declared independence. Some chose to pledge allegiance to a new god, some chose to attach themselves to Hans Milton, but many more didn't consider their next home or future, they chose revenge. These people burned down the churches of the Church of Light in towns and villages, arrested and hanged the vicious priests who had oppressed the people, and at the very least drove those lackeys of the Church of Light out of their territory. Those priests at the lower levels of the Church of Light, who still possessed a conscience, and had not committed any evil deeds, spontaneously removed their robes and joined the ranks of those resisting the church. After running around several towns and villages for several days, the cat at Wushanju's front desk finally triggered a new teleportation array quest. The Lord gave her a large number of teleportation array crystals. One could be placed in every town and village of the Church of Light, and even in strategically important locations in remote mountains and wilderness. For extremely large towns, more could be placed beyond a certain distance. Of course, teleportation arrays cannot be placed randomly. The system controls the density of teleportation arrays in the same area. The shortest distance between two teleportation arrays must meet system requirements, and this shortest distance changes depending on the population density, strategic significance, and ease of access of the location. Even the Holy Kingdom of Light can install teleportation array crystals now. This is a major historical breakthrough. This news also sparked numerous discussions among players. You know, there have been many teleportation array quests before. Once a teleportation array is open, it means our forces have already infiltrated the enemy. Look at it, the Magic Federation, the Northern Territory, and the Southern Continent are now all covered by our teleportation arrays. Of course, the more practical significance is that teleportation arrays are much cheaper than teleportation scrolls. The advantage of teleportation scrolls is their high mobility. Almost any location can be recorded. However, these teleportation scrolls have a limited number of uses, and are automatically destroyed after the number of uses is used up. Even if coordinates can be recorded and regenerated, the production of the scrolls themselves requires considerable cost. Once the teleportation array is installed, it can be used repeatedly for a small amount of adventure coins. Even for the longest distance teleportation, it's cheaper than teleportation scrolls, saving the hassle of gathering materials, finding craftsmen, or leveling up to create one yourself. Once the teleportation array is operational, it will enable the rapid transport of large groups. No matter which region or town the Church of Light wants to suppress, adventurers can rush to the scene to provide immediate support. Even if they're offline, it doesn't matter, because it's currently the spring festival and winter break, and there are plenty of players who have nothing to do but want to immerse themselves in the game. They're ready to help at any time. A final war against the Church of Light is about to begin. Chapter 1381. The player who received the quest to place teleportation crystals wasn't just the cat at Wushanju's front desk. Any player who had opened more than 10 teleportation scroll save points within the territory of the Church of Light triggered this quest. With the efforts of the player army, teleportation arrays were rapidly laid out in every village, town, city, and main road of the Church of Light, their density even surpassing that of the Magic Federation, the Northern Territory, and the Southern Continent. Even in the holy city of Gerlanda, where teleportation was forbidden, some players successfully set up a teleportation array on a platform on the outer wall of the underground waterway using a bug they had found. Now, Leah's core energy resources were plentiful, and she wasn't worried about wasting them. She was going all out to win this war against the Church of Light. Adventurers began to flood the Church of Light's territory. Passes and such were no longer a deterrent. The entire Kingdom of Light has disintegrated, with towns and villages declaring independence and autonomy everywhere. If one is surrounded and unable to escape by the soldiers of the Church of Light, one can quickly transform into a sheep or an octopus after running out of sight, hiding in grasslands, forests, plains, or riverbeds. Adventurers always have incredibly diverse and creative ideas. The development team only needs to provide them with some new gameplay mechanics, and they can come up with all sorts of ingenious schemes. However, the holy city of Jalanda presents a completely different picture. The remaining core members of the Church of Light, who remain loyal for various reasons, have all gathered here, transforming it into an impregnable fortress. The previous Trojan sheep strategy shone brightly here. The player, a healer from the Bresley family, could move freely within the city under the guise of a shepherd, even providing cover for his companions. There was no other way. Even amidst the chaos of war, the church needed to eat. When food was scarce in the holy city, sheep were used to make up the difference. Cardinal Leto, who could continuously supply sheep from the southern continent, suddenly became a favorite within the church once again. Leto's political enemies either defected or were punished for their mistakes. Recently, Boric and Pindra had been keeping their heads down, cautious and barely daring to breathe, which allowed Leto to regain his pride. "Hey, bring a sheep," the servant sent by the papal court said rudely. "Pick a live one." The man, seemingly unconcerned, replied with a smile, "Sure. Would you like to choose one yourself, or should I choose one for you?" "I choose one myself." The man entered the sheepfold, covering his mouth and nose with a handkerchief. "Ugh, stinks. A strong sheepy smell." The man, seemingly unconcerned, just smirked and didn't reply. These NPCs from the Church of Light were all like this, important, always finding fault. Even if the adventurers, transformed into sheep, didn't actually smell like sheep, they would still find it repulsive. Why are these two lying there motionless? Are they dead? Wow, tell me honestly, could these sheep have sheep plague? No, they're just hibernating. These sheep are from the southern continent, they hibernate when it gets cold here. It doesn't affect their food. The servant turned away in disgust, pointing to a lively sheep. "That's it. Alright, should we take it directly or skin it, slaughter it, and cut it into pieces for you?" "Slaughter it, and cut it into pieces, of course. You don't expect me to slaughter it, do you? I only need 4 legs and ribs." "Okay, just a moment, coming right away." The traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, not suffering from kidney deficiency, led the sheep into the kitchen, slammed a knife on the chopping board, then took out 4 lamb legs and a set of lamb chops from his system inventory, and slung them out. Delivery. The servant, disgusted, carried the meat away. Half an hour later, the chosen sheep sneaked back to the sheepfold from the kitchen, much like the perpetually working, ironclad lobster at the seafood restaurant. Several sheep stealthily entered the house from the sheepfold. A few minutes later, several large, healthy people emerged from the house, each carrying a bag of mutton, looking like customers who had come to buy meat. These people disappeared after walking a short distance. Several hours later, a series of loud crashes and explosions erupted in the city, smoke and dust billowed, flames soared into the sky, and after a chaotic scene of chickens and dogs running amok, several octopuses mingled into the sheepfold, rolled on the ground, and suddenly several more sheep appeared in the pen. "What's going on?" The Pope roared again. Attacks targeting high-ranking officials have been occurring repeatedly in the city, yet the perpetrators keep disappearing. "What are you all doing?" Those below lowered their heads, silent, unable and unwilling to answer. Teleportation was clearly forbidden in the city, yet these bandits always managed to vanish in broad daylight, leaving no trace. It was as if they were repeatedly trampling on the last vestiges of the Church of Light's dignity. The Pope's rage had evolved from erupting every 3 days to erupting 3 times a day, but what good did that do? Faced with endless anger, simmering fury, and a barrage of devastating news, neither the Pope nor his subordinates could do anything but be overwhelmed by a profound sense of defeat. They didn't even know who their true enemies were, because they had far too many. Since the second Dream Calamity, nearly half of the believers had followed Hans Milton in betraying the faith. Former friends had become mortal enemies, and new forces had sprung up like mushrooms after rain throughout the theocracy. The god of pastries, the god of fried chicken, and Hans Milton, the newly ascended, silent arbiter. Bryce Bresley, who remained secluded, was also highly suspicious. Rumors circulated that he was no longer within the holy city's borders, and people throughout the theocracy claimed to have seen what appeared to be Bryce in disguise, even witnessing him mingling with a group of strangely behaving adventurers. The remaining high-ranking members of the Church of Light, unwilling and unable to leave, were those who had fought alongside the God of Light, their hands stained with blood, to build their empire. Their sins were already committed. Leaving now would not wash away their filth and stench, but would only cause them to lose everything. They were incapable of repentance, nor did they deign to. Their minds were consumed with how to endure this most difficult time and extinguish the flames that had spread everywhere. However, they were destined for disappointment. Unfortunate news arrived again. Bryce Presley had openly displayed evidence of the God of Light's evil deeds in the town of Desmond. Oracles and secret decrees, bloody and vicious, revealed the perpetrator of the massacre in the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation. A greedy god had instigated everything, and after his sins were exposed, he immediately chose to send his confidants as scapegoats to bear all the blame, while he himself remained unscathed. Hypocritical, ugly, irresponsible. Even if he were a thoroughly wicked god who dared to act and take responsibility, he would still receive the worship of villains. But this shameful display of abandoning his armor and discarding his backers after using them was truly despicable to everyone. Chapter 1382. Bryce Presley. How dare he? The Pope roared. Why wouldn't he dare? The messenger thought to himself. Everyone knew this was a sinking ship. Some dared to jump, others didn't. Thinking this to himself, he said aloud, Bryce Presley sincerely apologized to the remnants of the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation for the mistakes of his ancestors. He claimed that he wasn't born when his ancestors committed those mistakes, and couldn't know whether their actions were voluntary or coerced by the gods. However, judging from the evidence he presented, it's an undeniable fact that the gods, the God of Light, instructed the Presley family to seize the orichalco mines of the Mont Blanc Autonomous Federation by any means necessary. Magic Federation, Goddess of Fate, Goddess of Darkness, Ocean and Resurrection, the Goddess of Hatred, the Mother Tree of Life and the Elf King, the Earth Mother of all spirits and the Southern Continent Merchant Guild, the Grand Duke of Hell, the Alchemy Capital and the Magic Academy of Calcadora. Even the Dragon Clan has declared a formal break in relations with us and a declaration of war, vowing to punish us on behalf of heaven. Bryce Presley's approach was extremely cunning. He deliberately emphasized that he wasn't born when the events occurred, distancing himself from the situation, and implied that even his ancestors were weaker than the gods. What could mortals possibly do against what the gods wanted to plunder? This implication, coupled with a sincere apology for his ancestors, was a carefully crafted gesture that evoked sympathy and understanding, thus shifting the blame to the God of Light. As for those gods and forces, their timing in launching their attacks was far too synchronized, almost as if it had been prearranged. And that's not all. Bryce Presley has a backup plan. He claims that the God of Light and the Pope are the truly sinful villains. Cough, that's his exact words, I'm just quoting. He says that the vast majority of those who join the Church of Light are attracted by the Church's facade of benevolence, justice, and mercy. The deceived people are not wrong, nor is their pursuit of benevolence and justice wrong. Everyone is being used by the God of Light and the Pope. He called upon the people to enthrone a new God and a new Pope, and urged all former members of the Church of Light to join his ranks and form a new church. What? A new God? A new church? A new Pope? The Pope gasped, his eyes bulging with rage, bloodshot. That wretched Bryce. That filthy Presley family. Where's Leto? Where has Leto gone? Cardinal Leto is still in the southern continent. He's vanished without a trace. I fear he's received the news and run away. Most of the Presley family's wealth has also disappeared, leaving only a few empty houses, and those sheep. Pa! Sheep! What do I need sheep for? At a time like this, still thinking about food? The Pope spat fiercely, then thought for a moment and said, Which new god has Bryce Presley enthroned? Could this cunning villain have enthroned himself? He might as well. The messenger muttered to himself again, but said aloud, No, even if he wanted to, the people wouldn't accept it. The new god that Bryce Presley has proclaimed is. He hesitated for a moment, then whispered, It's Ialian Feliz Loc Ecclesia. Hans Milton is his new pope, and Bryce Presley has appointed himself chief of the Inquisition. I'm afraid that, while I'm reporting this, a large number of inquisitors are already on their way to Bryce. Traitors. All traitors. The Pope couldn't catch his breath and collapsed backward. Of course, the reason he displayed such an ugly state was not only because he had heard this bad news, but more directly because he could now clearly feel the faith of his believers rapidly eroding at a speed that couldn't be described as a bursting water pipe, but rather like a dam bursting. Faith, foundation, authority, these are the three essential elements for godhood, even a 3-year-old in this world knows. Once one loses any one of them, a god can no longer maintain their status. If even gods are like this, what about the false gods who attach themselves to them? Within just a few tens of minutes, the Pope visibly aged, his power was waning, his status was declining. Oh no! Oh no! He struggled to his feet. Quick, quick, help me to the secret altar. We must perform a divine descent. This may be our last chance to punish the wicked and save ourselves. Bryce Bresley's speech was a resounding success. Of course, his years of honing his eloquent and persuasive oratory skills within the Church of Light played only a small part. The truly decisive factor was half the evidence he presented, and half the new god he chose to pledge allegiance to. The former was thanks to Bryce Bresley's cunning ancestors, while the latter was not Bryce's intention. Although there was considerable threat and intimidation involved, the outcome seemed acceptable so far. Bryce Bresley, who had always longed to travel to Desmond Town to change people's perception of his ancestors, did not expect that he would be captured by a heretic being far superior to himself the moment he stepped into the town. The being possessed ever-changing, metallic yet withered tree-like death spikes. Even while maintaining a polite human form, Bryce Bresley immediately recognized him. Glagi. Could you please not call me that? Wendell protested. Please call me Wendell Beardelade, that's my name in this world. Faced with the withered black spines pressed against his chest, the pragmatic Bryce Bresley immediately yielded. Very well, great old Wendell, what divine message do you have? I know your plan. Wendell adjusted his glasses. Thanks to your constant glaggy nagging, it's really getting to me, cough, that's not the point. The point is, I have a proposal that can perfectly solve your problem. Believe me, it will benefit us all. Bryce glanced. The adventurers who surrounded him at a glance. These people were clearly all servants of Glaki. He had no chance of winning here, but he still cautiously said, It seems I have no other choice. But I still want to ask, just hypothetically, if I don't agree. Glaki's servants parted to make way, revealing the cardinal cat, bound and gagged. Bryce's pupil shrank. Leto! Wendell smiled like a villain. If you don't agree, then your brother will likely lose some vital organs. Of course, I think we all agree that things don't need to go that far. Chapter 1383. Leto hadn't expected that the adventurers he hired would disregard their business reputation and become his kidnappers. Of course, the adventurers had their own explanation. If the employer doesn't survive long enough to have a chance to complain, then it's equivalent to not having a complaint at all. If they couldn't resolve the complaint, they could always resolve the complainant beforehand. This blatant bullying clearly shocked even Leto, who was known for his underhanded tactics. The little kitten still trusted the Southern Continent Merchant Guild's reputation too much, so much so that it was caught off guard and knocked down by catnip, then bound and gagged and shipped back to Central Continent. Faced with his brother bound hand and foot, countless Jiraki servants, and Jiraki himself, Bryce Bresley surrendered readily, raising his hands. Whatever you say, I agree to. It's actually quite simple. Wendell's glasses reflected a cold, white light. You're looking for a deity to take over the new Church of Light, and I happen to have a proposal. Aelian Felislaka Closia, he is the most suitable choice. With the adventurer's encouragement, Bryce Bresley readily agreed to the proposal. What choice could be more appropriate than a candidate currently engaged in a divine war with the God of Light, and with a high probability of victory? Moreover, Bryce himself wasn't without benefit. Wendell used both coercion and enticement, threatening Leto's safety, while promising Bryce Bresley what he desired most, a place in the new church. Hans Milton will become the new pope, and you can continue to be the Chief Justice of your Inquisition. Well, we can change the title to distinguish you from the old church. How does Chief Justice sound? Of course, Leto can continue to be his cardinal. However, the new church will have a completely new system, and you will have to obey the commands of the new god, Aelian. Well, the specific details can be discussed with Aelian himself after the god war ends. Bryce's eyes gleamed. This was indeed a perfect idea. Bryce knew Aelian well. He was an exceptionally noble, righteous, and fearless knight. It would be difficult to find someone with a higher moral character, either within or outside the Church of Light. Aelian was a legend within the Church of Light. Most of the believers had heard of his deeds, and many had even been saved by him. If Aelian were willing to take over the mess that was the Church of Light, those believers would immediately defect. And the most wonderful part was that Bryce had helped Aelian before. He had once declared Aelian innocent. You see, very few people survived the Inquisition, and Aelian was one of them. This was a miracle. Naturally, this was inextricably linked to Bryce, the then Inquisitor. Aelian was a man of loyalty, and supporting Aelian would be entirely beneficial to Bryce. Thus, the reports the Pope heard came about. Bryce Bresley, acting as an actor on stage, delivered a moving and tearful performance, while the gods and supernatural beings who had been preparing declared war on the God of Light and the Church of Light. The god's smooth maneuvering left Bryce Bresley utterly astonished. And the God of Light's greatest creditor, The world consciousness betrayed by this native evil god had even more accusations to proclaim to the world. The destruction of the Tuna tribe, the destruction of the Ithaca tribe, and the outer gods lured here by the god of light, which triggered a catastrophe that nearly destroyed the world. Bryce Presley's speech, the evidence he presented, and the accusations of the world's consciousness were all recorded by the adventurer's eyes and projected across the world by the fragment of world consciousness, Lyra. In every town and village of the Kingdom of Light, the Magic Federation, the Alchemy Capital, the Magic Academy, the North, the South, wherever there was glass, crystal, or even white walls, inexplicably, projected images appeared, playing out the sins of the God of Light. People's faith in the God of Light vanished rapidly, replaced by disgust and hatred, and all this faith was transferred to Ion. Logically, such a commotion as the disappearance of faith would immediately alert any god to the problem, and prompt them to take remedial action. However, the God of Light was still in the midst of the divine war, and had not yet regained his memories. He still believed himself to be the weak Xerac, and naturally, he was unaware of the disappearance of faith. Xerac was not a god at this moment, nor did he possess divine power or faith. These, along with his memories, were temporarily stored under the care of Gadley. Meanwhile, the divine war continued. After the world consciousness denounced the sins of the God of Light to the people of the world, the projected image changed, beginning a live broadcast of the divine war. The causes and consequences of the divine war were also edited and released by Leia, ensuring that even the most ignorant could easily understand everything. The participants and important characters were even given footnotes by the world consciousness, making everything crystal clear. On the battlefield, Xerac was having a terrible time. He had poisoned his grandmother, the funeral was over, and Xerac had finally freed himself from his elder's control. But instead of the freedom he had imagined, he was met with endless housework and chores. The fledgling, always sheltered under their wings, suddenly faced the storm, its wings soaked by rain and frost, realizing that the outside world was not as beautiful as it had imagined. And most ironically, he himself had destroyed his only sanctuary. The Tuna tribe didn't continue to indulge Xerac. Frankly, Xerac was already a teenager, and in this ancient tribe, there was no concept of 18 being an adult. Children who could move were allowed to work in the fields. This wasn't abuse, but rather the limitation of this primitive era of scarcity. Farming, hunting, gathering, crafting, only through real labor could food be earned, doing nothing meant, literally no food. Xerac had initially thought that as a sick person and orphan, he would receive care from the tribe, but he was constantly targeted by Gaia. The goddess, filled with hatred, wouldn't allow the heterochromatic eyes to enjoy the same benevolent treatment the tribe had shown him in the past. He's not young anymore, he has hands and feet, and he's not sick every day. Gaia casually decided on Xerac's future. If he really encounters difficulties, the tribe will provide assistance when appropriate, but we shouldn't support idlers. Now that Xerac has lost his protector, he must learn to face life's hardships. Chapter 1384. Most people dissatisfied with their current situation easily fall into a misconception. They always believe they would be better off in a different situation, focusing solely on the advantages of others and the shortcomings of their own. But if they were actually in different positions, they would find that the scenery here is nothing but an illusion, and only they themselves truly know their own lives. Without changing the root cause, everything is equally bad. This might be a kind of besieged city dilemma, but Xerac at this moment was unaware of such profound knowledge. His heart might be filled with black venom, but in terms of wisdom and understanding of life, he was merely a barren and immature child. He mistakenly regarded the generosity and momentary compassion of his people as an inevitable obligation. He mistakenly saw the efforts of his closest relatives to guide him onto the right path as endless constraints and shackles. But when the pet bird broke free of its perceived prison and soared into the sky, it realized the outside world was all concrete and steel, and with its abilities, even getting a scrap of food was an impossible task. Thus, Xerac had been having a very difficult time. Disheveled, ragged, and emaciated, he looked even more wretched than before, and his resentment only grew stronger. He finally realized that without anyone's kind help, he was nothing and could accomplish nothing. The essence of fraud is to gain the trust of others through a glamorous facade. Once trust is established, one can then escalate the deception to extract money, emotions, faith, and even life. But once everyone sees through the fraudster's true nature and knows the truth, rebuilding trust becomes a pipe dream. Once the principles behind magic are revealed, even the most elaborate performance instantly becomes bland and tasteless. The man with the heterochromatic eyes once killed so many people without hesitation, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake, mostly out of a need to silence witnesses. The more people know his past, the more they know he's just a clever, boastful, opportunistic, petty, lazy, wicked, and utterly heartless villain, the less likely anyone is to believe his boastful words. No one would believe that such a bad kid could become the chosen one favored by the world's consciousness. In this situation, lies are useless, only sincerity and kindness can win hearts. If the original puller relied on his family's accumulated fame to gain power, then Aelian earned his place through sheer passion and determination. He didn't need Zarek as a behind-the-scenes henchman. This overwhelmed Zarek with a deep sense of frustration. No one needed him. No one would ask him for help. Everyone treated him as a burden. Zarek, who had always been filled with a mysterious self-confidence, finally began to doubt whether he truly possessed talent, power, or even if he was truly a chosen candidate for godhood by the world's consciousness. The timeline that MOU had previously witnessed in Zarek's memories reappeared. This time, led by Samoyed, Aelian found a nest of chicks amidst the resentful meows of a watchful tabby cat. Aelian held the nest, looked up, and easily pinpointed its location before it fell. The children quickly gathered around, chattering excitedly, asking if he needed help. Before they could even reach Aelian, the nimble half-elf had already gracefully climbed to the treetop, carefully placing the somewhat hastily constructed nest back onto a sturdy branch, securing it firmly with several twigs. After confirming the nest wouldn't fall again, the silver-haired boy released it, landing steadily with a few leaps, his movements as graceful and fluid as a true elf's. The other children watched in awe until Aelian stood on the ground, at which point they erupted in a unified shout. Wow! Zarek, who was crushing ants, was also drawn by the commotion. He looked up at the children, his gaze icy cold, almost venomous, yet tinged with a hint of envy. The incident passed uneventfully, not a single bird was harmed, and they all grew into a beautiful nest of spotted doves. Kind-hearted Gadley accelerated the flow of time within the battlefield of the gods. Not only the birds, but the children in the projections grew rapidly, and even the Samoyed cub that Aelian had picked up gradually matured into a handsome silver wolf. This time, Gaia didn't leave, and Zarek's grandmother had long since passed away. A large chunk of his memories had nowhere to attach themselves, quietly slipping away with the passage of time. Zarek blinked, seemingly sensing something amiss. He became even more anxious and panicked. He felt a voice howling and roaring at him from his subconscious, and he subconsciously repeated after that voice, "It's not like this. It shouldn't be like this. No, no, no." However, Zarek couldn't figure it out. His memories of living in the Tuna tribe were so deeply etched in his mind, and the illusion created by Gadley was so real that Zarek was trapped within those memories, convinced he was still an ordinary yet extraordinary boy, unable to break free. It's like the Spider-Man story that's been remade dozens of times, but still revolves around Uncle Ben's death, MOU said, munching on popcorn with relish. Isn't there a saying? If you have the ability to travel through time, and want to kill the most vicious villain, then going back to that person's infancy is often the best idea. At that time, the heterochromatic-eyed Zarek was weak, vulnerable, and just an ordinary mortal, his mind and strength at their lowest point. However, the outcome of the divine war has nothing to do with whether or not a god's projection is killed on the battlefield, and to let him die unknowingly would be too lenient, MOU said. It's time for him to taste the bitterness of being betrayed by justice. Another ordinary, yet extraordinary, rainy season began. The pattering raindrops fell from the sky, and the Tuna tribe began its final days. Zarek was perhaps truly the most gifted person in the tribe. He was the first to hear the whispers of the world's consciousness, and awoke abruptly in the dead of night. Doomsday. Doomsday is coming. His panic lasted only a moment. After the nightmare subsided, Zarek's cunning mind began to race, and a sinister smile spread across his face. No, this isn't Doomsday. It's my chance. My chance to take revenge on the entire Tuna tribe. My chance to rise again. He sprang out of bed with a swift movement and began searching the cramped cave for the herbs he had collected. Where did they go? Where did they go? I remember putting them here. Yes, that's it. Chapter 1385. Zarek grabbed a handful of poisonous herbs, his eyes gleaming with a ferocious light, his mouth twisted into a hideous, crazed grin. This poisonous herb, known as the celestial herb by the priests, while toxic, could induce a hazy, hallucinatory state in them, a state of blissful euphoria. Priests lacking sufficient power could enhance their inspiration by burning its smoke or ingesting its potions, allowing them to hear voices belonging to the world's consciousness that they wouldn't normally hear. Zarek had seen Pulla use this herb long ago, and he himself had tried it once. At that time, he had hoped to gain more power from this herb, but discovered a huge drawback. After inhaling the herb's smoke, he became drowsy, unable to hear the voices of the world's consciousness, and remained in a daze, as if trapped in a dream, unable to escape. It was perfect for dealing with the priests of the Tuna tribe. Meanwhile, Liao also labeled the herb's name and uses on the projection. The moment Mou saw the annotation, he understood Zarek's intentions. Some things in this world are not better in greater quantities. As the saying goes, too much of a good thing is bad, and inspiration is such a thing. To clearly hear the voice of the world's consciousness is like tuning an old radio. Turning left or right too far will result in a lot of noise. Only when you are precisely on the correct frequency can you hear clear speech without any distortion. People with low inspiration can improve it by taking potions, like turning the radio knob slightly to the correct channel. Priests who are already on the correct frequency and have high inspiration will gain even greater inspiration if they inhale such potions or herbal smoke, equivalent to turning the radio knob several notches in the wrong direction. The once clear voice became psychedelic, noisy, and incoherent, making it impossible to discern what the other person was saying. This method is very similar to how Zarek poisoned his grandmother, Mou commented. In normal doses, these poisonous herbs aren't poison, but medicine. However, for certain individuals, they become an excessive dose of deadly poison. Mou could almost reconstruct the events of the original timeline. Zarek was the first to hear the whispers of the world's consciousness in his dream that night, learning of the impending disaster. He didn't warn anyone. Instead, he took the celestial herbs to the vicinity of the priest's cave and lit them. Puna inhaled the pervasive smoke, her heightened inspiration causing her to lose control and lose the ability to hear the world's consciousness. The responsibility of listening to the world's consciousness fell on Pula's shoulders, but Pula lacked the talent and mental fortitude, and under immense pressure, overwhelmed by the expectations of his people, he had no choice but to seek Zarek's help. Zarek might have even persuaded Pula to use the celestial herb, thus perfectly shifting the blame for Puna's poisoning onto Pula. Even if the timing was somewhat subtle, how could Puna, already lost in a delirious state, possibly notice such a minor issue? Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the gods, Zarek, carrying those poisonous herbs, took advantage of the cover of night to sneak to the cave where Puna and Gaia's family lived. He stuffed the poisonous herbs into the torch burning at the cave entrance, the smoke rose, and drifted into the cave on the night breeze. Woof! Woof woof woof! A dog's bark suddenly rang out, and a huge, snow-white figure, resembling a dog, wolf, and bear, rushed out of the cave. Zarek was terrified and scrambled away, nearly getting bitten on the butt by the Samoyed. He was chased by the large dog and tumbled down the hillside, landing covered in mud. So that's how it is. Gaia sat upright in the cave, sniffing the smoke. That's how my sister lost her power. I knew it. If no one had harmed her, how could she not hear the voice of the world's consciousness? The three sisters' powers were indeed unique, but hearing the voice of the world's consciousness was a basic ability. Puna couldn't possibly be incapable of even that. Nyarlathotep emerged from the depths of the cave, a wisp of white smoke curling from his fingers. What's your plan now? To continue playing along? Continue, Gaia said decisively. I reveal the whole truth. I make him die willingly. Hee, interesting. Nyarlathotep licked the smoke from his fingers, as if eating melted ice cream. If we both unfortunately fall victim to this and lose our powers, will that amnesiac former holy prince, under the expectations of all the tribes, under this mountain of pressure, break down? Of course not. The next day, Ialian's version of Pula sat among his worried tribesmen, listening calmly as Puna and Gaia announced their loss of abilities. He showed no panic, nor did he feign being able to hear or trying harder. He simply stated decisively, "It's dangerous here. We're moving." Zarek, who had been gloating, suddenly coughed, instinctively shouting, "Why?" He knew immediately his words were inappropriate, but fortunately, other tribesmen shared the same question. Indeed, why move? What's the reason? Pula, did you hear the voice of the world's consciousness? I can't hear you. Ialian admitted without hesitation, my abilities are insufficient. I can only discern that the world consciousness is indeed speaking urgently. No, then why is she telling us to move? Yeah, you didn't even hear what the world consciousness was saying. Maybe nothing's wrong? No, nothing's wrong. Ialian said, yes, I really can't hear what the world consciousness is saying, but she's calling out, warning us, which means a disaster is about to happen. If everything is normal, just a few ordinary rain showers, why would she make a sound? In Ialian's upbringing, if someone shouts, something bad must have happened. Even if you can't hear the content, you should react accordingly, run if you should, fight if you should. Even with the loss of his surface memories, This life-saving habit was already ingrained in his subconscious. The tribespeople were stunned by his smooth, logical reasoning, their thoughts momentarily drifting away. Okay, that does seem to make sense. Therefore, I suggest we move immediately and temporarily seek refuge with the Ithaca tribe. Wait! Zarek interrupted. But you can't hear what the world consciousness is saying. What if she's talking about some danger nearby, and our evacuation happens to lead in that direction? Can you bear that responsibility? Chapter 1386. Why can't I bear it? Aelian tilted his head, looking at Zarek with a puzzled expression, his expression strangely perfectly synchronized with the dog beside him. I am the next priest, leading the tribe towards a safe, stable, and prosperous life. This is the responsibility I bear. Zarek choked. In his mind, Pulla had always been ashamed of his lack of talent, and thus always avoided the responsibilities of a priest. He never expected that he would be so thoroughly humiliated by Pulla in his capacity as priest. I am not afraid of responsibility, Aelian replied firmly. And I believe I have the ability to lead everyone out of this crisis. He patted the dog beside him. Over the years, my silver wolf and I have traversed the surrounding mountains and rivers. I know every rock, every blade of grass, every river. I know where, in a downpour, water will accumulate in low-lying areas, and where the soil will crumble due to looseness. I may not be able to hear the voice of the world's consciousness, but we are people with hands, feet, and minds. Why must we let the world's consciousness do everything? Work. She only needs to warn us, the rest is our job. His silver eyes swept over everyone present, a hint of confusion in his voice. You're all seasoned hunters from the mountains. I believe most of you here have had to camp out in the forest while tracking prey. You probably can't hear the voice of the world's consciousness, but that doesn't prevent you from finding your way home safely. Even wild beasts know to follow their instincts and avoid danger. Why should we, as humans, wait for the world's consciousness to warn us before we can make a simple judgment? That seems to make sense. We indeed rely too much on the world's consciousness. After all, it provides us with so many conveniences. Mainly, moving would be a huge hassle. We have to walk through mountains in the pouring rain, and we have to bring food, clothing, and supplies. Our entire life's wealth is here. Wealth can be recreated, Aelian said. Even if it's soaked by rain and buried by earth and rocks, it will eventually see the light of day again. But once a life is lost, it can never be regained. The rain has only just begun, everyone. Go home immediately, and grab your essential belongings. We're leaving right away. This is a flight, there's no time to waste. His tone was so resolute that people were half believing, half doubting, yet they couldn't help but be infected by his emotions, hurriedly going home to pack their things. Actually, you could understand these people's psychology quite well. This was called wishful thinking. People always subconsciously believe that a crisis wouldn't happen to them so coincidentally, even if they really were unlucky. Sometimes, even when disaster could be avoided with minimal effort, people prefer to gamble with their fate. During typhoons, floods, or earthquakes, the most difficult task is often persuading people to evacuate their homes already struck by the disaster. People are more willing to believe what they see and hear than what may be inaccurate weather forecasts, even if it's just a false impression without scientific basis. The calm before the storm is often the most deceptive. However, Aelian didn't give people much time to think or back out. He said go, and that meant go. A dozen minutes later, the first group of the most obedient people had gathered in the square. Raindrops pattered against their raincoats, and they whispered among themselves in the rain. Their hearts weren't firm, and their eyes were full of hesitation. Are we really leaving? Why are we the only ones coming? Aren't the others leaving? I only took this much. Can I go back and get some more? Everyone. Please don't leave. We're leaving immediately. Aelian's clear voice pierced through the rain and mist, reassuring everyone. Time is limited. We go as many as we can. Everyone line up. Auntie, you and Mother, take the others first and follow my wolf. Aelian turned to Gaia and said, I bring up the rear. Gaia glanced at Zarek, intending to refuse, but then saw Aelian wink at her and give a meaningful look to Puna. Gaia? ? She glanced at Nyarlathotep, then instantly understood, all right. I go first. The silver wolf, the size of a small bear, took the lead. Led by Gaia and Puna, the anxious people formed a long line, winding forward like a serpent slithering through a valley. This serpent continued to extend, one after another, hesitant individuals carrying their belongings hurriedly catching up with the group. Aelian, bringing up the rear, said little. He simply beckoned the people to come closer, pausing to make room for them. The herd mentality is truly wondrous. When the group is small, Those who initially decided to trust Aelian begin to doubt their decision. But as the group grows larger and the line lengthens, those who initially had no intention of leaving begin to panic, waver, and frantically grab their packs to catch up. Once the journey begins, people's hearts gradually solidify. They no longer have the leisure to doubt the correctness of their decision. All their strength and attention were devoted to battling the raindrops that obscured their vision and the slippery, muddy, rugged mountain paths. In this era, tribal migration was no easy feat for a long time. People had only moved within fixed areas, and the uncultivated forests lacked even roads, teeming with insects, snakes, rodents, poisonous plants, and wild animals. Danger lurked everywhere. Escaping in the increasingly heavy rain was only making things more arduous. The strong hunters shielded the frail elderly and children in the middle of the group, helping each other across swollen streams, over fallen trees, and traversing mountains until they finally emerged from two mountains, at which point the rain began to subside. People walked to the edge of the cliff, gazing at their homes. Only then did they realize the extent of the changes the incessant rain had brought to the area. The valleys had swelled into lakes, countless trees had fallen, waterways had been carved into the mountain peaks, and the soil was noticeably loose. At this point, without the need for the words of a world consciousness, any hunter or gatherer with rich experience in the wilderness could clearly see that a catastrophe was brewing, ready to erupt at any moment. Chapter 1387. The disaster is truly about to erupt. People murmured, only now realizing the gravity of the situation. They frantically searched their acquaintances within the group. Has everyone left? Is anyone still here? Everyone from the tribe is here, said Aelian, who was bringing up the rear, handing the infant he had been holding back to its mother. I counted the number of people, even the most stubborn ones. His gaze swept over the last few in the group. All of them decided to accept my suggestion and join our group when they saw everyone leading the tribe. Those people coughed awkwardly, expressing their gratitude to Aelian. The people once again embarked on their journey to seek refuge with the Ithaca tribe. This time, they were truly committed, and apart from Zarek, no one grumbled or complained anymore. After crossing the last mountain, they reached the plains and emerged from the rain belt. As the rain subsided, smiles gradually returned to people's faces. They removed their raincoats, changed formation, and gathered in small groups to discuss the evacuation. Only then did they realize just how significant the rearguard role that Pulla had spoken of truly was. Those who hadn't experienced it firsthand could only learn about the events from their comrades, while those outside saw everything Aelian did clearly on the projected screens. At times like these, the advantage of using one's own image became apparent. Within the battlefield of the divine war, everyone believed Aelian was Pulla, but to those outside, wasn't that the familiar former holy son, Aelian? As the wavering followers began to join the migration, and the procession grew longer and more winding, he bypassed the caves of the stubborn ones, persuading them to join the evacuation. He appealed to their emotions and reasoned with them, understanding their difficulties and tackling each challenge one by one. He helped carry the elderly with mobility issues out, entrusting them to the strong men. He persuaded the stingiest members of his tribe to abandon their inaccessible possessions in the caves, promising to find or exchange them for them. As for the young couples with 3 or 4 children who hesitated to leave, he simply picked up the smallest infant and ran off, leaving the couple with no choice but to lead their older children to catch up with him. In this way, Aelian quietly got everyone into the evacuation procession, leaving no one behind. Just as the people reached the outskirts of the Ithaca tribe, a deafening roar echoed from the distant mountains. The earth trembled, mountains crumbled, and even those who had reached the plains crouched on the ground, watching in terror as dust billowed in the direction of their homeland. The mountain they had lived on for years, the one they knew best, vanished completely from sight. In a disaster of this magnitude, no one could survive if they remained. The Ithaca tribe fled in panic after the earthquake. They too witnessed the mountain where the Tuna tribe lived crumble and collapse amidst the roar, turning into a torrent of mud and rocks. But as they ran out of the tribe, intending to rescue their companions in the distance, they met the gaze of a group of people covered in mud, familiar yet strange. The Ithaca tribe. A doomed catastrophe was completely reversed by the wise decision of the young priest. As the people of the Tuna tribe talked about it again and again to their own people and to the Ithaca tribe, Aelian was practically worshipped as a god by everyone. People hailed his wisdom, his brilliance, his decisiveness, and sang praises of his compassion. The main force's evacuation was not hindered, while he himself, enduring the doubts, accusations, and even insults of those who didn't believe in him and misunderstood him, risked his life to hold out until the very end. He always wore a smile, helping everyone with neither arrogance nor servility, practically dragging them out of danger. Even though he couldn't hear the voice of the world consciousness, he accurately understood its warning. We rely too much on the world consciousness and have overlooked the fact that we ourselves, with our abilities and experience, can already recognize danger. Exactly. The Ithaca tribe deeply resonated with this. Our tribe has always lacked chosen ones. For so many years, we relied on the transmission of knowledge and the wisdom of survival passed down through ancient texts. The world consciousness has shown us favor, but human power should not be underestimated. PRA's reputation spread throughout the nearby tribes with this earth-shattering disaster. Compared to the real PRA's hollow reputation, gained only through family patronage, this was a genuine achievement. This result filled Zarek with resentment. His heart felt as if it were constantly being scorched by flames. The greater PRA was, the more it highlighted his own insignificance. The more intelligent PRA was, the more it revealed Zarek's foolishness. The more noble someone appears, the more Zarek's despicable and ugly nature is revealed. Zarek could once mock Pulla's almost non-existent talent and despise his stupidity. But now, even without talent, Pulla shines brightly, earning the respect of everyone in Tuna and even the entire Ithaca tribe. This fact is unacceptable to Zarek. Zarek had never envied the real Pulla. He always felt he was better, stronger, and smarter than Pulla. Pulla was simply born better and luckier. If he were in the same circumstances, he would only do better, but now, everything Pulla displayed stemmed from his own personal charisma, his wisdom, insight, and adaptability. Zarek could no longer tell himself, if he were in the same circumstances, he could do even better. No, Zarek had begun to doubt himself. That confidence that had inexplicably appeared was now inexplicably shattered. He could no longer comfort, compensate, or maintain his distorted psychological balance through self-deception. He envied the attention, adoration, and importance PRA received. He was jealous of PRA's current ability to command such influence, his every word treated as divine pronouncements. He could no longer suppress his jealousy. He wanted to be PRA, to possess everything PRA had, perfect looks, a holy image, outstanding abilities, and the status of being revered as a god. Oh, if only he could be PRA. Oh? You want to be him? A voice echoed softly in his mind. You want to become like him, do what he does, and obtain everything he has? Exactly. Zarek was lost in his imagination, completely unaware of the abruptness of the voice's appearance. Chapter 1388. Ha ha ha, wanting to become him, wanting to have his appearance, do what he did, and obtain everything he gained. If this doesn't count as acceptance, then I don't know what does. The voice laughed, but Zarek inexplicably felt a sense of oppression and terror, as if he were being targeted by a giant serpent. In that instant, he suddenly remembered everything, remembered that he was already a god, remembered that he was in the midst of a war of devouring gods, and that he, just now, had accepted Ialian. Cold sweat streamed down his back. The war of gods had already decided the outcome, the scene was gradually fading, and the giant serpent, acting as the referee, was approaching him. He suddenly realized that it wasn't that he had remembered everything, but that the war of gods had ended, and Gadley had removed the seal on all memories, and even more terrifying than this was the Mother of Abundance standing before him. How could this be? Weren't you dead? His eyes widened, unable to believe what he was seeing. Long time no see, Zarak. The Mother of Abundance approached him, her eyes burning with rage and hatred, speaking in the coldest tone of gentle words. What, you don't even greet your aunt anymore? She nodded to herself. Indeed, you poisoned my sister, killed the innocent people of the entire Tuna tribe, and stole Pulla's identity, using his name to gather faith. And when everything was exposed, you slaughtered the entire Ithaca tribe. Your path to godhood is paved with blood. Anyone who sees through your facade, you take their life, cruelly and vainly maintaining your position. You schemed and deceived to seize power, attracting evil gods from the outside world, intending to devour their power and become the supreme being. But did you ever think of the innocent people in this world, consider their safety? You torn this world apart, caused countless premature deaths, and severed lineages. Driven by your own selfish desires, you destroyed city-state after city, plundering their mines and resources. A scoundrel like you, who has committed so many evil deeds, is unworthy to be my nephew, unworthy to be a chosen one, and even less worthy to be a god. And? Zarek forced a stiff, hypocritical smile. I don't know what you heard, but it's all a misunderstanding. I can explain. Ha, too late. Gaia's form shifted, transforming from the golden-haired Mother of Abundance into a black-haired goddess shrouded in black mist, wielding annihilation. Her long hair flowed freely, her face solemn, her majestic aura fully revealed. As the last surviving member of the Tuna tribe, as a loyal follower of the world's consciousness, I represent the millions of innocent people you have harmed and slaughtered. Humans, representing the world consciousness you deceived, exploited, and destroyed, are here to exact their final revenge and punishment upon you. Wait a minute. Zarek tried to appeal to Ialian, to Gadley for help. Didn't I lose the War of the Gods? Heed me. It's against the rules for him to do this. Not at all. Gadley grinned, revealing a serpentine smirk. Since you lost the War of the Gods, you are already Ialian's spoils of war. How he disposes of his spoils is his prerogative, including handing you over to the Goddess of Darkness. Black mist gathered in the Goddess of Darkness's palm, and countless veins shot out from her body like ropes, binding Zarek hand and foot. Die! Zarek! What awaits you is utter annihilation and destruction. A black mist instantly enveloped Zarek's form, erasing every part of him that touched it as if an eraser had been used to wipe away layers of paint, piece by piece disappearing. Soon, Zarek's right eye was gone, and so was the right half of his head. He clutched his remaining half, letting out a heart-wrenching roar. No, I won't give up. It's not over yet. He howled. I still have a chance. I still have my last trump card. A flash of light, and his figure vanished. Huh? Dead so quickly? Nyarlathotep asked in surprise. No, it was divine intervention. Ialian recognized the familiar aura. He answered the call of the Church of Light, and this time, divine intervention occurred on which sacrifice. Oh dear, Gadley sighed. What a disrespectful brat. The giant serpent flicked its long tail, and a strange light illuminated a passage in the void. Gadley said to Gaia, catch up with him. To the ends of the earth. Meanwhile, Bryce Bresley was leisurely discussing preparations for the new church with Hans Milton. As expected of someone from a family renowned for its cunning and maneuvering within the Church of Light, Bryce had already adjusted his mindset, swiftly and proactively switching sides, and beginning to plan his own path to power. In Bryce's mind, Ialian was inept at worldly affairs, and knew nothing about managing a new church. The more he interfered in the planning of the new church, the more systems he could establish that would benefit him. This was pure self-interest. As he casually stroked Leto's fur, and chatted with Hans Milton about trivial matters, a beam of light suddenly descended from the sky, striking him squarely in the chest. Bryce, shock. Leto, ? Bryce slid off his chair, half kneeling on the ground, his face contorted in a grimace. His divine form manifested, as if he were fighting a desperate battle with another consciousness. Brother? Leto exclaimed in shock. He hurriedly tried to help Bryce up, but Hans stopped him. Wait, something's wrong. This is a divine descent. Leto gasped. How could this be? The Church of Light. It must be those old fogies, the Pope. What do we do? Will my brother die? Hans couldn't answer that question. They had been so engrossed in their conversation that they hadn't paid attention to the divine war between the God of Light and Ialian, let alone how the God of Light had escaped from it. Speaking of which, why hadn't this divine descent ended after so long? Bryce Brisley was only an angel. He shouldn't have been able to withstand the God of Light's corruption for so long. Before Hans could finish his questioning, a path of light appeared in the void, followed by a burst of darkness that struck Bryce once more. Hans, ? Bryce's struggle ceased. He collapsed to the ground, his divine form dissipating, returning him to human form. His expression was one of astonishment, but his breathing gradually became steady. The next second, the ball of light and darkness once again raced through his chest, disappearing into the void. Brother? Leto threw himself onto the unconscious Bryce. Don't die, brother. Chapter 1389. The one with the heterochromatic eyes, or rather Zirak, was desperately fleeing. He could clearly feel his power constantly draining away. His followers had abandoned him. His authority and the faith he possessed were all leaving him. His power was declining. He couldn't even defeat an angel, and each time the dark goddess's annihilating power caught up with him, a part of him was completely erased, cleanly, without leaving a trace. He didn't want to die like this, nor could he die so obscurely, silently, unremembered, unappreciated, not even worthy of being devoured or digested. No, absolutely not. He should have been the most powerful and supreme being in this world, should have possessed endless life, been revered by all, watched by all, worshipped by all, loved by all. The Pope offered him a lifeline, inviting him to descend through the body of that traitor, Bryce Brisley. He clung desperately to this lifeline, but little did he know that the pursuit of the Goddess of Darkness had not ceased. It's all right. I still have a trump card. I still have my divine body. He activated his hidden divine body, descending upon the body he had once used, greedily absorbing the power and accumulated faith within the shell. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. Empty. Why is it empty? Where did my faith go? What the heterochromatic, I didn't know, was that many of his alternate identities had already been exposed. The Magic Federation's Bureau of Anomalies and the adventurers joined forces to cut off the heterochromatic eye's alternate identities from gaining faith at its source. The world consciousness and the adventurers obtained the faces of many alternate identities from the heterochromatic eye's memories. Combined with the extensive intelligence resources of the Bureau of Anomalies investigators, they were able to find those extraordinary beings who had obtained godhood, still had followers, and were still collecting faith. These high-level outs are the real threat. As for the low-level shells, even if a god descends, they're nothing more than blank slates, nothing to fear. Once the adventurers know the divine rank of those outs, they can strike at the root, seizing the divine rank and plundering the believers. With hundreds of thousands of adventurers, including top figures in various fields, wresting back the faith that has been neglected for a century or two from the hands of this hypocritical, deceitful god, Heterophora, is not a difficult task. Before Heterophora could figure it out, the pursuit of the goddess of darkness arrived. She raced along the green-lighted path opened by Gadley, and no matter where Heterophora fled, he couldn't escape the shackles of the rules of the divine war. Heterophora fled in panic, one shell after another, absorbing all the resources and energy possessed by each shell, but compared to the energy he expended and the drop in his realm, this was merely a drop in the ocean. The dark goddess's pursuit drew ever closer, faster and faster. With each strike of annihilating power, Heterochromia lost a part of itself. It grew smaller, weaker, and more fragmented. Under such relentless pursuit, it could no longer think clearly. Few bodies remained for it to leap and absorb energy from, and those drained of energy would crumble into dust, leaving only a pile of white ash. Lacking energy, its divine kingdom had collapsed. Just then, Heterochromia sensed the presence of another god-level body in the darkness, and it seemed that a part of its own soul remained within that body. Overjoyed, it plunged forward, landing inside a sealed artifact. Heterochromia? ? He struggled to escape, only to discover that the sealed artifact had been specially treated. A seal tightly suppressed him, preventing his departure. Worse still, he seemed to be located in the lair of the goddess of darkness, surrounded by an overwhelming aura of darkness, while several chaotic footsteps gradually grew clearer as they approached. The stone door to the underground treasure vault slowly opened. Mou, Ialian, and the goddess of fate, Jenna, followed the goddess of darkness inside. The power of annihilation had returned, hovering above the ghost lantern, awaiting the arrival of the gods to witness the demise of this evil god. May the world's consciousness bear witness for me, the voice of the dark goddess resounded. I will avenge the world's consciousness, for my fallen kin, and for the countless beings ravaged and slaughtered by the Zirak. I will bear witness, said the goddess of fate, Jennas. May the world's disordered destinies be restored to their rightful place. I will bear witness, said Ialian. May the souls of the sacrifice return to the sea of world's consciousness, gaining eternal peace and rebirth. I will also bear witness, said Mou. May world's consciousness be restored to its wholeness, may all authority be restored to its rightful place, may the world never decline. I will also bear witness, Gadley, floating in the void, licked his lips. May this newborn world flourish once more, may my sustenance be abundant. I will also bear witness, the countless native inhabitants of Osiria, watching the projection, said with tears in their eyes. May world's consciousness return, protecting all living beings. I will also bear witness. The adventurers watching the online broadcast couldn't help but exclaim, Please, please let this game run for another 10 years. Please don't shut it down. Lia? ? Wait a minute, why is your art style so different? The tiny world elf and Calcadora appeared before the gods and the crowd. The two avatars of world consciousness declared in unison, I witnessed the annihilation of an evil god, the return of two powers, the destruction of a church, and the liberation of a kingdom. The power of annihilation descended, striking the netherworld lantern and all the heterochromatic eyes within it. Under the witness of the entire world, the god of light finally had nowhere to escape, his existence completely erased. We won. The adventurers cheered. We lost. The Pope collapsed to the ground. He, or should be called, he had felt the complete disappearance of his godhood. Authority, faith. All power had left his body. He was no longer anyone's god. His power level plummeted, from a false god to an angel, then from an angel to a king. However, at this point, his extraordinary power could no longer sustain his aged body. He had lived far too long, far exceeding the lifespan of a king. Thus, His power level stopped falling, his body shattered into withered dust in an instant. The high-ranking members of the church, the so-called old fogies Leto spoke of, all met the same fate. The holy city of Gerlanda was instantly empty, like a ghost town. The black-faced sheep and the mushrooms happily emerged from the sheepfold and the underground sewers, quickly claiming their territories, even fighting over the spoils. Chapter 1390. The aftermath and reconstruction following every war are extremely complex matters. Aelian announced the victory of the Divine War and the destruction of the Church of Light in a live projection broadcast. The Kingdom of Light no longer exists. He extended a sincere invitation to all towns, villages, and administrators of independent autonomous federations and territories within the former territory of the Kingdom of Light, inviting them to the city of Windavispa to discuss the future. The Kingdom of Light has disintegrated, but the people on its land remain. How to live the days to come is perhaps still undecided, but under the guidance of a benevolent and just God, people can always find a solution through discussion. It's over. The moment Leah turned off the live stream, Aelian turned to his lord, his gentle eyes sparkling. I'm back. Welcome back, Mou said with a smile. Let's go home. Lei and Elena are waiting for us. Thank you, Gaia suddenly spoke up. This war of the gods allowed me to find the truth I've been searching for, and successfully avenge the culprits. But the only thing I don't understand is, did you regain your memories during the war? Aelian winked at her, tilting his head like a well-behaved Samoyed. He smiled and said, from beginning to end, I was just being myself. What does it matter whether I have memories or not? Gaia chuckled. Indeed. What are the two goddesses' plans for the future? Mou asked. As for me, naturally I just watched the live broadcast of Fate and wander around. Jetta covered her mouth and laughed. I look forward to seeing your adventurers create all sorts of miracles on this land. If you still need my help, feel free to go to Lazel City and find Laurenti. She'll always be able to find me. I need to enter a period of slumber, Gaia said. When I entered the Divine War, I used the power left over from Abundance, and just now I cast Annihilation. My energy is greatly depleted, and I need slumber to recover my strength and clarify my authority. She reached out to Leah, offering the tiny world spirit a 7-colored ball of light. This is the fragment you entrusted to me for safekeeping. Now it is returned to its rightful owner. Leah took the ball of light and absorbed it into her body. This was the largest and purest core fragment, and its effects were immediate. The tiny world spirit instantly doubled in size. Its wings unfurled, growing flowing, ethereal wings, a faint iridescent sheen swirling on the translucent fabric, dazzling and mesmerizing. Beep, Leah announced in Mou's mind. The powers of illusion and reality, spirit and annihilation have returned. The connected fragments of world consciousness await purification. Once purified, they can be reconnected. The 7 powers of order, space, nature, illusion and reality, spirit, annihilation, fate, and soul have all returned. Calcardo laughed. I should also fulfill my promise. He stretched out his hand, palm to palm with Leah's, and the 2 fragments of world consciousness merged into one, transforming into an adult-sized form. Butterfly-like wings unfurled from behind him, layers of thin, soft wings growing from the base of the wings, fluttering beautifully beneath. The iridescent light faded, revealing the true form of the world consciousness, bearing a 7 or 8/10 resemblance to his shattered statue. Upon closer inspection, one could also see the shadows of Calcardo and Leah in that face. Actually, I quite like the little world spirits, Mou muttered. The world consciousness let out a soft laugh, much like Calcadora's, and instantly transformed into tiny Leah. Leah mischievously made a face. I'm still me, just in a different form. It then transformed again, this time into Calcadora. Our forms can still switch, our consciousnesses are now combined. From now on, I am both Leah and Calcadora, and we are Osiria. After Leah became Osiria, the world consciousness was like a quantum computer/supercomputer transformed from a game server. It was no longer the crippled, idiotic version it once was. The increased computational load of the world consciousness was most noticeable to Mou. Now, all sorts of new versions, new story animations, and new text could be generated and launched within minutes. Don't misunderstand, the world consciousness only needed a few seconds to generate content. The rest was time for the game producer, chief planner, and chief director to slack off and review it. Players also deeply felt the improvement in the system's capabilities. Of course, from their perspective, this had nothing to do with the game's storyline, the God War, or the world's consciousness. It was simply that the game company had more money and upgraded the server hosts. The only thing they cared about was that after the God War storyline ended, the purification and cleansing battle dungeons for Ialian would also close after players completed them. However, since the Earth Mother dungeon was still available, and MOU had also announced that purification dungeons for other gods, such as the Goddess of Fate and the God of Truth, would be launched in the future, the players only made a few noises and didn't have too many opinions. The storyline for the God of Light is over. Ialian has become a god, so it's reasonable for the purification and cleansing battle dungeons to close after completion. It was supposed to be a time-limited, high-difficulty dungeon, but everyone's progressing through the main story was a bit too fast. Most players were quite satisfied with the final presentation of the battle against the God of Light. Some expressed a strong desire to see more cool female characters, while others began to worry. After defeating the God of Light, the greatest evil god in the land, what will become of this game? Will it shut down? MOU adjusted his monocle, thinking they were being overly anxious. Defeating the God of Light, this great traitor, and restoring the scattered authority and fragmented world consciousness to the world consciousness itself was only the first stage of the salvation plan. There was still much to be done, such as sealing the cracks in the world's barrier, purifying all the remaining pollution in the gods and fragments of world consciousness, and piecing Osiria back together as a complete entity. The stream of lives. The cycle needs restructuring. Illusions that have lingered for years remain unresolved. The Bureau of Anomalies has a backlog of old cases. Countless farmlands and ranches still need druids' work, and the planet's dark side still has millennia of divine war pollution to cleanse. To accomplish all this, the diligent, pay-to-play players are indispensable. As long as there are free laborers, there will always be endless work to be done. Even if there isn't such a grand divine war update later, we can change the theme and let adventurers explore, travel, and build infrastructure. MOU thought with a smile. With the disintegration of the Kingdom of Light, what kind of countries will form on this land, and what role will adventurers play in them? That's something to look forward to. Chapter 1391. As long as the game planner's IQ remains intact, and as long as the boss, Lyra, needs adventurers to continue working for her, this game connecting the two worlds will continue operating. The bubble has been sealed by the combined forces of the goddesses of darkness and fate. The Goat Mother is being brutally beaten by adventurers in the dungeon under the suppression of the Earth Mother. Nyarlathotep, who watched the show, has vanished without a trace, perhaps hiding somewhere to observe. The sea rift where Kel'Thuzad lingered has been sealed and reinforced again by Ialian using his power of illusion and reality, leaving only a small, transparent window for peeping through, used to continuously supply players with the octopus buff. Kelvin, so I'm just a buff-generating machine, huh? The Kelvin-related pollution left on the planet still needs players to purify it gradually. The evil gods' minions that have descended to Earth will become the players' favorite boss monsters. After the collapse of the Holy Kingdom of Light, many fragmented towns and villages have started fighting each other due to unequal distribution of resources, and the flames of war are gradually spreading, vaguely showing signs of a fragmented world. The inhabitants of this world still need the adventurers' help. Of course, as a return for borrowing the players, Osiria needs to give back some precious creation energy that only a newly born world can provide. This energy is extremely useful to an established world, but in Lyra's view, it is a completely worthwhile price. Giving up a little bit of creation resources that a newly born world cannot exhaust in exchange for a long and lasting future is a very worthwhile trade. After all, if the world collapses, that energy will only benefit the Kelvin-related evil gods. After Osiria's successful recovery, he reached another deal with the Origin world. With Osiria's help, MOU and Ialian can now freely travel between the two worlds. Of course, other god-level beings can do the same with the permission of Osiria's world consciousness. Returning to the Origin world through the spatial portal opened by Osiria will suppress the god's power to the level of angelic superhumans, but that's perfectly sufficient. In addition, Osiria received a special permission. The Origin world's world consciousness agreed to allow them to occasionally visit and hold fan festival activities there. Of course, the collected player energy will be split between the two worlds, 30/70ths, with Osiria taking 30% and the Origin world's world consciousness taking 70%. It's a bit shady, but not too shady, MOU commented. As a way to reward players, it's definitely worth doing. The game is still operating normally, but MOU has kept the number of new players down. The situation in the world of Osiria is no longer tense. Too many fourth calamities flooding in would only create new disasters. Having enough manpower is sufficient. The news of the servers being intermittently shut down caused widespread lamentation among those who hadn't yet entered the game, while veteran players, who were already playing, became much more disciplined. Because the game company had introduced a new policy, When a veteran player's account is banned or they haven't logged in for 6 months, their gaming device will automatically become invalid, their game slot will be reclaimed, and their recharged funds will be refunded. These game slots will then be given to new players. This policy has led many casual gamers to ID accounts of veteran players, and the number of reports of violations has increased significantly. However, with the upgraded world consciousness of Osiria present, there will be no innocent players being wrongly punished due to reports. On the contrary, MOU did manage to catch a few players violating regulations by buying and selling game currency in the seafood market, which helped to clean up the game's atmosphere. MOU and Ialian spent several days completing the post-God War cleanup. Ialian's new church, the True and False Church, under the leadership of Hans Milton, has been established. This church is not involved in any power struggles or politics, nor does it collect any taxes from the public or its followers. It relies solely on donations from devout believers and the self-sufficient, self-operated businesses run by its members and adventurers, such as druid purification halls, grain shops, and vegetable stores, to operate. It can be said that it has transformed from a heartless feudal ruler into a completely charitable organization. Bryce Bresley's long-cherished Inquisition, of course, has not yet been built. Of course, after the descent of the God of Light, he was incredibly lucky to have survived, having suffered severe injuries. His cultivation level had plummeted to the peak of a common professional-level cultivator, aging him decades in an instant. His foundation was damaged, preventing further advancement, and he likely didn't have many years left to live. He was depressed for a long time, finally accepting the reality. He was alive, his brother was alive, and that was enough. So one morning, early risers saw him and Leto supporting each other as they walked into the morning mist. Adventurers said the brothers had settled down peacefully in the port city of Pitlow, spending their days fishing and petting cats, a quiet and mundane daily life that many envied. The real and illusory encounters no longer involve politics, which has given many ambitious individuals opportunities. Most of the high-ranking members of the Church of Light died due to old age and loss of their superhuman abilities. However, those who left the church in time and maintained the concept through their own strength remained unscathed. They either carved out their own territories or began seizing resources to expand their domains. The gods are not worried about this. Ambitious humans and wars have emerged endlessly throughout history, and nature and fate will guide the most worthy to victory. Under the command of the world's consciousness, adventurers will accelerate this process, ultimately ushering in peace and stability. MOU also took the opportunity to release version 5.0, Battle of Heroes. In the Divine Wars, players can only play support roles, but in the wars between humans and between superhumans, players can build their own power from scratch. Whether it's a farming and infrastructure building approach, a technology-driven approach, or a recruitment-based approach, players should be able to create countless different unique gameplay styles. Of course, the world's consciousness will control the battle here, ensuring innocents are not harmed and minimal destruction is avoided. Players will be the first to engage in dangerous combat. This allows everyone to enjoy an exhilarating battle without causing any substantial impact on the world. Ialian returned to AMT New City. After seeing Ray and Elena, he slept for several days in the Mage Tower. The fatigue from the Divine War was finally swept away with ample rest, and the energy purified by the adventurers during the purification and cleansing battles returned, filling his body. Now, he is a complete god. Chapter 1392. At dawn, Ialian awoke to the chirping of birds outside his window. He affectionately nuzzled the soft hair of his lover beneath his chin, letting out a contented sigh. Scenes from the Divine War flashed before his eyes, ultimately dissolving like snowflakes falling into a tranquil lake, transforming into the clearest, most transparent droplets, vanishing completely. Thanks to the tireless purification and cleansing efforts of the adventurers, and the annihilation of Zirak's main body and all its minions by the Goddess of Darkness, Ialian was untouched by the slightest corruption from the God of Light. Of course, every advantage has its disadvantage. Because most of the power that once belonged to the God of Light was directly annihilated, the divine power Ialian received this time was meager, barely enough for him to advance and become a true god, LV 300 and above. However, Ialian felt neither dissatisfaction nor regret. Even as a god, his desires remained few. His heart was already overflowing with family, love, and the world, so he wouldn't care about material possessions. He had almost eternal time, and could gain power through his own efforts, so why should he steal those filthy things from the otherworldly beings? However, during this divine war, due to the final life projection, Ialian wasn't entirely untouched by corruption. His gaze fell upon a silver-white creature, about the size of a small bear cub, resembling both a wolf and a dog, lying on the carpet by the bedroom door. For some unknown reason, this Samoyed had also left the divine war with him. The knowledgeable goddess of fate said that, at the request of the believers, this dog had become his companion beast. In the simplest terms, they are the mounts and pets of gods in the eyes of believers. Aelian didn't have much of an opinion on this, after all. Who wouldn't love an adorable and capable Samoyed? Mou gently stirred in his arms, slowly yawning, his sleepy eyes and half-awake voice soft and indistinct, yet undeniably alluring. "Good morning, Aelian." "Good morning, my lord." Aelian responded with a smile, gently kissing Mou's forehead, adding in his mind, "Good morning, my god." After the world consciousness reclaimed all control, Osiria also bestowed upon Mou a generous reward. The Lord became the only deity who didn't need to manipulate faith, foundations, and authority himself, directly blessed by the world's will. That being said, Mou possessed the faith provided by the players, a firm sense of self, and had created an order and authority that the continent of Osiria lacked. He had effectively fulfilled the conditions for godhood. The world's consciousness had merely simplified the process, opening a small backdoor. It feels a bit like an employee earning their own money, and the boss takes a cut and then gives it back. Calling it a special bonus, Mou grumbled at the time, but still gladly accepted the perk from the ruthless boss, Osiria. After all, the benefits of godhood are numerous, with infinite life being one of them. Besides, the world's consciousness had opened a backdoor, avoiding any side effects like contamination. Why not? Furthermore, this was the reward the planners, who had worked so hard to build this world, deserved. However, Mou never truly considered himself a god. He still saw himself as just an ordinary game designer from another world, rarely referring to himself as a god except in front of players and enemies. He continued to diligently work as a game designer, balancing the player's gaming experience with the peaceful development of this real, otherworldly realm. He lived happily and approachably in the new city of Amute, and began planning a cross-world trip to take Aelian home to see his older sister. Although the spring festival holiday in the original world was almost over, this cross-world trip seemed to be a special kind of spring festival travel rush. Aelian thought about it, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his face. He now had a family. No, a god with a family. Mou had already met his parents, and he had met the relatives Mou had adopted in this world. It was time to follow Mou back to his world to see the sister who had raised this game designer, who would become a legend. Now, the itinerary has been meticulously arranged. The bespoke suits and everyday clothes that Mou specially commissioned from the shopkeepers in Lariana have arrived, filling 2 matching couple suitcases. The suitcase belonging to Aelian was a replica of Mou's suitcase on the creation platform. The two are almost identical, except one is new and the other old. Even as a god, the Lord still can't shake his habit of sleeping in late. Mou struggled repeatedly before finally managing to get up, sitting up in bed, with a head full of messy hair. Aelian watched indulgently as the Lord staggered out of bed to wash up, then his eyes gradually cleared, igniting with excitement. "We're going home today." Fully awake, Mou exclaimed excitedly. Thinking back, it's been years since I've been back. The two worlds flow at different rates. Since arriving in Osiria, Mou had been busy with infrastructure construction, planning, managing, and motivating players to work, while also meticulously planning the God Wars. Although he worked fewer overtime days than before, his days were still full and busy. The past of his original world seemed like a distant memory. If he hadn't already become a god with eternal life, his lord would probably be older than his sister if he went back in a few years. Now that the battle had ended, the sudden thought of his family in the other world overwhelmed Mou with an uncontrollable longing for home. He urged Aelian to change his clothes, and he himself changed into a suit and black wool coat. The two looked like models straight out of a fashion magazine cover, so handsome and dashing that it was impossible to look away. "We can't be seen by the players," Mou muttered, using his spatial authority to open a world portal directly within the mage tower. His landing point was positioned in the stairwell outside his sister's house. There were no security cameras there, making it a perfect landing location for two otherworldly gods without cell phones. Several years had passed, and Mou's phone was long dead. He didn't know if it would even start working again back in the original world. If not, he'd have to buy a new one. And, well, he'd have to get one for Aelian too. After all, without a cell phone, getting around the original world was practically impossible. He also planned to take Aelian on a city walk, stroll along the Bund, and see the Oriental Pearl Tower. Is this what they call meeting the parents? Aelian passed through the Gate of Worlds and entered the primal world. He curiously surveyed everything around him. Tiled walls, metal boxes that jingled as they moved up and down. An unfamiliar architectural style and wondrous machinery. Will my sister's family welcome me? It was a 2-apartment building, with shoe cabinets lining the not-so-wide hallways. Both doors were adorned with brand-new Spring Festival couplets and the character Fu, brimming with the festive atmosphere of the Lunar New Year. Of course, MOU said with a smile, carrying a carefully selected array of local specialties. I already told her that this Spring Festival I'd be bringing my sweetheart, whom I finally won over, home. Hearing the word sweetheart, Ailian's ears twitched slightly, and a faint blush rose to his cheeks. He coughed slightly, a little embarrassed, and muttered in a voice only he could hear. Speaking of which, you still owe me a proposal and a wedding. MOU's smile froze. As a god, he certainly wouldn't ignore Ailian's soft murmurs. However, whether it was a proposal or a wedding, he had already made arrangements, intending to surprise Ailian with it, and couldn't reveal it prematurely. So, to divert Ailian's attention, he suddenly reached out and embraced Ailian's neck. Caught off guard, Ailian, with a mixture of resistance and acceptance, accepted the Lord's kiss. Their lips met, their breaths mingled, and in the heat of love, the proposal, the wedding, meeting the parents, all those thoughts were long forgotten by Ailian. This was his Lord. No formalities were needed. No further words of confirmation were required. Their hearts were already in sync. Their fingers intertwined, hands clasped, but before they could separate, the door creaked open, and a child's voice cried out, Mom! Uncle and a tall, beautiful woman are kissing at the door. Ailian choked. This was not how he had envisioned meeting the parents. The tall knight had never been so flustered, instinctively hiding behind MOU. A capable, black-haired woman with an imposing presence appeared in the doorway. She held a spatula in one hand and grabbed her son's collar with the other. Go back and do your homework. Have you finished your winter break assignments? No. The child instantly deflated, glanced at MOU and Ailian, and listlessly went inside. Chu Shichio glared at her unlucky younger brother, who was grinning sheepishly, then flashed a bright smile at Ailian, like a Sichuan opera mask-changing act. Ailian, right, come in. We're all family, don't be shy. The silver-haired foreign beauty blushed slightly, and followed her brother into the house. Chu Shichio noticed their tightly clasped hands, and couldn't help but smile. How wonderful. MOU, always so lonely, has finally found his other half. Chapter 1393 Extra Chapter. The meal was a resounding success, filled with the festive spirit of the new year. Ailian's long-practiced Chinese finally came in handy. Although his intonation was still a little strange, his clear voice somehow possessed a melodious quality. It just goes to show, beauty makes everything seem right. Faced with the inevitable background checks and probing questions typical of meeting parents during the Spring Festival, the two were well prepared and had rehearsed extensively. They answered fluently. The divine power of deception finally came in handy at this moment, and various necessary lies were told with perfect conviction. There was no way around it. Who would believe the truth about bringing back a beautiful boyfriend after transmigrating to another world? So, Ailian transformed into a pitiful foreigner whose homeland was located in a small, war-torn European country, forced to flee. When Chu Shichio asked for the specific country's name, he mumbled a place name in the language of the Oziria continent. Chu Shichio, not understanding, stammered, Oh no, it's a foreign language she never heard of. She shamelessly made Ailian repeat it 2 or 3 times, stubbornly straining her tongue to awkwardly imitate the completely nonsensical pronunciation, but ultimately still couldn't figure out how to pronounce the place name. Chu Shichio had no choice but to give up, laughing awkwardly to hide her embarrassment and not even understanding a place name. Her self-proclaimed erudite brother-in-law, Jiang Diyun, pulled his wife aside and whispered, It's probably a minor Slavic language. Aren't they still at war over there? Let's not talk about things that reopen old wounds. So what if she found a sister-in-law from a fighting nation? He nearly tripped over the last few tongue-twisting words and bit his tongue, quickly adding, Just think of it as having another younger brother, it's not a loss. Chu Shichio, after considering the current international situation and seemingly conjuring something up in her mind, suddenly realized, no wonder. I was wondering why they're so good-looking. People over there really do have racial gifts. They're all handsome men and beautiful women. So, your colleagues working on games together in MOU's overseas game development team? Chu Shichio inquired. Yes, Arian was the model prototype and motion capture actor for one of the main storyline characters, MOU blurted out. Our team is relatively small, but it's all elite bigwigs and wealthy people. It was originally just a hobby project, but unexpectedly, it's actually achieved some success. They're all tech geeks who excel in their own fields. They initially hired me, as the lead planner because they couldn't overcome their individual technical limitations, and the contract they signed back then was particularly favorable. This game is basically my work. They only provided the AI technology. Because it's a personal team, and they're all wealthy, there are some international tax issues involved. They don't plan to take a share of the game's profits. Instead, they plan to put the money in China to set up a foundation specifically to invest in promising games that fail to get a license due to lack of funds and resources. Wow, this really is a group of people with dreams, Chu Shiqiu exclaimed. However, this statement perfectly matched Chu Shiqiu's perception of wealthy foreigners. The money these people made from their hobby projects is basically free money. Instead of spending so much effort on overseas remittances, and then having to pay taxes on both sides, they might as well spend it on charity and support their hobbies. The core creative team didn't want to take the money, and Chu Shiqiu, a salaried accountant, had no reason to pressure them for payment. Having understood the situation, she felt relieved and didn't ask any further questions. So, you still be shuttling between China and abroad? Yes, I mainly stay there, but now that game development is stable, I'll be coming back more often. MOU smiled. I plan to stay for a few days this time, then visit the company during my vacation, and take Arian around. Yes, yes. Chu Shiqiu chided. How can you run a company like this, just being a hands-off manager? It's only because your sister trusts you that I'm allowed to be your legal representative and accountant. Hee. Isn't this a matter of expediency? Arian will still need your help with the Foundation's affairs later. After questioning Arian and MOU, the conversation turned to her sister, brother-in-law, and nephew. My brother-in-law, Jiang Diyun, is a true southerner with a square face and a Cantonese accent. He's an excellent Cantonese cook, and today's meal, half Cantonese and half Shanghainese, is a collaborative effort between him and his wife. The family spent New Year's Eve and the Spring Festival in my brother-in-law's hometown, only returning early near the end of the holiday to prepare for work. This allowed them to have a welcome-back dinner for MOU and Aileen. My brother-in-law's family owns a time-honored, intangible cultural heritage business making soy sauce and condiments. He's responsible for the company's operations and sales. He and Chu Shiqiu have worked hard together and managed to establish themselves in this expensive metropolis. In recent years, Chu Shiqiu has also had extra income from MOU's game company, so their finances have become much more comfortable. I also have a younger sister. After a few cups of rice wine, Jiang Diyun said sadly, unfortunately, she had a heart condition from birth and ultimately didn't make it through the new year. If time travel really existed, how wonderful that would be. With Shiyo's calm nature and intelligence, plus the recipes her cousin made her memorize, she would definitely make a name for herself in any world. MOU coughed slightly, subconsciously rubbing his heart, feeling somewhat guilty. If it weren't for Liao and MOU back then, there would probably have been one more grieving relative. Well, who knows? The world is full of wonders. There's nothing you can't do, only things you haven't thought of. After a satisfying meal and pleasant conversation, MOU's phone was fully charged and turned on. He quickly booked a hotel room nearby and said goodbye to his sister and brother-in-law. The holiday starts tomorrow, but you all still have to work, MOU said considerately. I take advantage of the night to show Arian around and do some shopping. That's true. Chu Shiqiu hadn't seen her brother in a long time and was quite reluctant to part with him. Don't rush off these next few days. Come visit me more often. I will. I have to go to the company tomorrow. On the last day of the Spring Festival holiday, hotel rooms were still in high demand, but these days, if you can afford it, there's not much you can't do. MOU, thanks to this otherworldly game, had already made a fortune and was no longer the penniless spendthrift he was a few years ago. The hotel he booked was very high-end, near his neighborhood, in a bustling area, yet with a huge garden, a quiet oasis amidst the noise, an excellent place for a proposal or wedding. MOU paid extra to have the hotel staff prepare the room in advance, intending to give Arian a special surprise. Chapter 1394 Side Story. Aileen has no legal status in this world, a situation born of necessity. But as a god, he can manifest as a phantom. The constraints of mortals cannot hinder the footsteps of a god from another world. He seamlessly blended into MOU's shadow, easily arriving at the room. This sneaky, furtive manner is rather amusing. The doorman set down MOU's 2 suitcases, clearly curious why a guest arriving alone would spend money on such romantic arrangements. However, in the hotel industry, they've seen many strange guests. This wasn't the strangest one. So, he merely glanced at him a few times before discreetly closing the door and leaving. The room Mou chose was on the second floor of a detached garden villa, a large suite with 3 rooms, 2 bathrooms, a huge bathtub, and a large balcony overlooking the hotel garden. From the entrance, the carpet was strewn with bright red rose petals, leading one into the bedroom. The bedroom was filled with red roses, and the bed was covered in a heart shape made of rose petals. From the bedroom to the balcony, twinkling golden lamps hung, their light flickering with each breath, casting a shimmering golden glow. Ailian emerged from Mou's shadow, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and surprise at the glittering lights. He was unaware of how the Lord had so quietly orchestrated this arrangement right before his eyes, and his admiration for the Lord grew ever stronger. Having spent several years in this other world without falling behind the times in his original world, the Lord put away his phone, concealing his accomplishment. "Do you like it?" "I love it." Everything was new and exciting to the knight, who had just arrived in the original world. Even though he had already witnessed the otherworldly players and their various advanced technologies on the continent of Osiria, being in this world without a trace of magic, where countless miracles could be created solely through technology, felt like stepping from the Middle Ages into a new era of cyberpunk. A deep sense of awe welled up within him. Ordinary humans, within their limited lifespans, without relying on any extraordinary power, could build towering, neon-lit cities. This was the power that saved the world of Osiria, ordinary yet great, simple yet undeniably romantic. "We have an endless future," Mou said with a smile, taking Ailian's hand and leading him onto the viewing balcony, shimmering with golden light. "Thanks to Osiria's gift, we can now, like the Silver Dragon and Moya back then, traverse world after world, exploring endless unknowns and possibilities. And this time, we don't need to bear the responsibility and mission of saving a world on the verge of collapse. We can simply and joyfully enjoy life." He gently lifted Ailian's hand, bringing it to his lips, and placing a tender kiss on the back of Ailian's hand. "I have a question I want to ask you, but not now." A mischievous glint flashed in Mou's eyes. "Save your curiosity and anticipation for tomorrow. Tonight, we have more important things to do." The wicked lord had whetted the silver-haired guardian's appetite, but the knight quickly lost the energy to consider tomorrow's questions. Two lovers, deeply in love, embraced and kissed under the waxing moon, openly sharing their feelings under the starry sky. Their hearts intertwined through their burning skin, and their souls resonated with joyful sounds. The two gods finally obtained the treasures they desired most, the treasures they longed for. This time, no evil god could disturb them, and nothing could separate them. Amidst the enchanting scent of roses filling the room, two souls from different worlds united, like a sacred and perfect miracle, mending each other's missing pieces. Long silver hair spread across the snow-white sheets, intertwining with black strands, their fingers entwined, inseparable. The incense burner warms the bed curtains. The embroidered quilt ripples with red waves. No wonder the saying goes, "A spring breeze brings a minor success." The ancients were truly right. Mou rambled on, racking his brains to pick out a few appropriate lines of poetry from his rudimentary literary knowledge, reciting them with a swaying head, his joy radiating from him. Opposite him, Ailian lay like a male mermaid in an oversized bathtub, intently dipping a croissant the size of a human head into an equally enormous coffee cup, then taking a large, satisfying bite. As if sensing something, he looked up at Mou, tilting his head in confusion. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Mou's gaze swept over Ailian's 8-pack abs, licking his lips. "I just feel that this kind of life is just too wonderful." The bodies of gods are truly resilient. Even after the two of them had been playing around for most of the night, there wasn't a trace of fatigue, not even a hint of dark circles under their eyes. They were practically the holy grail of overtime work. Wait a minute. With such a beautiful scene before him, how could he think about working overtime? What a sin! Although he still wanted to spend some more time together, Mou had an important plan for today. He glanced at the time and said to the humanoid dog happily playing in the bathtub, "Ailian, get ready, we're going out to play." Niechio hummed a song, taking beautiful photos on the Bun promenade with her phone. It was winter break, and the first day back after the spring festival holiday, so she and her family had come out for a trip to avoid the peak crowds. "If only my cousin could come along. I was hoping to meet him in person," Niechio muttered. "But I can only stroll around with my cousin, it's so boring." "Hey!" Tangli protested, "it's already too much to ask someone to come with you to the Bun so early in the morning. Why are you complaining? It's not that early. It's past 10 o'clock, when there are fewer tourists." Niechio looked around. "This is when you can take good pictures of the scenery." "Yeah, because all the office workers are working like slaves in their buildings." "Huh?" Niechio suddenly. Tangli stopped in her tracks, and pointed to two figures ahead. Cousin, look over there. Don't those two handsome guys look like the Lord and his wife? TCH, are you obsessed with shipping? With Ailian's looks, you have a hard time finding a cosplayer in real life. Tangli muttered absent-mindedly, then looked in the direction Yechiel was pointing and her eyes widened instantly. Wow. They really do look exactly alike. Are they cosplayers? Yechiel's eyes widened excitedly, or is it an official event? Hey! There are photographers and cameras over there. Chapter 1395 Extra Chapter. They might be from the game company, Tangli guessed. Those equipment teams look so professional, not like amateur cosplayers. Let's go check it out. Yechiel naturally agreed, and she even secretly started recording on her phone. These cosplayers, looking like lords and knights, she had to send them to Xianyu, a popular online figure, so they could all admire them together. The two cosplayers, dressed in impeccably tailored, wide-chested, narrow-waisted bespoke suits, with black overcoats and white scarves, one with medium-length black hair and the other with long silver hair, were so handsome they seemed otherworldly. They looked like top models straight out of a Vogue magazine cover. Even without the photography team, they could easily attract the attention of passers-by. And for the players of the Evil God Extermination Project, these two faces were etched into their very bones. It's a suit. Could it be a modern AU? Or some kind of special collaboration? Yechiel, holding his camera, whispered his guesses. It looks so much like it. I almost think I'm in the game right now. Definitely a professional cosplayer, or maybe even the game company's own motion capture actor. Tangli also guessed. Don't many games use motion capture actors for CG? Some characters look incredibly like the actors. Wow! Does this game use motion capture? I haven't heard the development team mention this much before. Well, our game's development team is very secretive about how they make the game, probably because it involves too many trade secrets to disclose. The two of them, like dogs sneaking around and cats secretly spying from a distance, had already been sensed by the two gods. MOU, oh ho, it's a familiar little player. Perfect, consider it a treat for them. Yechiel saw the camera crew set up their positions, and the director gestured to the two cosplayers. The two cosplayers immediately understood, and moved to the best vantage point. The silver-haired Ailian turned to look at the black-haired lord, his eyes filled with affection. Yechiel held his phone steadily in one hand, grabbed his older brother with the other, and pinched him hard. Hiss! Tangli gasped. Hey! This really isn't a dream. Yechiel was overjoyed. My favorite CP has a replacement. Ailian Feliz La Closia. The Lord actually pronounced Ailian's full name accurately. His eyes crinkled with a smile, his expression professional and on point, showing no sign of laughing during the dialogue. My Aryan, now we are both gods, possessing endless lives. On this long journey, I am glad to have you by my side. MOU took a step back, knelt on one knee, and pulled out a ring somewhat similar to the thorn ring, but set with several diamonds. Originally a pattern of intertwined thorns, MOU had modified it into a warm grapevine, the small diamonds representing the grapes growing on the vine. I have a question, and I hope you can give a sincere answer that reflects your true feelings. MOU raised his head, his eyes shining with anticipation as he looked at Ailian. Are you willing to join hands with me, to become two travelers on that long, endless road, supporting and relying on each other, walking together forever? Yechiel almost screamed. She covered her mouth with her fist, completely engrossed in the scene, not noticing at all that many people dressed in gorgeous clothes and carrying musical instruments had suddenly appeared around her. Ailian gave the Lord a radiant smile, like ice melting and spring blossoms blooming, a graceful beauty radiating charm and vitality amidst the snow. His slender fingertips traced a path down the Lord's arm, lingering on the back of his hand, finally gently touching the ring. I do, he said. Accompanying these three resounding words was the melodious sound of a violin, playing a tune Yechiel had never heard before, yet found exceptionally beautiful. She instinctively looked towards the sound and saw a violinist dressed in a classic European-style dress, cheerfully playing the violin as he walked towards the soon-to-be-married couple. More musicians joined her, cellos, flutes, accordions. The orchestra gathered around the knight and lord, paused, and played a blessed melody. Meanwhile, on the advertising screen across the river, a brand new PV for the Evil God Exorcism Project simultaneously began playing. It's official advertising. It's official advertising. Tangli exclaimed excitedly. No one but the game company could time this flash mob performance so precisely at the moment the advertisement airs. Yechiel ignored her cousin. Her nostrils flared, her face flushed, she watched excitedly as Ailian helped the Lord up. The two drew closer and closer, their breaths mingling. Then, they smiled at each other, and turned to look at the game advertisement on the screen across the river. Yechio? ? That's it? That's it. The performance ended, and the advertisement on the screen across the river finished playing. The soon-to-be married couple and the orchestra exchanged greetings, then bowed again to the camera. And cut! The director said with satisfaction, "Great shot. One take, wrap." The Lord stepped forward and whispered something to the director, while Alien stood still, turning to look at the two players lurking nearby. He felt their mental fluctuations were very familiar. Seems like familiar little players. Alien waved to Yechio, "Ball." Yechio, surprised. She ran over excitedly, tentatively asking, "My dear wife. Is it really my dear wife?" Alien smiled without answering. He reached into his pocket and rummaged around, actually using his power of illusion to conjure 2 adventure coins. However, these adventure coins were special. The front had the Lord's portrait, and the back had Alien's portrait. "These are for you," Alien said in broken Chinese. "Please support us." Wow! Yechio took the adventure coins, jumping up and down in surprise. We will. We will. Lord and wife. No, Lord Alien, you must be happy. Thank you for your blessing, we will. Alien said with a smile, waving to Yechio, then trotted a few steps towards the Lord and stood beside him. The photography team, musicians, and the 2 main characters quickly wrapped up and left, leaving only a visibly excited Yechio still admiring the special edition adventure coins in her hand. Tangli popped up. "One of these is for me, right?" "No way." Yechio happily stuffed both adventure coins into her small bag. "This is proof of our pairing. I'm giving one to Xianyu. It's a sisterly bond." "Ah, that's too much. Don't cousins have any affection for each other?" The siblings playfully bickered, and Yechio completely ignored why Alien appeared in reality, and why he knew her player ID. Then again, who would be foolish enough to know the underlying principle of this Easter egg that proves the existence of their chosen pairing? She just wanted to stay asleep a little longer in this beautiful dream woven by the game company. Chapter 1396 Extra Chapter. The video of An Encounter with the Lord Proposing to the Knight, filmed by Gnawing Ball, instantly ignited the entire player forum. Salty Fish One, who had been living in a daze during the new year, was instantly jolted awake by the video and opened his best friend's QQ account to frantically type, "Salty Fish One. What? My ship has come true? And it even appeared in real life? Pinch me, Gnawing Ball, don't lie to me. This isn't an AI-generated video, is it? Gnawing Ball, it's real. I even got 2 special edition adventure coins from my wife, one side with the Lord, the other with my wife. I snagged my brother's coin. Give me an address, and I mail it to you. Salty Fish One, best sis. Love you." Unlike Salty Fish One, who was focused on shipping, the players on the forum had their own points of interest. Some were amazed that someone in real life looked so much like the Lord Alien. Some people were amazed that the small, struggling game company was willing to invest in large-screen ads and pop-up events, yet refused to open up the servers to allow a large influx of new players. Locals, on the other hand, went into chance encounter mode, searching everywhere for the 2 cosplayers. And indeed, many people kept capturing videos and photos of these encounters. Many players spotted the 2 cosplayers at various famous tourist attractions. The 2 were incredibly dedicated, seemingly truly playing the roles of a lord and knight on a sweet vacation in this world, visiting all the delicious food, fun activities, and trendy spots, and even going to see a musical. So sweet. So sweet. It's making me hiccup. I'm so curious. What's the official team up with? The forums were abuzz with speculation. Some called it a publicity stunt. Others guessed the 2 were actually a couple, but no one could say for sure. A week later, after a long silence, the official team finally made a move, releasing a PV that montage of live-action footage and in-game content, the version where the player Nyechiochio had witnessed the filming process. This time, the official intention was clear. The PV featured various couples in the game, some ambiguous, some explicit, culminating in a proposal scene between the Lord and the Knight. Following this, the PV announced the game was launching a Happy Marriage system. It would officially launch on Valentine's Day, February 14th. At the same time, on Valentine's Day, a Wedding of the Century would be held in the game. All NPCs who wanted to get married could participate in this event. A mass wedding, of course. The mass wedding would only be held on February 14th. The ceremony would be officiated by the goddess of fate, Jenna, the Lord, and Ialian, with a fixed yet unique format. After this, Players can marry independently, with a dedicated MC and wedding ceremony templates to choose from. Both options have their advantages and disadvantages. Participation depends entirely on the player's preference. I see. They're updating the marriage system. That's definitely a big deal that needs advertising. A ring costs $288. Wow, that's a lucrative business. You have to buy 2 rings for each wedding. The key question is what gifts are given for the wedding? A mount? A pet? Special actions? If so, I just randomly pick a random stranger and marry them right now. No gender or race restrictions. Players can marry any player. NPCs can marry each other. Wait, what if a player and an NPC want to get married? That's unlikely, isn't it? Player rings are delivered through the official store. Even if one party buys it on their behalf, it still has to be a gift from the store. NPCs don't have money or official accounts, so they can't buy rings at all. Couples were thrilled, while single players looked disdainful. It wasn't until the official marriage plan was released, and they saw the quest rewards, that their opinions changed instantly. What? Getting married comes with a men's suit and a women's wedding dress for everyone. Gender doesn't matter? Every person? Not every couple? What? Getting married comes with a 2-seater convertible magic sports car for everyone. The ring has spatial teleportation capabilities, allowing one person to be teleported to the other side, and it also enables remote private chat at any time. Couples in love really need this. This is equivalent to getting 2 outfits and a mount for $288 per person, plus a wedding experience. That's a good deal. So the question is, who wants to team up with me for a temporary couple and get married? The player's attention instantly shifted from the Lord and Knight back to themselves. Those with partners happily began planning their in-game weddings, while the singles started carpooling, participating in quests just to get a ride, promising to break their rings immediately upon receiving the quest rewards. No hesitation. Unless both parties are truly attracted to each other and feel everything is going well. MOU wasn't surprised at all by the players' antics. For many players, getting married in the game is just a special task, and getting and breaking rings are common occurrences. However, while the players could act recklessly, the NPCs were taking this mass wedding very seriously. Aelian, proposed to by the Lord, was a given, and several other young couples in AMT County were also getting engaged. Pete, grandson of Grandma Alazar, and Mira Denton, a clerk in the city council, were among them. Of course, the NPCs and players had different purposes. They were there specifically for the divine witness to the wedding, and since they didn't need to pay extra, there were no rewards like sports cars or teleportation rings. AMT County hasn't had such a lively celebration in many years. Grandma Alazar beamed, weaving a wreath for her grandson and granddaughter-in-law. What a blessing it is for the Lord and the gods to witness our marriage together. Unlike them back then, life and death were unpredictable. Love at first sight one day could be forever separated the next. In this wandering world, there was no such thing as forever. It was just about getting together to live one day at a time. Thanks to the Lord, thanks to the adventurers, she murmured gratefully, her eyes brimming with joyful tears. While the old woman marveled at how much better life had become, the soon-to-be-married NPCs were incredibly busy. After registering for the mass wedding event, they had to go to a designated tailor to have their measurements taken and clothes made. For an extra fee, they could also receive a complete set of wedding bedding specially produced by AMT County, decorating their new homes in a vibrant, festive red. As Valentine's Day and the mass wedding event approached, the entire AMT County was filled with a sweet, pink atmosphere. Couples were everywhere, and the mischievous, gossipy commoner, Tranquil C, sipped her special milk tea with taro balls and pearls, asking the hidden old woman beside her, her words slightly mumbled, "Captain, should we get married too and get a reward?" The hidden old woman jolted, her eyes rolling back as she instantly logged off. Chapter 1397 Extra Chapter. A wedding of the century is about to be held in the World Hall of the Elven Territory. This is the territory of the world consciousness, Osiria. Now that all authority has been restored, the world consciousness's strength has greatly increased. It can even open countless overlapping instance spaces within this world hall, enough to accommodate all players. Our development team has finally created a mirror server after countless hardships. This other world is finally starting to resemble a game more and more. You couldn't help but sigh. Once this technology matures further, we can loosen our grip a bit and allow more players to join the game. Registration for the mass wedding event closes on February 11th. After confirming the number of participants, there's time to make costumes and distribute mounts. All the factories in AMT County are operating at full capacity. The tailors, Lamar, and Mr. Audley are all incredibly busy, managing to successfully deliver everything before the deadline. At 9 p.m. on February 14th, excited new players logged on, handing out invitations to friends and family, hurriedly changing clothes and putting on makeup, or racing through the wilderness, showing off their cool new flying cars. They were having a great time. The venue for the World Hall had already been prepared in advance by the elves and adventurers. The statue of World Consciousness had now automatically restored itself, lifelike and radiant, its face overflowing with compassion and tolerance, a faint smile playing on its lips, as if joyful for the upcoming grand event. The wedding of the century would begin at 10 p.m. in the original world, which happened to be 10 a.m. in the Osiria continent. The weather was perfect today. The sun shone brightly, bathing the entire adorature in golden green light. The air was filled with the fragrance of flowers, and the air was alive with the chirping of birds. A truly beautiful day, ideal for a grand wedding. The NPC newlyweds, filled with trepidation, were the first to enter. Most of them had never left AMT County, much less visited the Elven Realm. This trip was essentially a wedding and honeymoon combined. Eyes wide, hand in hand, they eagerly took in all the beautiful scenery, following the elves who led the way into the World Hall, the wedding venue. The ancient and natural World Hall had been spotlessly cleaned. The pillars and walls were covered with a floral wall, pink, purple, orange, and bright red roses blooming in profusion. Out of season, yet ripened by natural magic, purple grapes, symbolizing fertility and good fortune, hung from the vines, swaying gently in the breeze. The ceiling was enchanted, shimmering with crystalline light, a truly magnificent sight. The interior of the World Hall has also been rearranged, divided into 3 areas in a staggered fashion, starting from the location of the World Consciousness statue. At the foot of the World Consciousness statue is the platform for the gods and lords to officiate. The next level is where the NPC newlyweds stand, and the level below that, near the hall's entrance, is for the players. After the NPC newlyweds, dressed in suits and wedding gowns, have taken their places, the players begin to enter. Newlyweds holding the same set of invitations, and their invited guests are teleported into the same parallel space. At the moment the ceremony begins, these parallel spaces overlap simultaneously. All players can see the host, the NPCs, and everyone in their own space, but cannot see the players in other spaces. Once everyone had entered, the wedding of the century officially began. The hidden old man, who had only agreed to do the quest for rewards with Tranquil Sea after much coaxing, immediately activated his invisibility upon entering. Tranquil Sea hesitated for a few seconds, then, noticing everyone else was in couples except for him, the groom, standing alone, he felt a rare moment of awkwardness. He decided to follow suit, and activated his invisibility as well. What's wrong with these two? Who gets married while invisible? A lazy bum, unable to marry himself and only invited as a friend, complained to his boyfriend Wendell, and why can't we get married because of technical reasons? This is discrimination. Discrimination? Wendell gently patted his girlfriend's shoulder in comfort. The unknown observer had never observed adventurers' weddings before, and thought it wouldn't hurt to watch. A black-haired lord and a silver-haired knight, dressed in white suits with patterns and designs that clearly complemented each other, emerged from the small door behind the Osiria statue, one on each side, and walked to the front of the platform, standing opposite each other. Once they were in position, the elven band began to play melodious music. Suddenly, a burst of light appeared in midair, and the goddess of fate, Jenna, wrapped in a light gauze dress woven from gold, silver, and red threads, emerged from the light, descending like a feather. The unsuspecting NPC newbies and players all exclaimed in admiration, "Wow!" Jenna covered her mouth and chuckled, "God of order, God of reality and illusion, and all the newcomers and adventurers of AMT County. I am honored to have been invited by you all to witness your marriage covenant on this joyous day, together with the world's consciousness." He smiled and said, "Marriage can be the union of 2 families, an alliance of 2 powers, the continuation of pure love, a promise to become family. Or perhaps, simply 2 lonely souls willing to spend a brief time together on life's long journey. Whatever the reason, I wish you all harmony and happiness, that you may meet when fate brings you together, and part amicably when fate takes you apart, and that lovers may be together forever." The crowd cheered excitedly. Newlyweds, under the guidance of the God of Order, and the God of Reality and Illusion, recite your vows. Exchange your rings. Jenna raised her hands. "May the world consciousness bear witness for us. May the world consciousness bear witness for us." Everyone echoed in unison. "I swear here," MOU said, looking at Ialian with tender eyes, "I vow to stay with you for life, sharing joys and sorrows, honor and disgrace, weathering storms together, facing all trials and tribulations, happiness and sadness. I swear here too, Aelian said, taking the Lord's hand and removing the old thorn ring. The old ring, representing the Church of Light, shattered in his hand, and a brand new ring, made of grapevines and diamond grapes, took shape in his palm. He knelt on one knee, placing the new ring on the Lord's finger, and reverently kissed it. I vow to wield my sword to protect your happiness and joy, to shelter you from the wind and rain, and to build our home together. The Lord, in turn, once again placed a ring on the finger of his knight, his beloved. I vow to be your strongest support, to stand with you in solidarity, never betraying you, never failing you. The newlyweds, following the subtitles, happily repeated the vows. May the goddess of fate bless us. They, and he chanted together once more, may the world's consciousness bear witness. Jenna smiled and said, fate will bestow her blessing upon lovers. The ceremony is complete. Now, you may kiss your other half. The newlyweds cheered, but in a corner unseen by anyone, another socially awkward person silently disconnected. Chapter 1398 Side Story. After that wedding of the century, the people and adventurers of the world of Ozelia were more closely connected. Traitors were eliminated, leaving only gods loyal to the world consciousness of Ozelia. Authority was restored to its rightful place, and most importantly, the world consciousness received a continuous and stable supply of spiritual energy, enabling it to gradually expel the Cthulhu gods that had infiltrated the world's barrier. Originally, the Cthulhu gods' influence on this world was a genuine attack on its weaknesses. However, with the support of the player's consciousness from a higher dimensional world, Ozelia was no longer the weak and vulnerable child it once was. He's got protection now. The large-scale VR fantasy game The Evil God Extermination Project has been operating for several years, and the evil gods that ravaged Ozelia have gradually disappeared. With so many new worlds emerging, it's best to pick on the weak. Even the chaotic, blindly foolish, and disorderly Kelvin evil gods will eventually give up after repeated setbacks in a world that has clearly become more powerful. If they don't learn to give up, then the adventurers won't hesitate to use their fists to teach them a lesson they won't forget. The gods have become mascot NPCs in the eyes of adventurers. The Lord residing in AMT County and his silver-haired knight are a given. They often wander around with their fluffy, smiling angel, Samayed. Meanwhile, Angelmaz has finally created her maritime Divine Kingdom amusement park, relocating Rowena and the pirates from the Silver Dragon Dream. Now, her Divine Kingdom has become the adventurer's favorite underwater aquarium/maritime amusement park resort. Besides various entertainment facilities, there are daily stage plays performed by pirates, featuring pirate slime dumpling Anita and the beautiful painter slime dumpling Rosalie, which keep new players entertained and even inspire mentors to ambush and capture runaway apprentices. The races that once vanished in the north have been reborn on this icy land, with all sorts of adorable fox, cat, and winged orc cubs captivating adventurers for 2 entire new versions. Meanwhile, the mists of the planet's dark side are gradually dissipating. Players have built a cyberpunk city, Dark City, on the planet's dark side, and the war in the western continent of Middle-earth is gradually subsiding. Everything is gradually getting better. Players always have endless new quests, walls to plaster, and tasks to complete. Even though some veteran players have to leave for various reasons in real life, there are always more new players joining. When the Evil God Exorcism Project reached its 5th year of operation, the game company suddenly dropped a bombshell. They had finally decided to hold a fan festival. Salty fish. I never seen anything like this before. Finally, a fan festival. Gnawing ball. How will the spots be allocated? Will it be a lottery? Or will they be given out directly based on certain conditions? Players chattered incessantly, their suggestions practically flooding the entire forum. After all, even with the game company deliberately controlling the player count, after several cycles of opening up, shutting down, opening up again, and shutting down again, the game had already attracted 500,000 players. Even the largest fan festival venue couldn't accommodate that many people. The game company's solution came out quickly. This fan festival will last for 3 days, with different content each day. Admission will be based on a combined ticket system. One combined ticket allows repeated entry and exit within the 3 days. However, considering that not all players can attend all 3 days, players who cannot attend a single day after obtaining a combined ticket can transfer their entry to a friend or family member. Of course, there are several restrictions. For example, the player receiving the transfer must have an active account, meet the requirements for obtaining a combined ticket, and have never obtained a combined ticket before. Furthermore, the friend/family relationship must have existed in the game for at least 1 month before the fan festival plan was announced. This prevents some players from seeing a business opportunity after obtaining a combined ticket and splitting it into 3 for resale. Scalping is impossible to completely eliminate, but at least it ensures that all attendees are loyal players. Even if ticket transfers occur, they will only happen between friends and family. Whether they are true friends is another matter, but at least they know each other. The 1,500 players who enter the official Game Hall of Fame will directly receive the combined ticket qualification through official channels. Of course, obtaining the qualification for the joint ticket doesn't guarantee you receive it directly. The joint ticket itself requires a purchase fee of 350 yuan per person per day. These Hall of Fame players can choose to participate fully, partially, transfer their qualification, or forego the event based on their own preferences. If they forego the event, the remaining tickets will be added to a later lottery pool. Seeing this, veteran players like Jin Ryoyu breathed a sigh of relief. Having played the game for so long and been top players for so long, they naturally have direct entry qualifications in the official Game Hall of Fame. The only problem is, today it's rainy. Hi Z, is the captain going to the fan festival? Tranquil C, I go persuade him. Besides the top players who directly receive tickets, 50 bonus tickets will be given to players who pass the cosplay preliminary round and will participate in the cosplay finals. These bonus tickets do not require an entrance fee, but they cannot be given away or transferred to anyone. The remaining players only need to meet certain conditions to be selected based on luck during the lottery stage. The lottery is completely fair. 1 combined ticket equals 1 draw. Teams are not allowed, and everyone has an equal chance. It's entirely up to fate. Selection qualifications. 1. Play for more than 360 hours. 2. Possess at least 1 class of level 90 or higher. 3. Possess 3,000 military merit points. 4. Have a reputation value of at least 10,000 points or higher in at least 1 region, and have no negative reputation in any region. These 4 conditions are sufficient to filter out players who are not enthusiastic about the game or have a poor attitude. After all, for a fun event like the fan festival, the more positive energy players there are, the better the effect. MOU, who always likes to prepare in advance, has gone all out this time. The fan festival is scheduled for 6 months from now, and he released a detailed announcement of the process 6 months ago. 3 months before the official start of the fan festival, several rounds of lotteries will conclude the selection process. Once all the joint tickets are officially allocated, players can arrange their own participation time. Within 2 months, they can complete the transfer of qualifications, submit the tickets, and the transferee pays for the tickets. This way, players can focus on planning their trips, booking flights, train tickets, and hotels. Chapter 1399 Extra Chapter 6 months later, the fan festival was officially held in G City on the coast. The 3-day schedule was packed, including a producer meet and greets, interviews with the development team, a cosplay final, and, reportedly, many motion capture actors for the game characters would be present. This was also the first time the game development team had publicly announced that many characters in this VR game were created using motion capture actors. This news made Xianyuitio extremely excited, because Wendell had secretly told her in the game that the fan festival would bring her a surprise. What kind of surprise could it be? Surely there wouldn't actually be a motion capture actor playing Wendell's character? That would be nice, but it feels like something's missing. Sometimes, I really wish Wendell could come out of the game in reverse. One should be content. Not everything can have a happy ending like in novels. Xianyuitio carefully applied her makeup, and put on her specially customized cosplay outfit. Today, she was playing herself in the game, Traveling Writer. Perfect. Let's head to the fan festival venue. Her fan festival pass was already linked to her ID card. She only needed to swipe her ID at the entrance gate to enter. After entering, she received an access wristband and a daily fan gift bag. Apparently, the gift bag had a different theme each day, packed with merchandise, definitely worth the ticket price. It was summer vacation, and Xianyu, a nickname, was quite familiar with the venue. This venue frequently hosted various anime and manga-related events, and she attended several times a year. Once on the subway, the fan festival officially began. As they approached the venue station, familiar faces appeared, players dressed in various Ozarian continent costumes, or with bags adorned with game merchandise. A single glance was enough to know they were on the same side. Salty Fish. Gnawing Ball happened to be on the same train. What a coincidence. Ball. Salty Fish enthusiastically linked arms with her best friend. Have you run into anyone else? Not yet, Gnawing Ball said. Rain said she's already at the venue, and the queue to enter is very long. Hi Z said he's waiting for the captain at the subway station. I think he's worried the captain might run away or faint halfway through. Very likely. Salty Fish imagined the scene. I have to say, the fan festival is really attractive. Even the socially awkward captain decided to participate. After all, there are so many players. If you're just blending into the crowd and not cosplaying, it'd be hard to keep up with the fans. Fairs and anime conventions are perfect for anime fans with social anxiety, right? With masks on, nobody knows who's who, and there's no need to go on stage. Gnawing Ball chattered, listing reasons. By the way, the first thing today is the producer interview and motion capture actor performance show. I wonder which characters will appear. The Lord and Ialian are definitely on the list, Salty Fish guessed. Those two are so popular, and they're core characters. Besides, you photographed them before. I think those two aren't just ordinary cosplayers, they're probably motion capture actors. Right. My wife recognized me then. Gnawing Ball said, then thought for a moment, hey, what about Wendell? I don't know. Salty Fish shrugged. He only said there would be a surprise waiting for me. Could it be that these motion capture actors all have game accounts? Are they directly playing NPCs in the game? Gnawing Ball's imagination ran wild. I read a novel over 10 years ago where an NPC and a player fell in love, only to find out the NPC was actually a GM from the game company. It's not impossible. Salty Fish pondered for a moment. It's just that the probability is a bit low. Let's not worry about that for now. Let's just enjoy the fan festival. There's a fan convention and a music festival this afternoon. The subway arrived, and they followed the crowd towards the venue. Streetlights shone along the way, and billboards were covered with game posters and route signs from the game company. Surrounded by players with Osiria elements, they definitely wouldn't get lost. The players were all diligently dressing up, their badges frantically displaying their identity as adventurers. Socially awkward anime fans are hesitant to strike up conversations, but just walking among the crowd, confirming the presence of unfamiliar companions with their eyes, brings a sense of security. They are all saviors of the continent of Osiria, all invincible adventurers. Even if they know nothing about the people walking beside them, a voice in their hearts tells them that these are comrades who have faced life and death with them. Rainy Boss. Gnawing Ball quickly located Rainy's position in the crowd, waving excitedly, here. We're here. Rainy and her found companion, Melissa Kubo, quickly joined the team, expanding their two-person party to 4, enough for a raid. Ball, why didn't your cousin come? Jinryu asked curiously. He was made to do hard labor by his tutor, so he had to give up the 2-day event and plans to come on the 3rd day, said Nyechiochio. Where are Heizi and the others? The captain is with them. They plan to explore on their own. Jinryu waved her hand. The captain is so socially awkward, it's good enough that he even came. The group chatted as they followed the flow of people, passed through the turnstiles, received their gift bags, and entered the venue. Upon stepping into the venue, they all shuddered. Wow, is the air conditioning a bit too cold? The indoor temperature was considerably lower than outside, providing a slight chill even in the sweltering summer heat. After a few more steps through the gate, a scene they had only ever seen in games appeared before their eyes. Wow! It's the statue of Osiria from the Temple of Heaven. A 1:1 replica. Over there is the Temple of the Golden City. And the stone house of the Northern Giants. Over there is the island of the Merfolk. Wow, and there's even a pretty lady cosplaying as a Merfolk. And the astrological chamber of the Goddess of Fate. I only ever seen it in CG animations, never in real life. Say Loria's office. The Lord's study. Oh, and there's the Lord's bedroom in the back. The venue was divided into several sections, each with a game theme, and even featured 1:1 replicas of many classic scenes. Some areas were places players had never even been able to enter in the game, and seeing the real-life replicas was incredibly exciting. Wow, it really feels like we stepped into another world. Gnawing Ball couldn't help but exclaim. They all took out their phones and cameras to take pictures of each other and pose for group photos. As they walked and snapped photos, they suddenly heard a commotion in the crowd ahead, with shouts of surprise and delight. Whoa! Wow! My dear wife! Chapter 1400 Extra Chapter. They quickened their pace, following the flow of people. The scene ahead soon came into view. Standing on the platform ahead was Ialian. The silver-haired knight, wearing the mithril armor he received after his inauguration ceremony, carrying a great sword, was interacting with and taking photos with the players in line on the circular platform. A long queue had already formed in front of this booth, and several staff members wearing I am an NPC, badges were maintaining order. Because of the orderly process, everyone interacted and moved forward quickly. Let's join the queue too. Xianyuitu decisively pulled Miaokyu and the others to quickly join the line, soon shaking hands with Aialian and getting a photo. So realistic. The 4 players whispered excitedly as they stepped off the booth. He looks exactly like my wife. This must be the real motion capture actor for my wife, said Jinryu. I noticed so many of his little gestures appear in the game, lowering his eyes, raising his eyebrows, tucking his hair behind his ears. It's all exactly the same. What? This is amazing. It's like Aialian has really come to our world. Nyochiochio wiped away tears of excitement. I'm so happy. Xianyuitu couldn't help but tiptoe, starting to search for other booths in the exhibition hall. If Wendell really came too, would he recognize her? She quickly spotted a tall figure wearing the uniform of a supervisor from the Bureau of Abnormal Affairs Investigation. I'll be right back, she told Nyochiochio, and ran in that direction. But when she got there, the figure had vanished. There were no booths around, so was that just a random cosplay? Just as Xianyu was feeling annoyed, a familiar voice rang out behind her. Beautiful Miss Xianyu, may I have the honor of inviting you for a cup of coffee? Xianyu whirled around, and there stood Wendell, dressed in his most dashing Abnormal Affairs Investigation Bureau supervisor's uniform, with a cape, wearing a "I am an NPC" sign, smiling at her, his eyes behind his glasses filled with expectation. Wendell? She called uncertainly, her eyes wary. It's me. Wendell adjusted his glasses. Just as Rainy Day had said, he, like Aialian, had the same mannerisms as in the game, making him incredibly recognizable. Are you satisfied with this little surprise? Satisfied? Salty Fish exclaimed excitedly, super satisfied. So what's going on? She reached out and touched Wendell's arm cautiously, asking, so you really exist? Wendell didn't answer her question directly, but simply smiled at her and pulled a beautifully wrapped gift box from his cloak. A little gift for you. Consider it a gift from the game company. Wendell glanced at the players staring at them nearby, then awkwardly changed his words, tucking the gift box into Salty Fish's arms. Do you remember what I told you before? As long as you keep this. Salty Fish immediately understood. Even though she still had many questions, she carefully stuffed the box into her tote bag. I understand. Meeting her online boyfriend in real life, especially since he was an NPC, made her a little nervous. After all, in the game she was an invincible adventurer, but in the real world she was just a young girl. But Wendell was still Wendell. He remained polite and eased her awkwardness, and even took her to meet the Lord, who was also the game's actual planner, the lazy MOU. A game planner, still waiting to go on stage, rolled her eyes dramatically backstage. What NPC needs a company guarantee to date? But it's understandable, the two are unequal in status and ability, and she's unregistered. Anyway, I was just thinking of talking business with Shinyu Data. So, Shinyu nervously followed Wendell into the backstage office, and half an hour later, she bounced out with a confidentiality agreement and a revenue-sharing contract. So, she really does have a sealed artifact boyfriend now. And she's even finalized an official fanfiction agreement with the game company, with an absurdly high revenue share. As the saying goes, you can run away, but you can't hide. With the game company's official guarantee, Shinyu suddenly felt confident, and her interactions with Wendell gradually returned to their natural state from the game. Wendell also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since he learned that the adventurers were from another world, he had worried that his relationship with Miss Salty Fish would be doomed if it were exposed, but now it seems that Miss Salty Fish always manages to bring him plenty of surprises. Of course, he also has to thank the Lord who mediated between them. One of the sealed creatures sincerely thanked the Lord from the bottom of its heart, resolving to work for the Lord for a few more years. The following Fan Festival activities went very smoothly. Producer Moyuzai cosplayed as the Lord and conducted a behind-the-scenes interview with the host, answering questions about the game's production. Several gods who attended the event also performed as motion capture actors and key members of the production team. Writer Jenna, writer Sid, motion director and Arian, who plays Aialian. One by one, gods or supernatural beings cosplaying as their respective characters took to the stage, each with their own special effects, eliciting enthusiastic cheers from the players under the stage lighting. Wow! It's so realistic. Oh my god, this is the first time I've seen Guardian Heart's giant wings in real life. Is this the legendary Naked Eye 3D projection? Where did the development team find these handsome men and beautiful women as the main creators? No wonder the characters are so lifelike, they're practically modeled after real people. A foreign team led by Chinese creators, our game industry has truly stood up. Wah! I love Osiria forever. Please don't shut down the servers. I can fight for another 500 years. The cosplay finals, concerts, fan art events. One activity after another was successfully completed. Players participated in the official events with immense satisfaction, went on a shopping spree like they were raiding a warehouse, and then frantically exchanged freebies with various artists. Even socially awkward people suddenly transformed into cheerful and outgoing individuals for their favorite merchandise and fan art. Ahem, of course, not including a certain team captain. 3 days later, the dreamlike fan festival finally came to an end, and players reluctantly embarked on their journeys home. As a local resident, Xian Yuitao had returned home. She carefully put away the 2 agreements, then opened the gift box Wendell had given her. Following the instructions inside, she carefully planted the familiar, bone claw-like yet withered branch-like sealed artifact in a flower pot, placing it on the windowsill in front of her desk. The golden summer sunlight shone on the flower pot. Xian Yuitao rested her chin on her left hand, her right hand fiddling with the bone claw in the pot. She smiled, took a ring from her pocket, and slipped it onto the ring finger of the bone claw. Humming a song, she stood up and stepped into the bright summer sunlight.